Chapter 1. 10 Heroes of the Yi Family. The Yi family estate in Jiangnan was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere of grief. Old Master Yi Changfeng sat expressionlessly at the head of the hall, his face grim. Before him, on a long table, 10 urns were arranged in a solemn row. A 3-star general in camouflage stood solemnly to the side, his expression grave as he unfolded the death notifications in his hands. Yi Zhenghua, 48 years old, died in battle in the Northern War Zone on July 28, remains unrecovered. Yi Zhenghua, 43 years old, died in battle in the Eastern War Zone on July 28, remains unrecovered. Yi Lingtian, 27 years old, died in battle in the Southern War Zone on July 28, remains unrecovered. Yi Lingjun, 26 years old, died in battle on the southeastern border on July 28, remains unrecovered. By the time the 10th death notice was read, the hall had fallen into a deathly silence. 3 generations of the Yi family, 10 heroes, had perished on the same day, each falling in different war zones across the Great Xia Empire. The family was nearly wiped out. The weight of such tragedy made the air itself feel suffocating. Boom! Boom! Above the Yi estate, 36 fighter jets roared through the sky, accompanied by a 19-gun salute. Sirens wailed, and flags were lowered to half-mast in honor of the fallen. Yet none of this could change the cruel reality. The Yi family's heroes were gone. General Yi, the enemy's plan was too meticulous. We never expected such a tragedy. Please, accept our condolences. 3-star General Ning Yu bowed deeply, his voice hoarse with sorrow. 10 of the Yi family's finest, all killed in coordinated attacks across 6 different war zones in a single day. Only a fool would believe this was mere coincidence. This was a deliberate root-cutting operation, an extermination of the Yi bloodline. Ning Yu's gaze shifted to the young man standing behind Yi Changfeng, Yi Fan, the last surviving heir of the Yi family. 5 years ago, Yi Fan had been the most prodigious genius in the Great Xia Empire. But after a car accident, he had been reduced to a mindless fool. Now, he stood there clutching a pink Peppa Pig plushie, his face blank, seemingly oblivious to the tragedy unfolding around him. What no one noticed was the faint golden light that suddenly flickered across the jade pendant hanging from his chest. Crack! A barely audible sound echoed as the jade split apart, fine fissures spreading across its surface before it shattered completely. Wisps of golden energy surged from the fragments, swiftly merging into Yi Fan's body. In an instant, the dullness in his eyes vanished, replaced by sharp clarity. Damn it! I actually sealed myself for 5 years? Unbelievable! 5 years ago, at just 15, Yi Fan had already broken through to the Grandmaster realm, making him the undisputed top genius of his generation. But while researching a talisman technique to ascend to the martial sovereign realm, he was struck by a car. In the chaos, he accidentally sealed 2 of his 3 souls and 6 of his 7 spirits into the jade pendant, leaving only a single soul and spirit to sustain his body. With his soul fragmented, his cultivation vanished, and his intellect regressed to that of a child. To the outside world, Yi Fan had become a complete idiot. But he knew the truth. His soul had merely been temporarily sealed. Without external intervention, he could only wait for the sealing talisman to weaken. And that wait had lasted 5 long years. Now, with his souls fully restored, his intellect and talent returned in an instant. And the cultivation he had lost? It had not only recovered but surpassed his previous peak, reaching the martial sovereign realm, placing him among the top 10 strongest in the Great Xia Empire. His face darkened as he stared at the 10 urns before him. 3 of them belonged to his uncles, his father's elder brothers. The other 7 held the remains of his 7 elder cousins. Behind the urns stood 7 stunning women dressed in mourning white, his cousins' fiancées, who had come to pay their respects despite never officially marrying into the family. Eldest sister-in-law Yu Linglong, the war goddess of Great Xia, the strongest female general of the younger generation. Second sister-in-law, Ling Yanxiu, heiress of the Ling family, one of the 4 great noble houses of Shangjing, wielding immense financial influence. Third sister-in-law, Xin Mange, a globally renowned superstar, the goddess of millions. Seventh sister-in-law, Su Ishue, daughter of the Su family, a pharmaceutical empire dominating half of the industry. Despite their engagements never being fulfilled, all seven had come to mourn. Their loyalty moved Yifan deeply. Begin the funeral procession. Old Master Yi Chongfeng's voice was heavy with grief. The seven women lifted the urns and stepped out of the hall. Outside, the vast courtyard was packed with mourners. The old general had dedicated his life to the nation, only for his family to meet such a tragic end. The crowd could only sigh in sorrow. Everyone. The Yi family's sons died for their country. Their sacrifice was honorable. As long as I live, the Yi family will not fall. Standing at the podium, Yi Chongfeng forced himself to speak, gripping the microphone tightly. But halfway through, his voice faltered. A white-haired man burying his descendants, his entire family nearly wiped out. The weight of it all was too much. He took a shuddering breath, glancing at Yifan beside him. The boy was his last hope. Even if he was a fool, at least he was alive. Sigh. At this point, he no longer expected greatness from Yifan. Once the funeral ended, he would arrange for him to marry Xian Yufei from the Xian family. If they could produce an heir, all the better. If not, at least the Xian family would protect Yifan after his death. The crowd watched the old man with heavy hearts. The old general has suffered so much. The Yi family contributed so much to the empire's founding, and now this. 10 generals from a single family, all killed in one day? This can't be a coincidence. This was a targeted purge. And it had to involve someone in a very high position. Shoo, don't say such things. Do you want to bring trouble upon yourself? Amid the murmurs, 2 figures suddenly strode onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may have your attention. The speaker was Xian Zhenghua, the second son of the Xian family. Beside him stood his niece, Xian Yufei. As you all know, our Xian family was once betrothed to the Yi family. But now, Yifan has become a fool. Therefore, we have decided to annul the engagement. We ask for Old Master Ye's understanding. His words exploded like a bomb. The crowd erupted in shock. What? The Yi family had just suffered an unimaginable tragedy. And now the Xian family was publicly breaking the engagement? This was nothing short of kicking them while they were down. How ruthless! Are they really this eager to cut ties? The Xian family must be afraid. With the Yi family gone, their enemies will target anyone associated with them. If they don't withdraw now, they'll be the first to fall. But to do it now, at the funeral, how heartless. All eyes turned to Yi Chongfeng, filled with pity. You! Before he could finish, a mouthful of blood sprayed from his lips. The nearly 80-year-old patriarch staggered, then collapsed. The Xian family's betrayal had been the final blow. Chapter 2. We will carry on the Yi family legacy. Beside Yi Chongfeng, his adopted son Su Jian, whom he had taken in many years ago, quickly stepped forward to support him. Father, take care of yourself. Don't worry. Su Dong and I will ensure the Yi family endures. Su Jian was Yi Chongfeng's adopted son, and Su Dong was his biological son. Since Yi Chongfeng's biological descendants were all serving in the military, the daily operations of the Yi family business had long been managed by Su Jian and his son. Behind Yi Chongfeng, the now conscious Yifan clenched the Peppa Pig toy in his hand tightly, suppressing his fury as he fixed his burning gaze on Xian Yufei. Xian Yufei and Yifan had grown up together, their bond as close as childhood sweethearts. A decade ago, their families had arranged their engagement, and throughout southwestern China, even the entire nation, it was common knowledge that Xian Yufei was Yifan's betrothed. Yifan had imagined everyone turning their backs on him, but never Xian Yufei, and certainly not now. Yufei, won't you be my wife anymore? Xian Yufei twisted the hem of her dress, unable to meet his eyes. Guilt weighed her voice as she murmured, I'm sorry, Fanj, I can't marry you. 5 years ago, when Yifan had lost his mind, she hadn't considered breaking off the engagement. After all, the Yi family's influence remained. Even as a fool, his life would have been comfortable. But now, The Yi family was nearly annihilated, leaving only an octogenarian on the brink of death and a mentally impaired man with the mind of a child. If she stepped into the Yi household now, where would her future lie? Steeling herself, Xian Yufei lifted her gaze, resolve hardening in her eyes. Sigh. If only you weren't like this. If I weren't a fool, would you still marry me? Yifan pressed, clinging to a sliver of hope from their shared past. She hesitated. Before she could answer, her uncle, Xian Zhenghua, cut in with a scoff. Enough, you damned fool. Even if you recovered, what then? Do you think the Yi family is still what it once was? Could you ever regain your former brilliance? And even if by some miracle you did, you're the last of your line now. Countless enemies are waiting to slit your throat. How long would you last? I won't let Yufei become a widow. Though harsh, Xian Jinggua's words struck Yifan like lightning. He was right. The Yi men had all died on the same day. Coupled with the accident that had shattered Yifan's mind 5 years earlier, it was clear someone wanted the entire family erased. If he revealed his recovery now, his enemies would eliminate him without hesitation. Even if he fought back, the masterminds would burrow deeper into hiding. In that moment, Yifan's eyes darkened. He resolved to keep pretending, using his idiocy as a shield while hunting down those who had destroyed his family. They would pay in blood. As for Xian Yufei, so be it. Xian Zhenghua misinterpreted Yi Fan's silence and snorted. Forget it. Waste of breath. Turning to the pale and blood-lipped Yi Changfeng, he pressed ruthlessly. Old master, you grasp the situation. Spare our Xian family and release Yufei from this farce. The crowd erupted in murmurs anew at his audacity. The Xian family has gone too far. The Yi family's finished. Once they annul the engagement, who'd ever wed that fool now? Hopeless. Old Master Yi won't last much longer either. Speaking of which, Lao Zhang, didn't you say Dongyang Lu's fish is superb? Let's grab a table before they're gone. Is it proper to leave the funeral early? What's improper? Paying respects now won't change anything. Better to cozy up to Su Jian later with a few foot massage parlor invites. Move it. Across the courtyard, many shared the sentiment. A quarter of the attendees were already rising, making no effort to conceal their exit. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Such was reality. Supported by Su Jian, the ashen-faced Yi Changfeng trembled, struggling mutely against the crushing defeat unfolding before him. On the platform, Yi Fan engraved every departing face into memory. Just wait. You'll regret this. At the front row, 7 breathtakingly beautiful sisters-in-law clutched funeral urns, fury tightening their expressions. After exchanging glances, they ascended the stage under the lead of eldest sister-in-law Yu Linglong. Voice ringing like a blade through the gloom, they declared in unison, "If Xian Yufei won't marry him, we will. I, Yu Linglong. I, Ling Yanqiu.
I, Shen Menge. I, Su Yue.
Pledge ourselves to Yi Fan to carry on the Yi family line." Silence. Absolute, suffocating silence. The entire scene froze as if time had stopped. Footsteps halted mid-air. Mouths gaped soundlessly. 1,000 guests stood petrified, eyes bulging at the 7 peerless women on stage. 7 brothers fallen in battle. And now their fiancés sought to wed their younger sibling? Chapter 3. Sister-in-law, don't act rashly. I'm not a fool anymore. Gasp. The scene fell into dead silence for a full 10 seconds before the crowd collectively sucked in a sharp breath, then erupted into chaos like a boiling pot. Holy shit. I've lived long enough to see this. 7 sisters-in-law are all entering the Yi family at once to marry that fool, Yi Fan. Damn it. Have these beauties lost their minds? All the Yi men are dead. This is the perfect chance to break free from the Yi family. Exactly. Any one of these 7 is a peerless beauty, a rare gem in this world. And they're all marrying that idiot Yi Fan? How are the rest of us supposed to compete? What guts! To stand by the Yi family at a time like this. They're bringing honor to the family. Not so fast. I don't think it's that simple. They're probably just trying to save face for the Yi family. Let's wait and see how this plays out. Those who had been about to leave froze in their tracks, quietly retreating back into the courtyard. The actions of the 7 stunning sisters-in-law were like a boulder hurled into a lake, sending towering waves rippling outward. Xian Yufei suddenly looked up, her scorching gaze fixed on Yu Linglong and the others, as if trying to pierce through their very souls. She couldn't understand, what were these extraordinary women thinking? While everyone else was scrambling to distance themselves from the Yi family, they were swimming against the tide, binding themselves tightly to its fate. As Yu Linglong and the others stepped forward, placing their hands on Yifan's, Xian Yufei felt an inexplicable emptiness in her heart, as though she had lost something irreplaceable. Yi Changfeng tightly grasped Yu Linglong's hand, his voice choked with emotion. Linglong, Yanxiu, thank you, thank you. Whether their declaration was genuine or not, Yu Linglong and the others had stepped up at this critical moment, saving face for the Yi family and sparing Yi Changfeng further humiliation. Yu Linglong met his gaze sincerely. Grandfather, I am still your eldest granddaughter-in-law. Only the groom has changed. Leave the rest to me. Pausing, she turned to Xian Yufei, her eyes sharp as blades. Xian Yufei, as Yifan's wife, I hereby declare your engagement with him null and void from this moment onward. Get lost. Her domineering words erupted like thunder, accompanied by a surge of murderous intent that sent chills down everyone's spines. Holy crap! Did the temperature just drop? As expected of the great Xia's top female warrior, her aura alone is overwhelming. If Yifan were still the prodigy he once was, they'd be a perfect match. Let's wait and see. Maybe Yifan will suddenly wake up and recover. The atmosphere shifted dramatically with Yu Linglong's declaration. The 7 stunning sisters-in-law's fierce protection of their husband rekindled a glimmer of hope, and many began to feel relieved for old Master Yi. But amidst the crowd, Zhao Tianlong, the young master of the Zhao family, wore a face as dark as storm clouds. What the hell is this? I've been eyeing Su Yixue for so long. I thought I'd finally have a chance now that the Yi family's men are all dead. But now? He clenched his fists in frustration. Has Su Yixue lost her mind? Choosing to marry a fool, and as his sister-in-law, no less. Beside him, a bespectacled young man, Su Dong, son of Su Jian, was equally displeased. Don't jump to conclusions, young Master Zhao. Maybe this is just for show. I doubt they'll actually marry Yifan. If they do, my father's plans to take full control of the Yi Corporation will be in trouble, and we won't stand for it. The Su father and son had been overjoyed at the near extinction of the Yi family, seeing it as their golden opportunity to seize the Yi Corporation. But Yu Linglong's sudden announcement had thrown a wrench into their schemes. You might be right. Humph. If Su Yixue dares to get too close to that fool, I'll crush him like an ant. Zhao Tianlong sneered. By the way, Su Dong, my family is hosting a business banquet tonight. A big shot from the provincial capital Xia family will be there. Maybe you can find some opportunities. The entire venue buzzed with excitement, yet the center of it all, Yifan, stood surrounded by his 7 breathtaking sisters-in-law, his face blank as ever. But inside, his mind was a raging storm. Holy shit, he had just regained consciousness, and now he was inheriting his brother's stunning wives. Sister-in-law, don't act rashly. I'm not a fool anymore. Yet Yifan understood one thing. Whether people believed it or not, the enemies who had targeted the Yi family would take his sisters-in-law's declaration seriously. Had they not made this announcement, those enemies might have left them alone. But now that they had publicly vowed to marry him, the Yi family's foes would spare none of them. Their goal was to eradicate the Yi family root and branch. They would never allow any force capable of reviving the family to survive. At this point, Yifan had no choice but to accept his fate. Sigh. He exhaled deeply, a profound glint flashing in his eyes. Whether to honor his fallen brothers or secure his own future, he had to grow stronger, fast. The Yi family must rise again to its former glory. Only with absolute power could he avenge his family's massacre and protect his 7 peerless sisters-in-law. Proceed with the funeral. Old Master Ye's booming voice snapped Yifan out of his thoughts. Now reinvigorated by Yu Linglong's resolve, Yi Changfeng stood tall, the gloom in his eyes dispelled. The procession began, escorting the 10 Yi martyrs to their final resting place in Yunqing's cemetery. Outside the Yi estate, Xian Zhenghua and Xian Yufei had already left. Noticing his niece's somber mood, Xian Zhenghua spoke gently. Yufei, I know you and Yi Fan were close, but the Yi family is finished. The Xian family can't go down with them. Even if Yu Linglong and the others say they'll marry Yi Fan, do you really believe that? It's just a face-saving gesture. Speaking of which, young Master Zhao is hosting a business banquet tonight. A big investor from the provincial capital is attending. Young Master Li already invited you. Why don't you call him back? The young Master Li he referred to was Li Yunyang, heir to another prominent family in Yunqing. With the Yi family's fall, Xian Zhenghua had already found a new patron for the Xian family. Exhausted, Xian Yufei shook her head. No need, uncle. I'm tired. I'll rest first and go to the banquet on my own. With that, she slipped into her car and drove off, leaving Xian Zhenghua sighing behind her. Ah, Yufei, you're still too young. For the Xian family's sake, I had no choice. Yunqing Cemetery. After the last of the guests had departed, Yi Changfeng finally let out a weary sigh. Linglong, Yanxiu, Ishue. Thank you. The Xian family's sudden withdrawal during the funeral had nearly stripped the Yi family of its last shred of dignity. But thanks to his 7 granddaughters-in-law, they had salvaged some pride. Now that my grandson's funerals are over, you should all leave. Even now, Yi Changfeng assumed their earlier declaration had been a ruse. But Yu Linglong and the others stood firm.
Su Yixue stepped forward.
Grandfather, we meant what we said. Though Ling Tian and the others are gone, the Yi bloodline must continue. We are willing to bear children for the family. What? Yi Changfeng stared at them in disbelief. Why would you do this? What's in it for you? Yu Linglong bowed respectfully. Grandfather, we are the Yi family's people in life and its ghosts in death. Those who schemed against us will pay. We've agreed each of us will take turns staying with Yi Fan for a month. We will ensure the Yi bloodline thrives, and we will make them regret their actions. Yi Fan, standing behind his grandfather, nearly spat blood. 7 sisters-in-law. Taking turns with me for a month each? What am I? A breeding stallion. Sensing his reaction, Yu Linglong suddenly turned, her piercing gaze locking onto him. For a fleeting moment, she thought she had detected a shift in his aura. Something impossible if he were truly still a fool. After a brief pause, she strode toward him. Yi Fan, I don't know if you can understand me, but don't forget. You were once the Great Xia's most prodigious genius. If you could stand at the pinnacle, then you can do it again. We 7 have chosen to marry you. From this moment on, we are your wives. Our fates are bound to yours. We rise and fall together. If even a shred of your consciousness remains, wake up, protect the Yi family, avenge your uncles and brothers. And whether you're truly a fool or not, know this: if you dare betray even one of us, I will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Chapter 4. I won't let you down. Hearing Yu Linglong's words, Yi Fan was deeply moved, his nose tingling with emotion. 7 girls had chosen to marry him simultaneously, despite the risk of being judged by the world. What immense resolve and courage that must have taken. How could he possibly not pull himself together? Su Ishue, standing nearby, was visibly moved and spoke up in concern. Eldest sister-in-law, isn't this too harsh on Yi Fan? His intelligence hasn't fully recovered yet. Yu Linglong's brows twitched slightly. Previous examinations confirmed there's nothing wrong with Yi Fan's brain. His nerves are completely unaffected. We must have missed something. Recently, I contacted the Great Xia's medical sage Lei Chenjue. He'll surely find a solution, and I'll spare no expense to have him treat Yi Fan. The Great Xia's medical sage coming to treat him? Yi Fan's heart stirred. If Lei Chenjue arrived, it would be the perfect opportunity to execute a plan. Earlier, Yi Fan had already assessed his grandfather's condition. Though the old man appeared fine on the surface, the hidden injuries from battles in his youth, compounded by the recent devastating blow, were pushing him to the brink. Without proper care, his grandfather might not have much time left. Though Yi Fan's own medical skills were unparalleled, he had to maintain his facade of foolishness for now. Treating his grandfather himself would be inconvenient. But if Lei Qianjue came, he could use the medical sage's hands to restore his grandfather's health. With that in mind, Yi Fan waved the toy in his hand excitedly. Yay! Yay! I want to get treated. I want to get treated. For now, he had to keep up the act. Yu Linglong frowned, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint it. The other 6 stunning girls watched Yi Fan with hearts full of pity. Su Ishue stepped forward, pulling Yi Fan into a gentle embrace. Yi Fan, don't worry. We sisters will find a way to cure you. Even if we can't, we'll take care of you for the rest of our lives, and give you lots of chubby little babies. By the end, all 7 girls blushed furiously. Though they had made that bold decision at the funeral, they were still untouched maidens. The mention of such intimate matters naturally embarrassed them. Yu Linglong, the eldest at 26, remained composed. Grandfather, here's our plan. Since Ishue is already in Yunqing, she'll take care of Yi Fan for the first month. In the second month, Qing Rulin from Huadu in the provincial capital will take over, followed by... She laid out their arrangement in detail, leaving Yi Changfeng with tears streaming down his face. Good girls. Grandfather thanks you. As he spoke, Yi Changfeng knelt before them. With all 7 of Yi family's sons dead, these unwed daughters-in-law had no obligation to stay. Yet they were willing to sacrifice their reputations to preserve the Yi bloodline. This was an immeasurable kindness. Horrified, Yu Linglong and Su Ishue quickly helped him up. Grandfather, you mustn't. We'll work together. The Yi family will rise again. Yi Changfeng stood, his expression stern as he addressed Yi Fan. Yi Fan, remember this. No matter whether you recover or not, you must treat these 7 girls well. If you ever dare to betray them, I'll end you myself. It's easy to add flowers to brocade, but hard to send charcoal in the snow. In such dire times, how could Yi Fan forget the debt he owed his sisters-in-law and the Yi family? Silently, he vowed, I won't let you down, but for now they would have to endure some hardship. Okay, Yi Fan replied, appearing clueless to outsiders. Su Ishue, heart aching, pulled him closer. It's getting late. I'll take Yi Fan home today. Coincidentally, Zhao Tianlong is hosting a business banquet tonight. I'll bring Yi Fan along to mingle. At the mention of Zhao Tianlong, Yi Fan's mind flashed to a familiar scene. 5 years ago, during the car accident that left him unconscious, the last thing he saw was the scar-faced man behind the wheel. Earlier, in the Yi family courtyard, he had spotted that same scar-faced man standing beside Zhao Tianlong. The Zhao family was definitely involved in my accident. A sharp glint flickered in Yi Fan's eyes. Then let revenge begin with the Zhao family. Back at the Yi family mansion, Yi Changfeng collapsed into a chair the moment he returned. The empty courtyard deepened his sorrow. His guard captain, Lang Feng, stood nearby and reported quietly, Elder Yi, according to intelligence, Su Jian and his son within the Yi Corporation are accelerating their plans to collude with major shareholders, aiming to seize and transfer the company's assets. What should we? Yi Changfeng waved a hand. I've long known of their schemes. The Yi family never cared for those billions. But now that those 7 girls are standing by Xiao Fan, I must leave them something. Monitor the company closely, keep things under control. Yes, Lung Feng responded, his voice choking as he glanced at the family portrait on the wall. Elder Yi, the young masters. They were definitely framed. Those people were ruthless. Yi Changfeng leaned back weakly. I know. I can even guess some of the perpetrators. But what can the Yi family do now? A family's greatest fear, whether in decline or prosperity, is having no heirs. Though Yi Changfeng's military influence remained formidable, with all the Yi men of talent dead, what use was prestige? Could the Yi family rely on a fool with the mind of a child? Even if the 7 sisters-in-law married Yi Fan, it would only delay the family's downfall. unless they bore Yi Fan's children soon, and unless Yi Chongfeng lived another 20 years to nurture the fourth generation, the Yi family might still have a chance to rise again. If only Xiao Fan could recover. In a dimly lit courtyard in the northwest, an elderly man knelt devoutly before a Buddha statue, holding incense as he prayed. A young man in camouflage waited respectfully at the door until the elder stood before presenting a stack of documents. Elder Zhang, news from Yunqing. The funeral proceeded smoothly. Yi Chongfeng behaved normally, and there were no major anomalies in the Northern Sky Dragon army. However, a minor incident occurred. The Xian family broke off their engagement with the Yi family, but Yi Fan's 7 sisters-in-law publicly declared they would marry him to continue the Yi bloodline. How should we handle this? The elder snorted coldly, exuding the authority of a high-ranking official. Audacious! Do they not understand the Yi family's fate? Make an example of them. Let the Su family in Yunqing see what happens to those who side with the Yi family. He paused, then added, also monitor Yi Fan closely. If he shows any signs of abnormality, eliminate him immediately. As he spoke, the elder drew a finger across his throat. One moment, a pious devotee. The next, a man who treated lives as worthless. A single sentence decided a person's fate. Back in Yunqing, Su Yixue had taken Yi Fan to her residence. After changing clothes, they were now en route to the Zhao family's banquet. Yi Fan, once we're there, don't speak carelessly, okay? Just stay close to me. I'll protect you. Su Yixue held his arm tenderly, her eyes filled with affection. Once, Yi Fan had been such a dazzling prodigy. Okay, sister-in-law. Su Yixue blinked, then playfully tapped his shoulder, her cheeks flushing. Still calling me sister-in-law? From now on, you must call me wife, understand? Chapter 5. Zhao Tianlong's provocation. Great! I have a wife again. I'm so happy. Yi Fan cheered, jumping around like an overexcited child. Su Yixue's heart ached as she watched him. Once, this youngest brother-in-law of hers had been a prodigy, a perfect match for Xian Yufei, hailed as the golden couple of Yunqing. But now, at the lowest point of the Yi family's downfall, the Xian family had abandoned them. I must cherish this man. The Yi family cannot fall like this. Be good, Xiao Fan. Yixue will always be your wife. Su Yixue pulled him into a tight embrace, pressing his face against her ample bosom. This was her first time being so intimate with a man. Though she felt a little shy, her resolve was firm. What she didn't notice, however, was that as her heartbeat quickened, a warm current flowed into her body, nourishing her like a gentle spring breeze. At the same time, Yi Fan also sensed the warm energy circulating within him. Deep in his dantian, a flickering flame swayed with the flow of energy. As the warmth passed through it, it transformed into martial qi, seeping into his meridians and rapidly enhancing his strength. This was the secret behind his breakthrough to the Grandmaster realm at just 15. The mysterious flame in his dantian allowed him to absorb warmth from women when they experienced emotional fluctuations in his presence. This energy then converted into martial qi, accelerating his cultivation at an unprecedented rate. Even without physical contact, the flame still generated warmth, refining his power far faster than normal training. Miss Su, the family head and second master are waiting for you inside. They've asked to speak with you privately. A steward approached and informed Su Yixue. Frowning, she nodded. I'll be right there. She knew exactly why her uncle wanted to see her. Her public declaration to marry Yi Fan today would bring catastrophic consequences to the Su family. Xiao Fan, wait for me in the car. Don't wander off. I'll be back soon. After settling him in the vehicle, she turned and strode toward the banquet hall. As he watched her leave, a determined smile curved Yi Fan's lips. Don't worry, sister-in-law. From the moment you chose to stand by the Yi family and protect me, I, Yi Fan, will give you the greatest glory this world has to offer. Beyond the mysterious flame in his body, the ring he had obtained years ago held a power capable of shaking the world, though he had yet to awaken it. He had the strength to protect them now. And as for those who destroyed the Yi family, Let them tremble from this moment onward. Meanwhile, in a corner of the banquet hall, at a secluded table, Su Mingho, the second son of the Su family, slammed his fist down in frustration. Big brother, that girl Ishue is out of her mind. How could she and Yu Linglong publicly announce they'd marry that fool Yifan? Exactly. The third son of the Su family chimed in angrily. Everyone knows the Yi family is finished. Staying neutral is already mercy. Why drag the Su family down with them? Online, the news of 7 women, including Su Ishue and Yu Linglong, vowing to marry Yifan had already gone viral. This was nothing short of throwing the Su family into the fire. Big brother, you need to rein Ishue in. If you ask me, she shouldn't even remain as CEO of Su Corporation. She should be exiled from the family before she dooms us all. The Su family's core members took turns venting their fury, each more incensed than the last. At the head of the table, the family patriarch, Su Honghai, remained silent until their outbursts subsided. Then calmly he spoke. Have you all forgotten how the Su family rose to prominence in the first place? Without the Yi family's protection, would we even exist today? His words instantly silenced the room. Years ago, the Su family had been nothing more than a small workshop in Yunqing. It was only by chance that the old patriarch met Yi Changfeng, and under the Yi family's support, they grew into a renowned pharmaceutical corporation in the southwest. Big brother, repaying a debt of gratitude is one thing, but this is too much. If Yifan were still the genius he once was, I'd have no objections to Ishue marrying him. But now, before Su Mingho could finish, an email notification chimed on his phone. His face paled as he read it. Big brother, look, several suppliers have already cut ties with us. Same here. Distributors are saying a powerful figure ordered them to blacklist Su Corporation. Within seconds, the Su family's executives received a flood of messages. Over half of their business partners had abruptly severed relations. The unseen forces behind the scenes had begun their retaliation. A warning to all who dared side with the Yi family. Su Honghai listened to the reports with a furrowed brow. The moment Su Ishue made her announcement, he had anticipated this outcome. We were supposed to finalize a deal with the Xia family from the provincial capital. Now that's ruined too. Ishue has doomed us all. Just as the complaints reached their peak, Su Ishue stepped into the room. She bowed deeply before speaking. I understand your concerns, but let me remind you, the Su family owes its success to the Yi family. Now that they're in trouble, how can we turn our backs? Even if Su Corporation collapses, we can rebuild from scratch. What does it matter? We must remember our gratitude. If anyone disagrees with my decision, you're free to sell your shares and leave. I won't stop you. Though gentle with Yifan, Su Ishue was a force of authority among the Su family's leadership. Her words left them speechless. Tonight, I will do everything in my power to secure a partnership with the Xia family. If we succeed, Su Corporation will survive. Outside the banquet hall, after Su Ishue left, Yifan stepped out of the car and made his way toward the venue. 5 years of living in a daze. But now he was awake. It was time to reclaim his place in this world. The moment he entered, a mocking voice rang out. Well, if it isn't the Yi family's idiot. What's he doing here? Zhao Tianlong blocked his path with a smirk, exchanging amused glances with his friends. What's wrong, Yishao? Hungry? Looking for scraps? He swirled a cigarette but in a glass of wine, spat into it, then gestured for his buddies to add their own seasonings until the liquid turned a murky yellow. With a sneer, he shoved the glass toward Yifan. Here, drink up. It's delicious. Chapter 6. The prank backfires. Oh! Yifan took the wine glass in a daze, holding it up to the light and examining it for a long time. Is this how fine wine is made? It's so beautiful. His foolish demeanor drew mocking laughter from Zhao Tianlong and the others. That's right. This is the special wine I made just for you. Drink up, Zhao Tianlong urged, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. A mentally disabled fool, yet 7 stunning sisters-in-law all declared they would marry him? Why, Back when the Yi family was at its peak, Zhao Tianlong wouldn't have dared to bully Yi Fan, even if he was an idiot. But now, with the Yi family's core members wiped out, leaving only this imbecile behind, who would care if he was humiliated? Yi Fan brought the glass to his nose and sniffed. Just as everyone thought he was about to drink, he suddenly spoke up. No, it's missing something. At that moment, a janitor happened to pass by, pushing a bucket of filthy mop water. Spotting the murky black liquid, Yi Fan swiftly scooped half a glass into his wine, swirled it, and declared, "Now it's perfect." Zhao Tianlong and his friends stared at the now darkened, murky concoction in Yi Fan's hand, momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, what a moron. No kidding. He actually went and added mop water to his drink, and that mop was just used to clean the toilets. Yi Fan's gonna make a fool of himself today. Quick, get your phones ready. Record this clearly and upload it later. Let's see how Yu Linglong and Su Yixue can still marry him after this. As they eagerly waited for Yi Fan to drink, he suddenly took 2 steps forward, stopping right in front of Zhao Tianlong. Before Zhao Tianlong could react, Yi Fan shoved the glass toward his mouth. Instinctively, Zhao Tianlong tried to dodge, but Yi Fan's hand clamped onto his neck like an iron vice, rendering him immobile. Worse yet, Yi Fan seemed to press on some pressure point, forcing Zhao Tianlong's mouth open into an O shape, just in time for the entire glass of foul liquid to pour straight down his throat. Gulp! A full glass, complete with cigarette butts, disappeared into Zhao Tianlong's stomach. As if worried Zhao Tianlong might choke, Yi Fan even patted his chest gently. Take it slow, don't rush. So, how's the taste? Yi Fan blinked innocently with his big, doe-like eyes, feigning curiosity. Ack! Fuck! Bleg! Zhao Tianlong finally snapped out of his daze, jumping back in horror. You bastard! You fucking idiot! Why didn't you drink it? Ugh! Bleg! Furious, Zhao Tianlong shoved Yi Fan away, retching violently. He was so disgusted he wanted to rip his own stomach open and rinse it out. God damn it! He knew exactly what was in that glass. His own phlegm, his friend's spit, and now toilet mop water. And he'd swallowed all of it? Wifey Yixue told me not to drink, Yi Fan said with a sweet smile, his expression pure and guileless, though inwardly he sneered. You think you can mess with me? 5 years ago, when he inherited that ring, it wasn't just martial prowess he gained. Sealed within it were the centuries of wisdom from 13 legendary figures. Strategy, cunning, ruthlessness. Dealing with trash like Zhao Tianlong was child's play. Hiss! The onlookers finally grasped what had happened. Zhao Tianlong had tried to humiliate Yi Fan, only to end up drinking his own filth. Amidst their shock, a question arose. Was Yi Fan really an idiot? Or was he playing them all? Bleg! Even Zhao Tianlong's friends gagged in sympathy. Disgusting. Fuming, Zhao Tianlong roared. What the hell are you all standing around for? Beat him to death. I'll take the blame. How dare this bastard make a fool of me? As the pampered young master of the Zhao family, he had never been humiliated like this. While yelling at his bodyguards and friends, he desperately stuck his fingers down his throat, trying to vomit, but nothing came up. He could feel the revolting liquid churning in his stomach, its stench rising in his throat. Whoosh! His bodyguards and lackeys immediately moved to surround Yi Fan, cracking their knuckles. Yi Fan's eyes turned cold. So they want to fight? Fine. Let's see who regrets this. Halt! Who dares lay a finger on my brother? Before Yi Fan could act, a booming voice cut through the crowd. A towering figure barreled forward, seizing 2 of Zhao Tianlong's bodyguards by their collars, and slammed them together like ragdolls. Bam! The 2 burly men, each over 6 feet tall, crumpled to the ground, unconscious. Try touching my big brother while I'm here. The newcomer was Wang Fugue, Yi Fan's childhood friend. His grandfather had served as Yi Chongfeng's adjutant, and the 2 families were close. Growing up, Wang Fugue had always followed Yi Fan loyally, even when Yi Fan was a prodigy, and even after his fall from grace 5 years ago. Standing nearly 7 feet tall, Wang Fuguei was a powerhouse, already at the martial control realm before turning 20. In Yun City, he was a top-tier fighter and fiercely protective. 3 years ago, after someone called Yi Fan an idiot, Wang Fuguei hunted the man down for 3 days straight. Since then, nobody dared provoke him. Now, with Wang Fuguei's sudden appearance and his one-hit takedown of 2 bodyguards, the crowd hesitated, backing away warily. Young Master Zhao? Zhao Tianlong's lackeys looked to him for direction. Knowing he couldn't win here, Zhao Tianlong gritted his teeth. Forget it. Wang Fuguei can't protect him forever. Gather more men. After the banquet, we'll end him. Damn it, if he doesn't die, Su Yixue will never agree to marry me. Ugh. Take me to the bathroom. I'm gonna puke. Though seething with rage, Zhao Tianlong had no choice but to retreat. Big brother, are you okay? I just got back from out of town. I heard about the Yi family. Wang Fuguei turned to Yi Fan, his voice thick with emotion. Even if the Yi family is gone, I will protect you with my life. No one lays a hand on you while I'm here. Clapping Yi Fan on the shoulder, he grinned. You lucky dog. Sure. Xian Yufei was blind enough to break off the engagement, but 7 gorgeous sisters-in-law are all yours. Ha! If you were in your right mind, you'd be over the moon. As Wang Fuguei rambled on, Yi Fan's expression darkened. Am I really that kind of person? Chapter 7. The fool actually knows a big shot? The moment Yi Fan frowned, Wang Fuguei seemed to sense something. He suddenly turned his head and locked eyes with Yi Fan. That resolute gaze seemed to say, yes, big bro, that's exactly the kind of person you are. Big bro, why do I suddenly feel like you're different today? Have you finally regained your senses? Wang Fuguei grabbed Yi Fan's arm excitedly, shaking it with unrestrained joy. Yi Fan was surprised. This guy's perception is scarily sharp. Old Wang, I want a drink. Though deeply moved by Wang Fuguei's unwavering loyalty, even during his darkest days, Yi Fan couldn't afford to reveal himself just yet. Until he uncovered all the enemies behind the Yi family's downfall, he had to keep playing the fool. Wang Fuguei's expression dimmed briefly. Of course, big bro, I'll get it for you. Just as Wang Fuguei was about to leave, Su Yixue hurried over from the other side of the hall, her voice laced with concern. Xiao Fan, what are you doing here? Are you all right? She had just finished handling the Su family's affairs when she heard Zhao Tianlong bullying Yi Fan. Relieved to see him safe with Wang Fuguei, she let out a discreet sigh. Ah, hello, little sister-in-law. Wang Fuguei straightened up and greeted her respectfully, though notably, his usual sister-in-law had now become little sister-in-law. The implication wasn't lost on Su Yixue. Cheeky. She rolled her eyes at Wang Fuguei. Did anything happen to Xiao Fan just now? My big bro? Take a loss? Never. Wang Fuguei quickly recounted the earlier events to Su Yixue. When she heard how Yi Fan had turned the tables on Zhao Tianlong, forcing him to drink mop water, a flicker of suspicion crossed her eyes. Yi Fan has been mentally incapacitated for 5 years. How could he suddenly act so cleverly? Was it just a coincidence? Little sister-in-law? Wang Fuguei murmured, voicing his doubts. I feel like Big Bro's aura today is different somehow. Part of me thinks he's already recovered, but his behavior doesn't quite match. It's confusing. Su Yixue nodded. Don't worry. Sister Linglong has arranged for the great Xia medicine sage, Master Lei, to come to Yunqing soon to examine Xiao Fan. We'll know the truth then. After the earlier incident, Su Yixue didn't dare leave Yi Fan alone. She kept him close as she mingled with the city's business elite, introducing him at every opportunity. The message was clear. Though the Yi family had fallen victim to schemes and declined, the Su family stood firmly by their side. Even if Yi Fan remained a fool, they would protect him at all costs. By the time the banquet officially began, Zhao Tianlong was finally helped out of the restroom, pale-faced and miserable. He staggered onto the stage and forced out a speech. Ladies and gentlemen, today's gathering aims to foster collaboration among Yunqing's finest. Ugh. Spotting a nearby trash can, he doubled over, retching again. Aside from our esteemed local guests, we're honored to have with us Mr. Xia Hao, CEO of Xia Corporation from the provincial capital. The Zhao family is eager to partner with Xia Corporation, whose influence spans the entire Southwest. With their support, we're destined for greatness. Now, please welcome Mr. Xia. Zhao Tianlong smirked triumphantly. The Xia family, a powerhouse from the provincial capital, wielded immense influence across the region. Countless families in Yunqing coveted a collaboration, yet it was he who had secured Xia Hao's attendance and orchestrated this event. Clearly, the Zhao family had the inside track. Say what you will about Zhao Tianlong's character, but his competence isn't exaggerated, murmured one guest. Exactly. With the Xia family backing them, the Zhaos will undoubtedly rise as Yunqing's top dynasty. Well, this is just a glorified showboating session for Zhao, another grumbled. Clap, clap, clap. Amid the applause, a shrewd, middle-aged man in his 50s took the stage. Accepting the microphone, he spoke smoothly. Friends, it's a pleasure to be in Yunqing. Our Xia Corporation seeks to expand its southwestern market, and we welcome collaborations. While the Zhao family is a strong candidate, other enterprises will certainly have opportunities as well. Zhao Tianlong stiffened. What? After all my efforts, he's opening the door to competitors? Yet, given the Xia family's towering status, Zhao Tianlong could only swallow his fury with a forced smile. Nearby, Su Yixue stood with her father, Su Honghai, and brother, Su Mingho. Hearing the exchange, she sighed. It seems the Su family has no chance. This event was tailor-made for the Zhaos. Indeed, Su Mingho agreed, then lowered his voice. Yixue, are you sure you want to marry that fool? The others couldn't help but glance at Yi Fan, who stood blankly beside Su Yixue, his expression vacant, unmistakably simple-minded. How far the mighty Yi family has fallen. Mid-speech, Xia Hao's gaze swept the crowd. When his eyes landed on Yi Fan, they suddenly ignited with recognition. Wait, the miracle doctor? He exclaimed into the mic, startling the entire room. Clearing his throat, he hastily added, My apologies, everyone. A pressing matter requires my attention. We'll resume shortly. Handing the microphone back to a dumbfounded Zhao Tianlong, Xia Hao signaled his assistant and briskly weaved through the crowd, straight toward Su Yixue's group. Guests along the way perked up, hoping he'd approach them. Some even raised their hands for a handshake, but Xia Hao brushed past without a second glance, laser-focused on one person, Yi Fan. The Su family tensed in confusion. Is he coming for us? Su Mingho whispered. Does anyone here know Xia Hao? Blank stares all around until third uncle hesitantly volunteered. Well, I once shook his hand at a provincial business forum. Could he have remembered me? A collective eye roll answered him, as if anyone recalls a brief handshake among hundreds. But then the impossible happened. Xia Hao stopped directly before Yi Fan, bowed deeply, and extended both hands with reverence. Doctor, after all these years, I've finally found you. I never got the chance to thank you properly for saving my life. Silence. The Su family froze. The entire banquet hall froze. The fool knew Xia Hao, a titan of the provincial elite? Had Su Yixue's morning announcement of her engagement to Yi Fan already borne fruit by afternoon? If Yi Fan and Xia Hao shared such ties, then Xia Corporation's Yunqing partnership would undoubtedly go to the Su Group. Chapter 8. A Golden Opportunity. When Zhao Tianlong, who had followed them in, heard Xia Hao claim that Yi Fan had once saved his life, he instantly lost his composure. Mr. Xia, you must be mistaken. This is the Yi family's idiot. How could he possibly know medicine or save anyone? Zhao Tianlong hurriedly interjected, trying to dissuade Xia Hao. Let's go, Mr. Xia. You must have heard about the Yi family's situation. It's best not to get involved with them now. The downfall of the Yi family, losing 10 core members in a single day, had already spread throughout the great Xia Empire. It was no secret. Xia Hao studied Yi Fan carefully before shaking his head with certainty. I'm not wrong. 5 years ago, When I was on the brink of death, it was this very divine healer who saved me. But how could he have become like this in just a few years? His gaze shifted to Su Ishue, who stood beside Yi Fan. She quickly explained, Mr. Xia, my fiancé suffered a car accident 5 years ago, and his cognitive abilities were affected. That's why he's like this now. After hearing the full story, Xia Hao nodded in understanding. That makes sense. Young Master Yi was a prodigy back then, skilled in martial arts and medicine. If the timeline matches, he must have gotten into the accident right after treating me. There's no mistake. The Yi family's near annihilation, followed by 7 stunning sisters-in-law jointly marrying the family's idiot, had become the talk of the empire. While people mourned the Yi family's tragedy, they also praised the loyalty of those 7 women. Xia Hao never imagined that the one who had saved his life back then was the youngest son of the Yi family. Miss Su, your family is in the pharmaceutical business, correct? Would you be interested in partnering with the Xia family? Xia Hao's intense gaze locked onto Su Ishue, stunning everyone present. What did this mean? Was Xia Hao handing them unimaginable wealth on a silver platter? What? Mr. Xia, you want to collaborate with the Su family? Su Ishue could barely contain her excitement. But because of our ties to the Yi family, all our partners have cut us off. Those targeting the Yi family will crush us without mercy. If you work with us, you'll be dragged into this too. Zhao Tianlong, standing nearby, was practically hopping with anxiety. Exactly. Mr. Xia, the forces behind the Yi family's downfall are beyond our reach. You should partner with the Zhao family instead. He was so desperate that he nearly reached out to pull Xia Hao away. After painstakingly organizing this grand banquet, was he really about to hand victory to the Su family? Originally, he had planned to eliminate Yi Fan and take Su Ishue for himself. But if the Su family allied with the Xia family, they would skyrocket to become the top power in Yunqing overnight, making Su Ishue utterly unattainable for him. Xia Hao scoffed. So what if I'm dragged into it? If not for young Master Yi saving my life 5 years ago, I'd be long buried in the ground. The Xia family wouldn't even exist today. He turned back to Su Ishue. Besides, if Miss Su and even the legendary Yu Linglong refuse to abandon the Yi family, why should I be afraid? Miss Su, it's settled. The Su family will be the Xia family's sole partner in Yunqing. All of our resources and channels will be open to you. From now on, anyone in the southwest who dares oppose the Su family will be opposing the Xia family. Xia Hao declared loudly, ensuring everyone heard his decision. The sheer magnitude of this windfall left Su Ishue, Su Honghai, and the others momentarily dazed. Who would have thought? That fool would bring us such a blessing? Su Mingho muttered, now looking at Yi Fan with newfound appreciation. The surrounding guests could only watch in envy. The Yi family may have fallen, but their legacy remains. Exactly. Yi Fan was a genius back then. He must have other tricks up his sleeve. If he saved Xia Hao, he's probably saved other powerful figures too. That's an invaluable network. Su Ishue truly has foresight. I wonder how those who boycotted the Su family will react now. In an instant, the Su family's fortunes reversed, and attitudes toward the Yi family shifted. Even if Yi Fan was a fool, perhaps there was still hope for the Yi family. What if he suddenly recovered one day? After making his announcement, Xia Hao turned and bowed deeply to Yi Fan. Divine healer, I owe you my life. The Xia family's influence is limited, but we'll do everything we can. Please forgive our shortcomings. Though the Xia family was a powerhouse in the southwest, Xia Hao knew the true masterminds behind the Yi family's downfall were likely the behemoths from the capital, forces far beyond the Xia family's reach. You help my wife. You good man. Hug. Yi Fan stared at Xia Hao, finally recognizing him. 5 years ago, before his accident, Yi Fan had been traveling in the provincial capital when he stumbled upon Xia Hao, who was being hunted. Xia Hao had been poisoned and stabbed multiple times, barely clinging to life. Yi Fan not only saved him but also eliminated the assassins. With his life spared, Xia Hao had led the Xia family to meteoric success in the following years. Xia Hao sighed as he embraced Yi Fan, patting his back. Ah, divine healer, how did you end up like this? But I'm sure you'll recover. Just then, a faint whisper reached Xia Hao's ears. You've done well. I won't forget this. Xia Hao stiffened, his entire body freezing in shock. That voice. It was the divine healer's. Divine healer, you? Pulling back, Xia Hao stared at Yi Fan in disbelief. Yi Fan said nothing, only giving him the slightest nod. Xia Hao's mind reeled. The divine healer wasn't actually a fool, but why pretend? A shrewd man himself, Xia Hao quickly pieced it together. Yi Fan was feigning weakness to evade his enemy's notice. Brilliant. After all, if Yi Fan hadn't been seen as an idiot, would he have survived the Yi family's massacre? A cold sweat broke out on Xia Hao's back as he recalled that night 5 years ago. Dozens of elite assassins had been after him. Yet a 15-year-old boy had effortlessly slaughtered them all. If Yi Fan had been that formidable back then, how terrifying must his strength be now? A genius with such power, strategy, and medical mastery, yet wise enough to conceal his brilliance. It was only a matter of time before the Yi family rose again. Those who had turned against the Yi family would soon regret it. And the fact that Yi Fan had trusted him with this secret meant Xia Hao had been chosen. In that moment, Xia Hao realized he had just latched onto a golden opportunity. By supporting the Yi and Su families now, the Xia family would undoubtedly become one of the Empire's future superpowers. Overwhelmed, Xia Hao bowed deeply once more. Young Master Yi, you have my word. I'll spare no effort. As for Yi Fan's secret, Xia Hao wasn't foolish enough to reveal it. But what about me? Mr. Xia, what about our prior agreement? Zhao Tianlong sputtered, hopping around like a clown. Chapter 9. Who's the clown? He's bad. He's a bad person. He wants to steal my Ishua wife. Upon hearing Zhao Tianlong speak, Yi Fan immediately hid behind Su Ishua, tugging at her sleeve and shouting. Xia Hao's expression darkened instantly. He knew very well that the Yi family's young master was far from foolish. His martial prowess was astonishing, and his medical skills were extraordinary. Now that the Yi family was facing disaster, Yi Fan was deliberately concealing his brilliance, pretending to be inept. Anything to avoid acting rashly. Since Yi Fan had chosen to trust him, things the young master couldn't handle himself, Xia Hao would handle instead. Slap! Suddenly, Xia Hao raised his hand and struck Zhao Tianlong across the face. You're telling me what to do? When did we ever agree on anything? Gasps erupted from the crowd. Xia Hao, the president of a prominent provincial conglomerate, was known for his composure and dignity. Yet here he was, personally striking Zhao Tianlong? Though the Zhao family was an up-and-coming force in Yunqing, their influence shouldn't be underestimated. By all accounts, Xia Hao had no reason to resort to violence. Was it all because of Yi Fan? Why you? Mr. Xia, why did you hit me? Zhao Tianlong clutched his swollen cheek, utterly bewildered. Why? Just for daring to covet young Master Ye's wife. I'll teach you a lesson your parents failed to. Xia Hao glared coldly. Get lost. Ah.
Yes.
Though arrogant, Zhao Tianlong didn't dare defy Xia Hao's overwhelming presence. But as he responded, he suddenly remembered, this was his banquet hall. Where was he supposed to go? Xia Hao also realized this. After exchanging glances with Yi Fan and Su Ishua, he said, Young Master Yi, Miss Su, there's no point staying here. Why don't we discuss our collaboration elsewhere? Su Ishua, still stunned, quickly nodded. Right, let's go. After gathering the Su family's core members, along with Wang Fugue and Xia Hao, they left the banquet hall. Though Su Ishua had agreed to discuss business with Xia Hao at the company, she was too worried about Yi Fan to leave him alone. She asked her father to accompany Xia Hao first while she drove Yi Fan home. Back at the banquet hall, watching Su Ishua and Yi Fan leave, Zhao Tianlong's face twisted with fury. Damn it! My own event turned into a joke. The memory of being humiliated by Yi Fan made his blood boil. It's all because of that idiot Yi Fan. Ruining everything. Are the men I asked for ready? Several black-suited bodyguards beside him quickly replied, "They're all in position. We can move at any time." Zhao Tianlong's expression darkened. Good. Tonight he won't make it home. Not only had he been tricked into drinking mop water at his own banquet, but the partnership he'd painstakingly arranged with the Xia family had been snatched away by the Su family. Today, Zhao Tianlong had been thoroughly humiliated. With Xia Hao gone, the hundreds of guests soon dispersed as well. They had come for Xia Hao now that he'd sided with the Su family and publicly slighted the Zhao family. There was no reason to stay. On the road, Su Yixue drove toward her residence, her heart fluttering at the thought of the intimate night ahead. Though an adult, she was still an untouched maiden, and the idea left her both nervous and bashful. Glancing at Yifan beside her, she studied his chiseled features, sharp jawline, and piercingly intelligent eyes. Eyes that seemed to pull at her very soul. He really is handsome. If Yifan were in his right mind, countless girls would throw themselves at him. But Su Yixue had no regrets. Marrying him had been her choice, partly to repay the Yi family's kindness, but also because she genuinely liked him. Even when she'd been his sister-in-law, their interactions had left a deep impression. "Yixue wife, why are you staring? Do I look good?" Yifan suddenly spoke, grabbing her wrist and startling her. The car swerved, nearly crashing into a roadside flower bed. Su Yixue's heart raced. She instinctively tried to pull away, but seeing the sincerity in Yifan's eyes, she stopped. "I'm his wife now." What was holding hands compared to what would come later? But would he even know what to do? The thought of having to guide him made her cheeks burn. Strangely, she found herself anticipating the night. Then, from his touch, a warm current flowed into her arm, filling her with energy. Her senses sharpened, her mind clearing. What's happening? Earlier, when they'd embraced before the banquet, she'd vaguely sensed this warmth. Now it was undeniable. Could this be the secret behind Yifan's genius? If physical contact with him granted power, then Shen Yufei had abandoned a living treasure. "Xiaofan, you're very handsome. Our son will be just as good-looking." Su Yixue gently squeezed his hand, her voice tender. Yifan gazed at his former sister-in-law, a chord struck deep within him. So, there are women other than Shen Yufei who can be this gentle. "Having a son sounds great. I want to sleep with my wife and make a baby." Su Yixue's face flushed crimson again. But as he spoke, Yifan's eyes flicked to the rearview mirror. He'd noticed the trailing cars the moment they left the banquet. They tailed them the entire way, repeatedly trying to cut them off but failing. He had a good guess who'd sent them. After the humiliation Zhao Tianlong had suffered today, losing both face and the Xia family's partnership, revenge was inevitable. "Yixue wife, I need to pee. Can we stop?" As the car turned into a quiet alley, Yifan suddenly spoke up. "But there's no restroom here." Su Yixue braked, scanning the area. "Grandpa said boys can pee behind trees." He pointed to a nearby grove. "Hurry! I can't hold it. I might even need to poop, so wait for me. Okay?" Once the car stopped, Yifan dashed into a deserted park. In the lead pursuit car, Zhao Tianlong smirked. "What an idiot, walking right into a trap. Move in. Make sure he never leaves those woods." Chapter 10. Yifan says I should kill you all. As Yifan entered the park, his hands swiftly kneaded his face a few times. Under the dim glow of the streetlights, his appearance transformed in the blink of an eye. Even his own mother wouldn't recognize him now. After completing his disguise, Yifan quietly hid behind a dilapidated flower bed, waiting for Zhao Tianlong and his men. Within seconds, Zhao Tianlong arrived with over a dozen burly bodyguards, flashlights in hand. Scanning the area, they immediately spotted Yifan behind the flower bed. But with his altered appearance, Zhao Tianlong failed to recognize him, even standing right in front of him. "Did you see a young man run in here just now?" Zhao Tianlong eyed Yifan suspiciously, noting that his clothes looked vaguely familiar.
Yifan similed faintly.
"Oh yeah, I saw a guy rush over there, behind those rock formations." He casually pointed toward the artificial hills. Let's go. Surround him. That bastard Yifan isn't leaving here alive tonight. And when we're done, we'll take Su Ishua with us. I need to vent this rage. Zhao Tianlong barked orders at his men, charging toward the rock formations without noticing the icy fury darkening Yifan's expression. Yifan had already recognized the scar-faced man beside Zhao Tianlong, the same man who had orchestrated the car accident 5 years ago to kill him. Back then, they had dared to plot his murder. And now, they sought to finish the job and even defile Su Ishua? Fine. Then don't blame me for showing no mercy. A cold glint flashed in Yifan's eyes as he strode toward the direction Zhao Tianlong's group had gone. Zhao Tianlong and his men scoured the weeds behind the rock formations but found no trace of Yifan. Damn it! Did that bastard trick us? Zhao Tianlong fumed. Where the hell could that bastard Yifan have gone? This is fucking ridiculous. As he turned around, he suddenly came face to face with the young man who had given him directions, Yifan himself. Son of a bitch, you trying to get yourself killed? You said he came this way. Where the hell is he? Zhao Tianlong grabbed Yifan by the collar and snarled, If you lied to me, I'll chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Yifan's expression remained cold. He did come here, but before he left, he told me something. Zhao Tianlong and his men froze. What could a fool like Yifan possibly have said? What did he say? Zhao Tianlong released Yifan, glaring at him intently.
Yifan simirket.
He said some bad guys were chasing him, and told me to kill you all. Silence. Then panic. What do you mean? Zhao Tianlong's voice wavered as he sensed the murderous aura radiating from Yifan. But it was too late. Yifan moved like a ghost, darting into the crowd. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sound of fists striking flesh echoed through the air. Within seconds, all of Zhao Tianlong's men, except for Zhao Tianlong himself and the scar-faced man, lay motionless on the ground. Yifan had spared the lives of the bodyguards, merely crippling them and leaving them unconscious. They would spend the rest of their days bedridden, but they had not been directly involved in his attempted murder. Zhao Tianlong and the scar-faced man, however, had sealed their fate the moment they stepped into these woods. Kill you? That's exactly what I mean. Yifan's voice was emotionless as he kneaded his face again, reverting to his true appearance. Now that they're quiet, we can talk properly. When Zhao Tianlong and the scar-faced man saw Yifan's real face, their blood ran cold. Why you? You're Yifan. You weren't actually brain damaged? You fucking pretended. Zhao Tianlong's pupils dilated in horror as he stared at the unconscious bodies around him. Now it all made sense why Yifan had forced him to drink toilet water at the banquet. 5 years ago, before the accident, Yifan had already been a monstrously talented martial artist. If he had been faking his stupor all this time, just how strong had he become? Zhao Tianlong's legs trembled uncontrollably, his heart sinking into an abyss of terror. If Yifan had been pretending, then he remembered everything, including the assassination attempt. Tell me, Yifan said calmly, leaning against a railing. Why did you try to kill me 5 years ago? Zhao Tianlong knew how terrifying Yifan was. He didn't even dare to run. Thud. The scar-faced man dropped to his knees, kowtowing frantically. Young Master Yi, spare me. It wasn't my idea. Zhao Tianlong ordered me to do it. Please, have mercy. Yifan didn't even glance at him. With a flick of his wrist, a surge of energy blasted the man into dust, scattering his remains into the park's flowing stream. This was one of the abilities granted by the ember flame within Yifan's body. By channeling his martial energy through it, his attacks carried a fire attribute, reducing targets to ashes without a trace. Zhao Tianlong's mind shattered at the sight. He was on the verge of complete collapse. Why, young Master Yi? I was wrong. It wasn't me. A big shot from the provincial capital, the Lu family, forced me to do it. Please, spare me. I'll serve you forever. Zhao Tianlong kowtowed desperately, his forehead slamming against the ground. To him, Yifan was a nightmare. 5 years. 5 years of pretending to be brain damaged. Zhao Tianlong had heard rumors that a powerful figure from the capital had orchestrated the downfall of the Yi family, wiping them out, except for the idiot Yifan. But what they didn't know was that this idiot was the most terrifying existence in the entire Yi family. If he survived tonight, he had to warn the higher-ups. If Yifan lived, none of them would know peace. Who is this big shot from the capital? Yifan's expression darkened. He knew of the Lu family. Old Master Lu had once been his grandfather's most loyal subordinate. Yet they had conspired in his assassination. Once things in Yun City settled, he would pay the Lu family a visit. Young Master Yi, I swear I don't know. The Zhao, Wang, and Li families in Yun City all serve that big shot. But we only take orders from the Lu family. Please, don't kill me. I'll never breathe a word of this. Zhao Tianlong groveled like a beaten dog, his dignity in tatters. Too late for regrets. Without hesitation, Yifan unleashed his energy, reducing Zhao Tianlong to dust, his remains vanishing into the stream. Dead men told no tales. Just then, Su Ishue's trembling voice called out from beyond the trees. Xiao Fan? Are you okay? You've been gone so long. Her voice quivered as she cautiously stepped forward, her phone's flashlight cutting through the darkness. Chapter 11. Uproot the weeds completely. Yifan felt a warmth in his heart. He knew his sister-in-law was terrified of mice. On such a pitch-black night, for her to venture in blindly must have taken immense courage. Su Ishue genuinely cared about him. How rare. Yifan suppressed his earlier chilling aura, reverting to his usual clueless expression. Ishue, my dear wife, I'm fine. I'm coming out. He responded quickly and darted out of the woods. As he approached Su Ishue, he suddenly exclaimed, Wow! A huge rat. Where?
Suiksu shrieked, leaping in fright.
Instinctively, she threw her arms around Yifan's neck and jumped into his embrace. Seizing the opportunity, Yifan pulled her close, his hands brushing against her soft curves as her delicate fragrance enveloped him. It ran away just now. Ishue, you smell amazing, Yifan murmured, nuzzling her neck playfully, making her blush furiously. You're awful. You scared me on purpose, didn't you? Su Ishue pouted, lightly pounding his chest in mock anger. For a moment, she couldn't tell. Was Yifan truly simple-minded, or was he just pretending? Yifan merely grinned foolishly, carrying her toward the car parked by the roadside. Meanwhile, a few drivers remained in Zhao Tianlong's convoy, waiting for their master's triumphant return. But when they saw Yifan emerge unscathed, holding Su Ishue, confusion set in. Where's young Master Zhao? Weren't they supposed to kill Yifan? Why is Yifan out already? Did something go wrong? Let's check inside. After Su Ishue drove off with Yifan, the remaining drivers rushed into the abandoned park. 10 minutes later, they found the unconscious bodyguards behind a rockery. Quick, call an ambulance. Notify the family head. In no time, the abandoned park buzzed with activity. Zhao Dekhang arrived in person, overseeing the transport of the injured bodyguards to the hospital. But what troubled him most was that while all the men were accounted for, Zhao Tianlong and the scarred man were nowhere to be found. How can two grown men vanish into thin air? Keep searching, Zhao Dekhang roared at his subordinates. He only had this one son. If anything happened, the Zhao bloodline would end here. Master, we've combed every corner of this place 8 times. Even the river. There's no trace of young Master Zhao. His men reported helplessly. Should we call the police? Idiots! Zhao Dekhang kicked the speaker in frustration. Are you out of your minds? How do you explain this to the police? That they came here to kill Yifan and then disappeared? The bodyguard captain fell silent, realizing the absurdity of the suggestion. What did the conscious bodyguard say? Zhao Dekhang demanded coldly. The hospital relayed their statements. Their accounts are consistent. They followed Yifan in, encountered a stranger, and were all knocked unconscious. They remember nothing after that. Zhao Dechang's eyes narrowed. A mysterious expert had intervened? Someone capable of incapacitating so many bodyguards yet specifically targeting Zhao Tianlong and the scarred man. His son was likely in grave danger. Who was behind this? Was it an enemy of the Zhao family? Or had someone from the Yi family made a move? Return to the estate. Seal all information about tonight's events. Mobilize every Zhao resource in Yunqing to search for my son. Report any leads immediately. Zhao Dekhang issued the order grimly, unwilling to abandon hope. Yi Fan. That damned brat. They'd failed to kill him 5 years ago, and now he'd brought disaster upon the Zhao family. Since the higher-ups also wanted him dead, Zhao Dekhang would personally ensure there'd be no escape next time. Su Yixue dropped Yi Fan off at her residence, ensuring he was settled before hurrying back to the company. The partnership with the Xia family was a golden opportunity for the Su Corporation. She couldn't afford any mishaps during the contract signing. Once she left, Yi Fan surveyed the villa's surroundings. Though he was alone inside, he detected several figures lurking in the shadows. Some were Su Yixue's bodyguards, assigned to protect him. Others were familiar faces, Yi family guards, likely dispatched by his grandfather. Given the current turmoil, even if enemies dismissed Yi Fan as a fool, no one could predict when they might strike. But ordinary bodyguards were no match for him. Yi Fan cranked up the TV volume in the living room, then slipped out through the back door undetected. Having made his move against Zhao Tianlong, he wouldn't give the Zhao family time to recover. While Su Yixue was away, he'd pay the Zhao estate a visit and wipe them out for good. Zhao family estate, Yunqing. Zhao Dekhang returned home in a foul mood. The family's golden retriever trotted over, wagging its tail as usual. Scram! Zhao Dekhang kicked the dog away. Whimpering, it retreated, bewildered by its master's outburst. Tormented by thoughts of his missing son, Zhao Dekhang stormed into his study.
No disturbances.
But the moment he flipped on the light, his pupils constricted in shock. You? Yi Fan, how are you here? Seated calmly in the study's armchair, Yi Fan fixed him with a venomous glare that sent chills down Zhao Dechang's spine. 5 years ago, your family failed to kill me. Regretting it now. Yi Fan's lips curled coldly as he stood. Zhao Dechang's mind reeled. You were faking your idiocy? You're not actually. He instinctively reached for the door to summon guards, but before he could react, whoosh! A pencil shot through the air, pinning his hand to the wood. Ack! His scream was muffled as a rag stuffed into his mouth. Answer my questions truthfully, and I'll spare you unnecessary pain. Yi Fan stepped closer, his murderous aura making Zhao Dechang's hair stand on end. Chapter 12, The Fall of the Zhao Family. Zhao Dekhang knew he had no choice. With no other option, he could only nod in reluctant agreement. Yi Fan pulled the rag out of Zhao Dechang's mouth. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain in his arms, Zhao Dekhang spoke in despair. Tianlong is already dead by your hand, isn't he? Though he had already guessed the answer, he still wanted confirmation. What do you think? Yi Fan replied coldly. 5 years ago, he tried to run me over with a car. Today, he wanted to kill me. Should I have spared him for the new year? Yi Fan was never merciful to those who sought his life. Mercy to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. Zhao Dekhang closed his eyes in anguish. So it's true. What a pity. 5 years ago, after Yi Fan had been reduced to a fool, they should have finished the job. They should have killed him then and there. Now, because of their hesitation, the Zhao family would fall by Yi Fan's hand. Ask your questions, Zhao Dekhang said, his voice calm. Knowing his death was inevitable, he felt strangely at peace. If he was doomed, then let Yi Fan and the forces behind him tear each other apart. That would be a battle worth watching. Aside from the Wang and Li families in Yunqing, who else serves the Lu family from the provincial capital? Yi Fan's first question made Zhao Dekhang freeze. So, Yi Fan has already investigated the forces behind me this thoroughly? Whoever called him a fool is the real fool. Yi Fan had played the fool for 5 years, hiding his true capabilities. He strikes only when ready, and when he does, he becomes his enemy's worst nightmare. The Lu family's only subordinate clans in Yunqing are the Wang and Li families, Zhao Dekhang admitted. But beyond them, the Lu family has other experts stationed here, constantly monitoring the Yi family's movements. I don't know where they're hiding, though. He paused before adding bitterly, I regret not killing you 5 years ago, but mark my words, you can't win against them. Ignoring his words, Yi Fan pressed on, Who are the powerful figures in the capital backing the Lu family? What do you know? Zhao Dekhang shook his head. We know very little about the capital's elites. The only time I met their representative, he wore a mask. Everyone called him Young Master Zhou. I don't know his true identity, but their influence is terrifying. They can even decide the appointment of Yunqing's governor with a snap of their fingers. But I do know one thing, they targeted the Yi family not just because of your clan's strength, but because they were searching for something. Yi Fan questioned him further but gained little else of value. With a surge of energy, Yi Fan unleashed a force that reduced Zhao Dekhang to dust, scattering his remains out the window into the wind. In the next moment, Yi Fan vanished like a ghost from the Zhao estate. It seems I'll have to investigate the Lu family in the provincial capital to uncover the truth about the forces in the capital behind them. Shortly after Yi Fan's departure, a series of shocking events rocked Yunqing. Zhao Dechang's younger brother and his entire family died in a car accident, their vehicle plunging into the Yunsha River. Another core member of the Zhao family fell from the 18th floor after a meeting. Soon, rumors spread that Zhao Dekhang and his son had mysteriously disappeared. Yi family manor, Yunqing. Yi Changfeng listened to the report from his guard captain, Lung Feng, his brow furrowed. So, the Zhao family was wiped out overnight? Zhao Dekhang, his brother, and other key members had all vanished or died under suspicious circumstances. This was no coincidence. Yes, Lung Feng confirmed. Our intelligence indicates that Zhao Tianlong had planned to ambush the young master at the banquet, but ended up humiliating himself instead. We also found evidence linking the Zhao family to the car accident that injured the young master 5 years ago. But the trail has gone cold. Yi Changfeng was no stranger to the incident. Officially, the driver had been drunk, and the collision was ruled an accident. The man had been imprisoned, but Yi Changfeng never believed it was mere chance. Every time the Yi family investigated, they encountered interference from a shadowy force, forcing them to abandon their inquiries. Now, just as new clues emerged, the Zhao family had been exterminated. Another coincidence? To eliminate the Zhao family so swiftly and thoroughly, the perpetrator must be at least a grandmaster. Yi Changfeng mused, scanning the documents. Since when did Yunqing have such a powerful martial artist? Then a thought struck him. Where is Yi Fan now? 5 years ago, Yi Fan had already been a grandmaster. Could he have regained his senses and taken revenge? The young master was escorted home by Miss Su and has remained there under our surveillance, Lang Feng assured him. The guards stationed around Su Ishua's residence were his most trusted men, all at the martial control level. I see. Yi Changfeng sighed in disappointment. Keep a close watch on the Su Corporation. Those targeting the Yi family will undoubtedly move against the Su family next. Su Ishua had risked everything to protect Yi Fan. The Yi family could not let her down. Though the Yi family had suffered heavy losses, as long as he, Yi Changfeng, still drew breath, and with the backing of the million-strong Heavenly Dragon Army, he would ensure the Su family's safety. Understood. There's one more thing. Xia Hao, the head of the Xia family from the provincial capital, recognized the young master at today's banquet. He claimed Yi Fan had saved his life 5 years ago and insisted on partnering with the Su Corporation despite opposition. This should ease some of the pressure on them. Oh! Yi Changfeng raised an eyebrow. I didn't know Yi Fan's medical skills were that advanced 5 years ago. That's good news. Su Corporation headquarters. In her office, Su Ishua stared blankly at the mirror, the freshly signed contract with Xia Hao lying on her desk. Though she had resolved to marry Yi Fan and bear his children, now that the moment was near, her heart fluttered with nervousness. The thought of bearing herself before him made her cheeks burn. The reflection in the mirror showed a woman of breathtaking beauty, curves in all the right places, a figure that could drive any man wild. Countless young masters of Yunqing had coveted her. And tonight, she would belong to Yi Fan. Royal KTV Yunqing. Su Dong and a group of wealthy young masters drank, sang, and indulged in debauchery. As one song ended, a playboy frowned. It's almost midnight. Why hasn't Zhao Tianlong shown up? They had agreed to celebrate here after Zhao Tianlong dealt with Yi Fan. But after 2 hours, there was still no sign of him. Su Dong frowned and dialed Zhao Tianlong's number, only to hear the automated message. The number you have dialed cannot be reached. Frustrated, he called another Zhao family contact. The response turned his blood to ice. Young Master Su, Zhao Tianlong won't be coming. Zhao Dekhang and his son have disappeared. Every core member of the Zhao family has been killed within the last hour. The Zhao family is finished. Chapter 13. That's not how you sleep. Ha! Su Dong couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Just a few hours ago, he had been laughing and chatting with Zhao Tianlong. How could Zhao Tianlong have vanished in such a short time? The others had no idea where Zhao Tianlong had gone, but Su Dong knew very well. Zhao Tianlong had gone to kill Yi Fan. Now, Zhao Tianlong had disappeared while trying to kill Yi Fan, and shortly after, Zhao Dekhang had also gone missing? How could such a coincidence exist? The only explanation was that something had gone wrong during the attempt to kill Yi Fan, and the consequences had dragged down the entire Zhao family. Had that fool Yi Fan awakened? The thought sent a chill down Su Dong's spine, especially when he recalled what he and his father had done over the years. Su Dong and his father, Su Jian, had been adopted by Yi Changfeng and taken under the Yi family's protection. Yet, while managing the family's affairs, they had secretly schemed to seize the Yi family's assets for themselves. If Yi Fan had truly awakened, he would never let them off the hook. Did you find out who was behind this? Su Dong cautiously asked. A close associate of the Zhao family sighed heavily before responding. We have no leads, but according to a letter left in the family head study, Zhao Dekhang had once stolen the woman of a grandmaster-level martial artist. Now that man has returned for revenge. His name is Fan Yi.
Fan Yi.
Hearing that it wasn't Yi Fan, Su Dong felt a wave of relief wash over him. Then his eyes gleamed with excitement. Another grandmaster-level expert had appeared in Yun City? If he could offer a high enough price to hire this man to eliminate Yi Fan and that old fool and his family, wouldn't all his worries be over? With that thought, Su Dong's initial fear turned into delight. The annihilation of the Zhao family had been a shock, but it also presented an opportunity. Young Master Su, what happened to young Master Zhao? As soon as Su Dong hung up the phone, all the wealthy young heirs stopped their revelry and stared at him intently. The Zhao family has been wiped out. Apparently, Zhao Dekhang offended a grandmaster-level expert. Su Dong sneered. Humph. Yi Fan's luck is unbelievable. He managed to escape death this time. But next time, we'll see if he's still so fortunate. After dealing with the Zhao family, Yi Fan returned home and had just finished washing up when Su Yixue arrived. Seeing Yi Fan safe and sound, Su Yixue let out a sigh of relief. On her way back, she had already heard about what happened to the Zhao family. Xiao Fan, did you hear? That Zhao Tianlong who bullied you has been dealt with by a bad guy. He'll never bother you again. Deep down, Su Yixue still had her doubts. Zhao Tianlong had only bullied Yi Fan at the banquet and threatened to steal his wife. Yet, within an hour, the entire Zhao family had been exterminated. Was it really just a coincidence? She suspected Yi Fan might have been behind it, but when she asked the bodyguards she had stationed outside, they confirmed that Yi Fan had never left the villa during her absence. That ruled him out. But if not Yi Fan, then who was this mysterious grandmaster? Fan Yi? And why had the timing been so perfect? Great! No one will steal my wife now. This is wonderful! Yi Fan cheered, wrapping his arms around Su Yixue's neck and pressing his face close to hers in excitement. Though Su Yixue had mentally prepared herself, the overwhelming masculine aura radiating from Yi Fan still made her nervous. Wait, let me take a shower first. You, go wait for me in the bedroom, she stammered, her face flushing red as she hurried toward the bathroom. Standing in the living room, Yifan watched her retreating figure with a faint smile. Has this little sister-in-law really prepared herself to be my woman? Faced with such beauty, should I make my move or not? 5 minutes later, when Su Ishue stepped into the bedroom wearing a pink, seductive nightgown, Yifan was already lying obediently in bed. Ishue, am I being good? Yifan asked with an innocent expression. Su Ishue's heart melted at his childlike sincerity. Xiao Fan is the best. Poor Yifan. Once a prodigy, now reduced to this state. Perhaps if all of us sisters work together, we can awaken him? With that thought, she pushed aside her shyness, gently lay down beside him, and pulled him into her arms. Xiao Fan, come here. Yifan, amused by her nervousness, deliberately played dumb. Ishue, what should I do? He lifted his head, staring at her with wide, expectant eyes. Su Ishue blushed furiously but quickly reminded herself that Yifan's mental state was like a child's. He probably had no understanding of intimacy. We're gonna sleep together, and then I'll give you a chubby little baby, she coaxed. But Yifan tilted his head in confusion. Aren't we already sleeping? And not like this. Su Ishue was both embarrassed and frustrated. For a moment, she wondered if Yifan was teasing her on purpose. Then how should we sleep? Chapter 14. Xuan Yufei comes to apologize? Too late. Like this? Slow down. Take off your clothes first. Under Su Ishue's step-by-step guidance, the room gradually filled with sounds unfit for young ears. When yin and yang merged, and heaven and earth became one, a single tear slid down Su Ishue's cheek. Silently, she prayed, Ancestors of the Yi family, I, Su Ishue, have not failed you. I have become a daughter-in-law of the Yi family. Though it was no longer the seventh son of the past, it was still Yifan, a direct descendant of the Yi bloodline. As the two moved together, a surging warmth flowed between them, nourishing both Yifan and Su Ishue. Under the flickering flame in his dantian, Yifan's martial energy rapidly intensified. In a short time, his strength had already reached the peak of the martial venerable realm, on the verge of breaking through to the next level. Meanwhile, Su Ishue, bathed in that same warmth, felt power gradually gathering within her body. Faint traces of martial energy even began to emerge. Under Yifan's tender yet rough movements, Su Ishue felt like a small boat adrift on the ocean, rising to the crest of a wave one moment, then plunging into the depths the next. This went on for hours. Outside the window, even the moonlight seemed shy, hiding behind the clouds to avoid witnessing the scene inside. Beyond the villa, the bodyguards of both the Yi and Su families listened to the commotion inside. They couldn't help but chuckle. Even though the young master has lost his wits, his stamina hasn't diminished. Haha, Miss Su is in for a happy life. If only the young master could regain his senses soon. He and Miss Su would be a perfect match. When the storm finally subsided, Su Ishue had already fallen into a deep slumber in Yifan's arms. Meanwhile, Yifan felt refreshed and invigorated. Gazing at the delicate woman in his embrace, something tugged at his heart. From this moment on, Su Ishue is my woman. No one but me will ever lay a finger on her. Yifan had made this decision for several reasons. First, his 7 stunning sisters-in-law had publicly declared their intention to marry him. Rejecting them outright would be ungrateful and disrespectful. Second, his current rate of progress in martial arts was too slow. By uniting with Su Ishue, he could absorb the nourishing energy needed to rapidly increase his strength. The Yi family was in grave danger, nearly wiped out with him as the sole survivor. If Yifan didn't grow strong enough, he would never be able to restore the Yi family, protect his sisters-in-law, or avenge the fallen. Thus, he had to become stronger fast. And the flickering flame in his dantian was the quickest path to power. After gently laying Su Ishue on the bed, Yifan sat cross-legged and began circulating his martial energy. A deep, icy glint flashed in his eyes. Young Master Zhou of Shangjing, you'd better prepare yourself. Those who dare move against the Yi family will pay, every last one of them. Meanwhile, in the provincial capital of Huadu, the Lu family mansion was brightly lit. Seated at the head of the hall, Lu Ran, the family patriarch, wore a dark expression. Has Xia Hao lost his mind? The Yi family is already on the verge of collapse, with everyone cutting ties. Yet he's siding with them, partnering with the Su Corporation. Is he courting death? Too much had happened today. The fall of the Yi family, Xuan Yufei's annulment of her engagement. But then, Yi Fan's 7 sisters-in-law had all declared they would marry him. To the Yi family's enemies, this was a direct challenge. Orders had been swiftly issued to suppress the Su Corporation as a warning to others. Yet the Xia family had chosen this moment to ally with the Su Corporation, even declaring that anyone who opposed them would face the Xia family's wrath. Their stance was unmistakable. According to Xia Hao, Yi Fan saved his life 5 years ago when he was still a genius. He claims this is repayment, a subordinate explained. Lu Ran snorted. I don't care about his reasons. By supporting the Su Corporation, he's opposing the Lu family and the forces behind us. After a pause, he continued, send the order. The Zhao family of Yunqing is to attack the Su Corporation at all costs. Yes, sir. The subordinate bowed but then hesitated. Patriarch, we've just received word. The Zhao family has been exterminated. What? Lu Ran shot to his feet. Zhao Dekhang was speaking with me just this morning. How could they be wiped out overnight? The subordinate handed over a detailed report. Zhao Dekhang offended a grandmaster named Fan Yi. Apparently, he stole Fan Ye's woman in their youth, and this was revenge. What a coincidence! Lu Ran's instincts told him something was amiss. The timing was too perfect. Zhao Tianlong had just humiliated and tried to kill Yi Fan before the Zhao family was annihilated. If not for concrete evidence placing Yi Fan elsewhere, Lu Ran would have suspected the return of the monstrous genius from 5 years ago. What now, Patriarch? If the Su Corporation fully allies with the Xia family, they'll soar overnight. Our blockade will be useless. The Xia family's influence matched the Lu family's, with even deeper roots. If they fully backed the Su Corporation, enforcing the suppression order would be nearly impossible. Lu Ran's eyes darkened. The Zhao family is gone, but there's still the Wang and Li families. Order them to act together by any means necessary. They must crush the Su Corporation. Ruin Su Ishua's reputation if they have to. Turn Yunqing upside down if needed. Before, no one would have dared slight the 7 sisters-in-law, given their ties to the Yi family. But now that the Yi family had fallen, their backing no longer carried the same weight. The more chaos in Yunqing, the better. Only in turbulent waters could Lu Ran discern the truth, whether Yi Fan was truly a fool or merely pretending, and who still secretly supported the Yi family. In Yunqing, the night was deep. Yet in the Xuanyu family estate, Xuan Yufei tossed and turned, unable to sleep. During the annulment, she had clearly seen the disappointment in Yi Fan's eyes. Had she truly failed him? Chapter 15. I'm already his woman. Stop harassing my man. When he heard it was Xian Yufei, Yi Fan's heart clenched. The girl who had accompanied him through his youth had left a deep imprint on his heart. But Xian Yufei had chosen to break off their engagement in such a public manner, essentially kicking him while he was down. Though it wasn't her decision, the fact that she hadn't stood up for him had wounded Yi Fan deeply. Even so, whenever he thought of her, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Let's go see her. Su Ishua looped her arm through Yi Fan's, adjusted her appearance, and deliberately mussed her clothes a little before leading him outside. At the villa's entrance, Xian Yufei stood alone. When she saw Yi Fan and Su Ishua walking out together so intimately, her heart twisted in pain. Had Yi Fan and Su Ishua gotten together in just one day? Xian Yufei, why are you here? Didn't you already call off the engagement yesterday? Did you come back to humiliate my man again? Su Ishua's tone was icy. The dignity of the Yi family was something they should have all upheld together. But the Shen family had trampled on it in front of everyone yesterday. And now they wanted to come back and mock Yi Fan again? Xian Yufei knew how much her actions had hurt others, so she didn't argue. Instead, She turned to Yi Fan with gentle eyes. Fan, I came to apologize. Yesterday, that wasn't my decision. It was my second uncle's. Her voice trembled, on the verge of tears. Deep down, Xian Yufei loved Yi Fan dearly. But she was timid by nature, and when her uncle had made the announcement, she hadn't had the courage to stand up for him like Yu Linglong and the others. But now, after just one night, everything was beyond repair. Yufei, there you are. I've been looking for you all morning. Didn't we agree to go see a movie today? Before Xian Yufei could finish, a Mercedes pulled up beside them, and Li Yunyang, the young master of the Li family in Yunqing, stepped out. He handed her a bouquet of roses with a tender smile. This. Xian Yufei was so embarrassed she could have dug a hole in the ground with her toes. She had come to apologize. Why was Li Yunyang here now? Who had told him where she was? It had to be her second uncle. Ugh. Xian Yufei, is this how you apologize? Did you come to say sorry, or to flaunt your new relationship? Seeing the sorrow in Yi Fan's eyes, Su Yixue couldn't hold back. Listen, Xian Yufei, I'm already Yi Fan's woman. So from now on, stay away from my husband. To drive the point home, Su Yixue cupped Yi Fan's face and kissed him softly on the lips. It was both a declaration and a challenge. Crack. Xian Yufei felt her heart shatter. Had they really gotten together so quickly? But Yi Fan was supposed to be a fool. Did he even understand such things? Yi Fan had initially felt a flicker of warmth when Xian Yufei came to apologize. But seeing Li Yunyang appear, his mood darkened. Worse, from Zhao Tianlong and Zhao Dekhang, he'd learned that the Li family of Yunqing was a subordinate of the Lu family from the provincial capital, and had taken part in the suppression of the Yi family. They were the Yi family's sworn enemies. Xian Yufei had not only left him but had immediately turned to one of his family's foes. That was something Yi Fan couldn't accept. Hee. Yufei, if you won't be my wife, I've got another one. Prettier than you and 6 more besides. Yi Fan counted on his fingers with exaggerated seriousness. He was doing this on purpose. You don't want me, Xian Yufei? Fine. I've got 7 beautiful sisters-in-law who do. G.U.H. Xian Yufei felt blood rise in her throat, her chest burning. She staggered slightly, her face pale, but forced a smile. Fan. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. I wish you the best. With that, she turned and hurried to her car, barely holding back her tears. When Li Yunyang tried to help her, she shoved him away angrily. Get lost. She had never liked Li Yunyang, but after the Yi family's downfall, her second uncle had insisted she get close to him for the Xian family's sake. Meanwhile, Su Yixue was at her company, worrying about how to handle Yi Fan. Leaving him alone at home wasn't safe, but taking him to work would be inconvenient, especially since she had meetings to attend. Just as she was fretting, Wang Fugue arrived in his car. Don't worry, sis-in-law. I'll take care of Big Bro, he declared, putting her at ease. Wang Fugue and Yi Fan had been inseparable since childhood. No matter what, Wang Fugue always had Yi Fan's back. Plus, with Wang Fugue's growing strength, Yi Fan would be safe with him. All right, I'll leave him to you. I'll be back as soon as I can. After a few more instructions, Su Yixue drove off. Once she was gone, Wang Fugue turned to Yi Fan in the car. Big Bro, drop the act. I know you're faking it. Between us, there's no need to pretend, right? After last night's banquet, Wang Fugue had grown suspicious. Yi Fan's behavior, that strange feeling, something was different. If Yi Fan had truly been a fool before, maybe he'd recovered. Then came the news. The Zhao family had been wiped out overnight. Wang Fugue's first thought was that Yi Fan had done it. But when he called Old Master Yi, he learned Yi Fan had stayed at Su Yixue's villa the whole time. No opportunity to act. Baffled, Wang Fugue had come to test the waters. Lao Wang, what do you want to act with? I've got a plastic bag here. Want it? Yi Fan pulled out a crumpled bag, leaving Wang Fugue speechless. Is he really still a fool? Big Bro, whether you're faking or not, I'm treating you as if you're back to normal. Wang Fugue started the car. Since we've got time, let's visit some of our old haunts. Maybe it'll jog your memory.
Yi Fan answered.
Places I used to frequent before I lost my mind? Please don't tell me it's those high-end brothels. Chapter 16. A worthless rock for 50,000? Big bro, did you hear? The Zhao family was wiped out yesterday by a grandmaster named Fan Yi. Serves them right. That bastard Zhao Tianlong insulted you at the banquet. He got what he deserved. Big bro, you need to watch out for those two snakes, Su Jian and Su Dong. They're bad news. I bet they had something to do with the Yi family's downfall. The entire ride, Wang Fugui's mouth ran like a machine gun, never stopping. But his chatter gave Yi Fan a rough idea of the current situation in Yunqing. Wang Fugui finally parked in front of a dilapidated pavilion. The moment Yi Fan saw the familiar place, memories flooded back. This was Yunqing's largest underground black market, one of the biggest in the entire southwest region. Inside, you could find anything. Elixirs to boost martial cultivation, rare herbs, and countless exotic treasures. As long as you could pay the price, there was nothing you couldn't buy here. Nothing was beyond reach. Back in the day, Yi Fan used to drag Wang Fugui here to hunt for rare finds. Recognize this place? Wang Fugui opened the car door and grinned. Big bro, you used to bring me here all the time. Buy things. Buy things. Yi Fan put on a deliberately naive act, clapping his hands as he wandered toward the black market entrance. The Yunqing underground market was quite literally underground. The surface looked desolate, but the real action happened 3 levels below. Wang Fugui trailed behind, watching as Yi Fan confidently strode toward the entrance. A glint flashed in his eyes. Big bro still remembers the way? He's not completely gone after all. There's still hope for his recovery. And for the Yi family. Of course, my big bro was never weak. Big bro, wait for me. Wang Fugui called out, jogging after him. But what he didn't realize was, everything he saw was exactly what Yi Fan wanted him to see. It had been 5 years since Yi Fan last stepped foot here. As he and Wang Fugui descended to the 3rd underground level, the scene was as bustling as ever. There were raucous fighting rings, burly men pinning women onto tables in the open, but none of that interested Yi Fan. His focus was on the alley lined with black market stalls. Back when Yi Fan was still a prodigy, he'd bought countless treasures here. Elixirs, talismans, and more. Now that he'd awakened, he wanted to see if there was anything here to help Wang Fugui break through to the Grandmaster realm. Yi Fan remembered back when Wang Fugui followed him, he'd treated elixirs like candy. 5 years ago, he'd been on the verge of reaching Grandmaster. Yet now, he was still stuck at peak control realm. This loyal brother of his deserved a boost. Big bro, see anything you like? Just point it out. Old Wang will buy it for you today. Yi Fan scanned the stalls, his mystical pupils activating, allowing him to see through the surface of objects. Some counterfeit antiques had no energy fluctuations. Fake. Others were genuine but grossly overpriced. After covering 2/3 of the alley, nothing had caught his eye. Then, at a stall selling rocks, a pitch-black stone suddenly drew his attention. Outwardly, it looked utterly ordinary. But through his pupils, Yi Fan saw something astonishing. Inside the rock was a chi condensation pill, a rare elixir that could help someone break through to Grandmaster. In the open market, even 10 billion might not be enough to buy one. Why would someone seal such a treasure inside a worthless rock? But since fate had brought it to him, Yi Fan wasn't about to let it slip away. He stopped, pretending to examine other decorative stones. Boss, how much for this one? 50,000. And this? 80,000. After haggling over several rocks, annoying the vendor, Yi Fan finally pointed at the black stone. This one looks fun. My cat would love playing with it. The stall owner barely glanced at it. Buy any other stone, and I'll throw this one in for free. A faint smirk curled on the vendor's lips. That rock had been nothing more than a table leg stabilizer in his house. He'd only brought it along because it looked decent. Who knew some idiot would actually want it? Deal. I'll take these too. Yi Fan cheerfully grabbed the black stone and another marked at 30,000, waving at Wang Fugui. Old Wang, pay up. You promised. Wang Fugui grimaced. Big bro, These are clearly junk. Why waste money? He wasn't being stingy, just disappointed. Back in Yifan's prime, his judgment had been razor sharp. Now, after his dementia, he couldn't even tell trash from treasure? Sigh. Humph. So you won't buy it for me? Fine, I'll pay myself. Yifan made a show of patting his pockets. But of course he had no money. After his accident 5 years ago, everyone treated him like a fool. No one would trust him with cash. All right, I'll pay. Just be happy, big bro. Wang Fugue sighed, handing over the money. At this point, he was just relieved Yifan still remembered the black market and could still shop. Transaction complete. The two wandered around a bit longer but found nothing else worthwhile. Just as they were about to leave, Yifan's sharp ears caught a nearby conversation. Did you hear? The Yi family's in deep trouble. 10 of their heroes died yesterday, but their enemies aren't done yet. They've hired a near-martial sovereign expert to wipe out the last of the Yi bloodline in the coming days. A martial sovereign. There aren't even a handful of those in all of Xia. What did the Yi family do to deserve this? Old Master Yi fought tooth and nail for the empire. Power invites envy, I guess. A shame. Such a heroic lineage, and not even their descendants will be spared. Yifan's heart clenched. They're moving this fast? Hiring a martial sovereign to exterminate the last of the Yi family? Humph. Now that I've awakened, you won't get your way. Chapter 17. Eat this rock. You have to. Yifan turned his head and quietly memorized the faces of those men. He would find them as soon as possible and investigate where the rumors had originated. Before that expert could make a move against the Yi family, Yifan needed to eliminate him first. After leaving the underground black market, Wang Fugue watched as Yifan kept fiddling with a few rocks in his hand and sighed helplessly. Had I misjudged? I thought Big Brother had awakened, but he's still like this. Who knows when he'll fully recover? If Big Brother doesn't recover soon, the Yi family won't last much longer. Relying solely on those girls to hold the line wouldn't be enough to withstand the enemy's onslaught. Old Wang, try this. It tastes great. Yifan handed the pitch-black rock to Wang Fugue, who nearly laughed in exasperation. Big Brother, this is a rock, not candy. You can't eat it. Of course you can. Watch, just bite down and crack. It shatters. To convince Wang Fugue, Yifan even sacrificed himself, using his teeth to bite into the rock. The sight made Wang Fugue's own teeth ache. I'll pass. Wang Fugue shook his head, tucking the rock away. I'll take it home and eat it later. Okay?
No.
Seeing Wang Fugue try to pocket the rock, Yifan panicked. This idiot couldn't see the treasure hidden inside. If he took it home, he might just throw it away. You said it yourself. True brothers share fortune and hardship. If you won't eat it, you don't see me as your big brother. Yifan plopped onto the ground, pouting like a child throwing a tantrum. Wang Fugue looked at him bitterly. Fine. I'll eat it, alright? You win, big brother. He put the rock in his mouth, planning to use a bit of internal energy to crack it and pretend to chew. Sigh. Right now, Yifan was just like a kid. What was the point of arguing with him? But the moment his teeth touched the rock's surface, Wang Fugue froze. It wasn't as hard as he expected. In fact, the outer layer felt soft, crack. With barely any effort, the rock split in half. Wang Fugue spat out the 2 pieces and stared at what lay inside. His pupils dilated in shock. An energy core pill. Heavens! He cut himself off, clamping a hand over his mouth. Bringing the fragments closer, he examined them again and again.
No mistake.
It was an energy core pill. This was a priceless elixir crucial for breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, or even the martial sovereign realm. With this pill, the success rate of advancing to Grandmaster increased by 70%, and to martial sovereign by 50%. But in the entire Great Xia Empire, the number of alchemists capable of refining such a pill could be counted on one hand. Not long ago, a single pill had been auctioned for 5 billion, and even then, it was nearly impossible to obtain, regardless of wealth. If word got out, countless powerful factions would stop at nothing to seize it. And now one was right in his hands? After confirming its authenticity, Wang Fugue looked at Yi Fan with newfound awe. Was this a coincidence? Or did Big Brother do this on purpose? Yi Fan had thrown a fit to buy those rocks, and inside one was an energy core pill? The odds of that happening by chance were lower than winning a 200 million lottery. Big Brother, are you really acting foolish? Or are you hiding something from me? Did you know there was a pill inside? Wang Fugue was stunned. This couldn't be a coincidence. But Yi Fan just blinked blankly. Old Wang, see? Told you it was tasty. Come on, eat it while it's fresh. Wang Fugue was speechless. After scrutinizing Yi Fan and confirming he wasn't faking, he carefully stored the pill away. Big Brother, you're my lucky star. With this, I can break through to Grandmaster soon. Once I do, I'll be even stronger, better able to protect you. In the Great Xia Empire, Grandmasters were rare. Reaching that level meant one could dominate a region, becoming a powerhouse in their own right. A single Grandmaster was enough to uphold an entire super clan. Hearing Wang Fugue's words, Yi Fan smirked inwardly. At least you've got some sense. For now, Yi Fan had to keep pretending. With many things impossible to handle openly, Wang Fugue was the perfect proxy. And his strength growing stronger only benefited Yi Fan. Just as they got into the car to head home, Yi Fan's phone rang. It was Xia Hao. Divine Physician Yi, are you free? I'd like to invite you to dinner and introduce you to a few people. Xia Hao knew the truth about Yi Fan. At yesterday's banquet, Yi Fan had revealed his real condition. Knowing he'd latched onto a golden opportunity, Xia Hao wanted to introduce his trusted subordinates in Yunqing. Food?
I'm hungry.
Yi Fan mumbled into the phone before turning to Wang Fugue. Wang Fugue took the call, recognized Xia Hao, and agreed. Soon, they were on their way to the restaurant. He had been at the banquet too and knew of Xia Hao's connection with Yi Fan. Half an hour later, Royal Grand Hotel, Celestial Suite. Yi Fan sat at the head of the table, with Wang Fugue beside him. Across from them were Xia Hao and two other men. One was Li Hu, the underground overlord of Yunqing. The other was Sun Qian, the city's governor. Young Master Yi, let me introduce them. Both are part of the Xia family's network. This is Li Hu. He handles less visible matters in Yunqing. If you ever need help resolving disputes, he's your man. Li Hu immediately stood and bowed. Li Hu greets young Master Yi. From now on, I am at your command. And this is Governor Sun Qian. In 5 years, he'll likely be promoted to the provincial capital. If you need official assistance, he can help. Sun Qian also rose respectfully. Young Master Yi, if there's anything I can do, I won't hesitate. Yunqing wasn't large, so Li Hu and Sun Qian already knew of Yi Fan. His story was no secret. 5 years ago, Yi Fan had been the Yi family's most monstrous genius, reaching the Grandmaster realm at just 15. His future had been limitless. Then, a car accident left him mentally impaired. But even that couldn't erase his past brilliance. Neither man understood why Xia Hao, when everyone else was avoiding the Yi family, was treating Yi Fan with such reverence, almost like a father. But as men raised by the Xia family, they knew Xia Hao had his reasons. Could it be the youngest Yi heir has awakened? If so, aligning with the Yi family now would mean soaring to new heights later. Xia Hao, aware that Yi Fan was fully lucid, still played along for appearances. Brother Wang, since you're young Master Ye's closest friend, you can contact these two directly if he's indisposed. Thank you, Patriarch Xia. Though simple-minded, Wang Fugue recognized this as a lifeline. With Li Hu and Sun Qian, one in the shadows, one in the light, Yi Fan would face far fewer troubles in Yunqing. Just as they began eating, Li Hu's phone buzzed. His face paled as he read the message. Young Master Yi, Patriarch Xia, bad news. My men just reported that old Wolf Wu's forces have all mobilized. They're heading to hunt down
Misuyixue.
Chapter 18. Is my wife, Ishue, being hunted? Ha! Upon hearing Li Hu's words, Yi Fan's eyes instantly turned sharp. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, chilling the air in the room by several degrees. Save my wife! Save my wife! Restraining himself in front of so many people, Yifan could only rise abruptly and rush out of the private room. Su Ishue just became my woman last night, and now she's already being hunted? If I find out who's behind this, I'll grind their bones to dust. Xia Hao immediately barked orders. Stop standing around. Mobilize everyone. Spare no cost to ensure Miss Su's safety. From Yifan's reaction, Xia Hao understood that Su Ishue held immense importance in his heart. This was the first task since pledging loyalty to Yifan. Failure was not an option. Understood. Li Hu responded and began issuing frantic commands. All units move out immediately. No matter the cost, eliminate Old Wolf Wu. This is war. Sun Qian, as an official, couldn't intervene directly. Still, he swiftly made calls, leveraging all his available resources to assist. In an instant, the entire city of Yunqing erupted into chaos. Gangs of Li Hu's men flooded the streets, armed and ready. Every informant was activated, quickly pinpointing Old Wolf Wu's movements. Boss, Old Wolf Wu is heading toward Liang Family Alley in the western suburbs. Latest intel confirms they haven't succeeded yet. Miss Su is retreating under her guard's protection. As Yifan and Li Hu sped toward the western suburbs by car, the update brought Yifan a sliver of relief. At least Ishue is still unharmed. Faster! Save my wife! Save my wife! His fury was barely contained. With the Yi family in turmoil, do these people really think we're defenseless? That anyone can trample over us? It's time to teach them a lesson. If yesterday's annihilation of the Zhao family was seen as an accident, today, once he identified the mastermind, Yifan would ensure the retaliation was far more brutal. This would serve as a warning to anyone daring to target the Su or Yi families. They would learn the consequences of provoking the Yi name. Yunqing western suburbs. Inside a battered sedan, Su Ishue sat rigidly. The car was barely functional. Its front end crumpled, the rear missing chunks of metal. Apart from the driver, two blood-soaked bodyguards flanked her. Earlier, Su Ishue had met with Zhang Biao, the Su family's largest supplier, to negotiate continued cooperation. But she never expected Zhang Biao to set a trap, hiring local thugs to ambush and attempt to assault her in a hotel. Thankfully, her guards had acted swiftly, carving a path of escape. Yet the gangsters pursued like relentless parasites, chasing them from downtown to the western outskirts. Bang! Speeding vans rammed Su Ishue's car from both sides, forcing it into a narrow alley, where it hit a dead end. Miss Su, run! The lead bodyguard, Zhao Datu, rasped. You took us in when we had nothing. Now it's our turn to repay you. Go as far as you can. We'll hold them off. Years ago, Zhao Datu had been a dying vagrant beneath a bridge. Su Ishue had saved him, nursing him back to health, offering him a job, and training him as her protector. His loyalty was absolute. Be careful. Su Ishue knew hesitation meant death. With a final glance, she sprinted deeper into the alley. Her eyes burned with resolve. The moment she vowed to marry Yifan, she had braced for hardship, but not this soon. Still, she was prepared. As Yifan's woman, she would rather die than let anyone touch her or use her as leverage against him. Behind her, Zhao Datu and his two men, despite their wounds, stood firm. Their machetes were chipped, their bodies battered, yet their defiance never wavered as they blocked the alley against dozens of gangsters. Feudal resistance. The gang leader sneered, though he hesitated, recalling past defeats at Zhao Datu's hands. 3 of you can't stop 100 of us. Try us. Zhao Datu roared, his voice a blade of its own. Every kill is a win. Come on. Who's first? His ferocity sent the thugs stumbling back. A glance behind confirmed Su Ishue had vanished. Every second bought was a victory. If she escaped, his death would be worth it. But then, footsteps. Zhao Datu whirled, heart sinking. Su Ishue had returned.
Misu?
Why? Dead end? She said quietly, despair flickering in her eyes. The alley was sealed. Outside, over 100 gangsters closed in, reinforcements audible in the distance. Hopelessness iced their veins.
Leave me, suyiksue erith kamli.
They want me. You can still walk away. She had made her choice. One night, as Yifan's wife was enough. She wouldn't shame the Yi family. If her men fled, she would end her life before capture. But Zhao Datu and his comrades only exchanged glances, then tightened their formation around her. Lao Amo, Xiao Tao, guard Miss Su with your lives. Zhao Datu growled. We fight our way out, or die together. Their valor ignited the cramped alley. 3 bloodied warriors shielding a peerless beauty, charging toward certain doom, undaunted. The scene was tragic, heroic, unforgettable. Chapter 19. My hero arrived on a rainbow cloud. What the hell are you all doing? Just as the thugs on the scene were getting swept up in the moment, a rough shout from the alley entrance shattered the tense atmosphere. A middle-aged man with a wolf's head tattooed on his arm stormed into the alley, surrounded by a gang of underlings. It was none other than Wu Laolang, the leader of another major underground faction in Yun City. There are only 3 of them, and you idiots are just standing there like you're waiting for them to have a baby? Wu Laolang barked furiously at his men. The boss said, dead or alive, we're taking Su Ishua today. Move! With a snarl, he snatched a combat knife from one of his lackeys and charged straight at Zhao Datu. Seeing their boss take action, Wu Laolang's men didn't dare hesitate. They swarmed forward like a pack of wolves, roaring, kill them! Zhao Datu was fierce, but with only 3 men at his side, he was quickly overwhelmed. Within moments, he was pinned to the ground, utterly defeated. Meanwhile, Su Ishua found herself surrounded by thugs. Wu Laolang eyed her like prey. They say Miss Su is the most beautiful woman in Yun City. What a shame she's wasted on that idiot. How about this, Miss Su? Spend the night with me, and I'll make sure your end is quick. What do you say? His gaze was filled with undisguised lust. Normally, a woman like Su Ishua would be far beyond his reach. But with direct orders from above, whether to kill her or humiliate her, Wu Laolang had no reason to hold back. Stay away. Su Ishua grabbed a knife from the ground and held it in front of her. Don't even think about touching me. I'd rather die than let you filthy bastards lay a finger on me. Ever since her intimate encounter with Yi Fan the day before, she had felt a strange warmth coursing through her body, filling her with strength, even traces of martial energy. Now, gripping the knife, she felt no fear. Little bitch, still putting up a fight at this point? One of Wu Laolang's underlings, eager to prove himself, lunged at her. But before he could react, Su Ishua flicked her wrist. SSHK. The knife slashed down, severing his arm in one clean stroke. Gasp! The entire alley fell silent. According to their intel, Su Ishua wasn't supposed to know martial arts. Yet her movements were precise, almost instinctive, like a trained fighter. What the hell is going on? Even Su Ishua was stunned. The way she had wielded the knife felt like pure reflex. Since when do I know how to fight? In a flash, she remembered the warmth that had flowed into her during her recent encounters with Yi Fan. Could it be because of that? Yi Fan really is a prodigy. Even if his mind is damaged, just the energy from physical contact has this kind of effect. A glimmer of hope sparked in her heart. If I can hold out a little longer, maybe a miracle will happen? If Yi Fan is only pretending to be slow, would he come to save me if he knew I was in danger? Would my hero arrive on a rainbow cloud? Would he come? The thought made her smile despite the dire situation. But reality crashed back. She hadn't had a chance to call for help. How could Yi Fan possibly know? Su Ishua's sudden display of skill only gave the thugs a brief pause. Within seconds, Wu Laolang's patience snapped. Quit hesitating. Kill her now. No more delays. The fact that Su Ishua could fight was a bad sign. The longer this dragged on, the riskier it became. His orders were clear. Finish the job. The gang closed in again. Though Su Ishua instinctively slashed with the knife, she lacked experience, and the numbers were against her. Clang! Her weapon was knocked away. Now she was defenseless. Above her, countless blades gleamed coldly, descending without mercy. The order was simple. Kill Su Yixue. Make an example of her. Wu Laolang and his men had one goal, end her life. Goodbye, Xiao Fan. Su Yixue shut her eyes, thinking of last night's tenderness. If there's a next life, I'll be your wife again. You have to stay safe. Wife, don't be afraid. I'm here. A familiar voice cut through the chaos.
Yifan.
Am I hallucinating? Did he really come? Birum. Before anyone could react, a motorcycle roared into the alley. The rider, furious at the crowd blocking his path, revved the engine, and the bike lifted off the ground, skidding sideways along the alley wall before crashing back down. It was Yifan. His eyes burned with rage and deep affection as he locked onto Su Yixue, trapped beneath a storm of blades. He's really here. My hero came for me in my darkest hour. On a rainbow cloud, the moment Su Yixue saw him, the despair in her eyes vanished, replaced by radiant hope. Even if I die now, I have no regrets. Yifan might still be slow, but his heart was true. Everything I've done was worth it. Time seemed to slow as Yifan twisted the throttle to its limit. Just before reaching Su Yixue, he kicked off the ground, sending the bike into a full 360-degree spin. The force sent thugs flying in all directions. Blades that had been inches from Su Yixue's skin were knocked away, severing only a few strands of her hair. Then, Yifan landed like a god descending from the heavens, pulling Su Yixue into a fierce embrace. Yixue, my love, you scared me to death. Thank goodness you're okay. Staring at him, Su Yixue was speechless. This is the genius prodigy he was meant to be. The last hope of the Yi family. Xiao Fan, you've woken up, haven't you? She whispered, cupping his face in her hands, her voice trembling with hope. If Yifan had truly regained his senses, then the Yi family could rise again. All their sacrifices would finally mean something. Chapter 20. The terrifying power of a fool's outburst. At this moment, Yifan desperately wanted to tell Su Yixue that he had already regained consciousness. But until the true enemy was fully investigated, Yifan couldn't reveal his awakening. He had to keep pretending to be a fool. Crash. At the alley entrance, Li Hu and Xia Hao had already arrived with a large group of men, swiftly surrounding and subduing Old Wolf Wu's gang. Old Wolf Wu, finally snapping out of his shock, turned deathly pale. Quick! Follow me! Kill them! Kill them now! As he shouted, Old Wolf Wu brandished his combat knife, ready to strike at Su Yixue and Yifan. Li Hu and Wang Fugue, standing over a dozen meters away, saw the situation and roared in panic. Hurry! Protect young Master Yi and Miss Su. Now! But no matter how urgent they were, they couldn't teleport across those 10+ meters in an instant. You still dare to bully my wife? You're all bad people. Just as everyone was panicking, Yifan suddenly went berserk. Letting go of Su Yixue, he picked up a combat knife and charged at Old Wolf Wu like a madman, slashing wildly. Crack! After just one clash, Old Wolf Wu's knife shattered into pieces. Yifan grabbed Old Wolf Wu by the neck, lifting him like a chicken, and swung him around to drive back the surrounding thugs. Then, with brutal simplicity, he smashed Old Wolf Wu repeatedly onto the stone-paved ground. How dare you bully my wife? How dare you bully my wife? Thud! Boom! Old Wolf Wu's nearly 200-pound body was swung like a club, crashing into the ground with each impact, shattering the stone tiles beneath. The poor Old Wolf Wu, originally over 6 feet tall, now dangled in Yifan's grip like a rag doll, utterly powerless to resist. His ribs snapped one after another, blood streaming from all 7 orifices. At first, Old Wolf Wu screamed in agony, but soon, his body went limp, his breathing shallow and ragged. Old Wolf Wu had been beaten to death, brutally and mercilessly. Hiss! The thugs Old Wolf Wu had brought along were stunned by Yifan's ferocity, frozen in place, forgetting to attack. Wang Fugue, Li Hu, and even Su Yixue stared at Yifan in shock. Was this really Yifan? This was just a glimpse of his power, yet it was already terrifying beyond belief. If the full might of this monstrous genius were unleashed, what kind of devastation would follow? Xiao Fan, Su Ishua called softly, seeing his near-frenzied state. From his current condition, she deduced that he hadn't truly awakened. This was just an instinctive reaction triggered by her danger. But it also meant that Yi Fan had the potential to fully recover. Now, all she could hope for was that Sister Linglong would hurry and bring the great Xia's divine physician to treat him. With old Wolf Wu dead, his remaining lackeys lost all will to fight and were quickly subdued by Li Hu's men. Yi Fan snapped out of his frenzy, glaring at old Wolf Wu's corpse before turning to Su Ishua with a confused expression. Wifey, who are these people? Why were they chasing you? He knew these thugs weren't acting on their own. Someone had to be pulling the strings. Xia Hao, standing nearby, immediately understood. Since Yi Fan was still pretending to be a fool, there were matters he couldn't openly handle. This was where Xia Hao had to step in. With old Wolf Wu dead, his top subordinates were dragged before Li Hu and Xia Hao, forced to their knees. Talk! Who ordered you to attack Miss Su? Li Hu pressed his knife against one of old Wolf Wu's men, poking his chest twice. The thug immediately cracked. Don't kill me, Lord Tiger. It wasn't our idea. Young Master Wang of the Wang family hired old Wolf Wu to go after Miss Su. Said it was to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. After interrogating the gang members, Yi Fan quickly pieced things together. So, the Lu family from the provincial capital was making their move? The Xia family had chosen to ally with the Su Corporation, and the current public sentiment was unfavorable to the enemies of the Yi family. They had to act fast against the Su Corporation to show others the consequences of siding with the Yi family. The Zhao, Wang, and Li families were all vassals of the Lu family. Originally, the Zhao family had been at the forefront, but after last night, Yi Fan had wiped them out completely. Now only the Wang and Li families remained. He hadn't even gone after them yet, and they were already coming for him? Fine. Soon they'd learn the price of targeting the Su family. Xiao Fan, Su Ishua, seeing the situation finally under control, relaxed her tense nerves, only to collapse weakly into Yi Fan's arms. Save, Security Captain Big Head. Her last words were a reminder to rescue Zhao Datu, the Su family's security chief. Zhao Datu lay in a pool of blood, barely clinging to life, grievously wounded but still breathing. With just a glance from Yi Fan, Xia Hao understood. Don't just stand there. Get Miss Su to the hospital immediately. Take those bodyguards too, now. Half an hour later, in the hospital's VIP ward, after a thorough examination, the doctor reassured everyone, don't worry, the patient was just overstressed and exhausted. She'll wake up after some rest. Wang Fugue and Xia Hao let out sighs of relief. Truthfully, Yi Fan had already checked Su Ishua's pulse on the way and knew she'd be fine. But he'd also heard about Security Captain Zhao Datu's actions. A man who had risked his life to protect Su Ishua, nearly dying in the process. This was someone worthy of trust. Yi Fan had many other matters to attend to and couldn't always stay by Su Ishua's side. She needed someone reliable by her side, and Zhao Datu had proven his loyalty. Yi Fan had already decided. Since Zhao Datu was willing to lay down his life for Su Ishua, he would grant him an opportunity. He glanced at Xia Hao. The security brother, Xia Hao, sharp as ever, immediately grasped Yi Fan's intent. Young Master Yi wants to see Zhao Datu? His wounds have been stitched up. He's in the next room. I'll take you there. As he spoke, he led Yi Fan out of the ward, stopping at the door of the adjacent room. Go ahead. I'll keep watch outside. Yi Fan's identity couldn't be exposed yet, and Xia Hao was determined to keep the secret. Yi Fan gave him an approving look. This Xia Hao was clever, someone worth nurturing. Entering the room, Yi Fan checked Zhao Datu's pulse. His condition was stable. Zhao Datu, already awake, looked at Yi Fan in confusion. Young Master Yi Fan raised a hand to stop him. Don't move. I'm just here to check on you, and to discuss something. Huh? Zhao Datu's eyes widened in shock. Young Master Yi, you're not a fool anymore? The world believed Yifan had been mentally impaired for 5 years. But the man before him now, how could this possibly be the same person? Chapter 21. A $2 billion bounty, hiring someone to kill himself? Yifan nodded. I've already regained my senses, but very few people know this secret. You're one of them. Until I make it public, I need you to keep it confidential. Wah? Zhao Datu was stunned, his eyes widening in shock. Deep down, Zhao Datu sensed that he had stumbled upon a rare opportunity. Yifan wasn't actually an idiot. If he had entrusted such a crucial secret to Zhao Datu, he must have his own plans. I'll keep my mouth shut. Zhao Datu straightened up, saying nothing more as he waited for Yifan's next move. Yifan was pleased with Zhao Datu's reaction. This was the mark of a true professional bodyguard. You did well today, risking your life to protect my wife. As a reward, I'll help you break into the martial Dao realm and provide you with elixirs to enhance your strength. When I'm not by Yi Shui's side, I hope you'll continue to guard her as fiercely as you did today. As he spoke, a surge of energy flowed from Yifan's arm, pouring into Zhao Datu's body. Zhao Datu was so overwhelmed he could barely speak. Martial Dao energy? Young Master Yi was actually going to help him step into the martial Dao and cultivate martial arts? The path of martial Dao from transformation stage to control stage, then Grandmaster, Martial Venerable, and Martial Emperor, was excruciatingly difficult. 99.99% of people never even managed to manifest martial energy in their lifetime, let alone advance further. In the entire Great Xia Empire, even the lowest-level transformation stage experts were rare and highly sought after. And now, by sheer luck, Zhao Datu had obtained this power? Moreover, as the martial energy coursed through his body, Zhao Datu could clearly feel his internal and external injuries healing at a visible rate. Was this the advantage of a martial Dao practitioner? Thank you, young Master Yi. Thank you. Zhao Datu didn't know how else to express his gratitude. Don't speak. Focus on the flow of energy in your body. I'll only guide you once. How much you comprehend depends on your own talent. After swiftly leading Zhao Datu through the energy circulation, Yifan left a few elixirs behind and exited the ward. Xia Hao, who had been standing guard outside, hadn't meant to eavesdrop, but given his proximity, he had overheard the entire conversation. Just by protecting Su Yixue, Zhao Datu had received such an incredible reward? Then allying with the Su family was clearly the right decision. Sure, the Lu family had already begun their assault, and both the Su Corporation and Xia Hao himself might face some hardships. But if they could endure, the future looked incredibly bright. Elsewhere in Yunqing, inside a luxury villa, Su Dong and his father sat restlessly on the sofa. Dad, the Zhao family was suddenly wiped out. We've lost our biggest ally. Without their support, we don't have the strength to take over the Yi Corporation on our own. Su Dong was anxious. Despite having managed the Yi Corporation for years and planting their own loyalists within, the company ultimately belonged to the Yi family. Most of the senior executives were die-hard supporters of Yi Chongfeng. Without external backing, Su Dong and Su Jian stood little chance of seizing control. Should we just hire someone to kill that old man and that idiot at home? Su Dong suggested impatiently. I heard there's a newly emerged grandmaster in Yunqing named Fan Yi. If we offer the right price, he might take the job. Su Jian pondered for a long moment before responding, Don't be hasty. Given the Yi family's current state, there are people even more desperate than us to act. As long as the Yi bloodline isn't completely wiped out, those who targeted them won't rest easy. Besides, don't forget, even though the Yi family has suffered heavy losses, Yu Linglong and Su Yixue publicly announced their marriages to Yifan. Their families aren't to be trifled with. We should wait patiently. After a pause, Su Jian added, But as for that grandmaster you mentioned, if we can keep our involvement hidden, it might be worth a try. Su Dong's eyes lit up. Don't worry, Dad. I've already secured an account. I'll post the mission right away. Grandmasters usually monitor these platforms. If that expert sees it, he'll definitely take the job. Yunqing People's Hospital. Just as Yifan stepped out of Zhao Datu's ward, his phone buzzed with an encrypted notification. It was a mission alert. 5 years ago, after breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, Yi Fan had registered an account on the underground bounty network. He had completed numerous missions, maintaining a high ranking to this day. He initially paid little attention, until he spotted 2 names, Yi Fan and Yi Changfeng. Someone had posted a bounty to kill him and his grandfather. The IP address showed the employer was in Yunqing. Even more brazenly, the employer had specified that they wanted to witness the target's deaths in person. Humph! How bold! With a cold snort, Yi Fan accepted the mission and sent a reply. Midnight, under the central bridge. He was curious, who was so eager to kill him and his grandfather? The starting bid? A staggering $2 billion. Young Master Yi. Xia Hao greeted him respectfully, studying Yi Fan's expression. Yi Fan nodded. After ensuring no one was nearby, he said, "Come with me. I need you to cover for me." Understood. Xia Hao immediately called Wang Fugue and the others, instructing them to keep a close watch on Su Yixue, while claiming Yi Fan was stepping out to run an errand. Find out where the Wang family's young master is right now, Yi Fan ordered as soon as they left the hospital. Tracking someone's location wasn't difficult. Emperor KTV Yunqing. Wang Chao, the young master of the Wang family, lounged in a private room with 2 women in his arms, his hands wandering freely. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in. "Young Master Wang, we have a problem." Wu Lang failed in his mission to kill Su Yixue. Li Hu intervened. Wu Lang's entire team was wiped out. Rumor has it Wu Lang died on the spot. What? Wu Lang is dead. Wang Chao kicked the women aside in frustration. Useless. How could so many men fail to kill one woman? Idiots. Once the women had scurried away, a ruthless glint flashed in Wang Chao's eyes. Boss Lu from the provincial capital made it clear, we must crush the Su Corporation at all costs, as a warning to others. If Wu Lang failed, we'll have to resort to other methods. Humph. I refuse to believe Su Yixue's luck will hold forever. Young master, there's more. The subordinate handed over a tablet. According to our men at the scene, it seems Yi Fan's combat skills are. The screen displayed footage of Yi Fan rescuing Su Yixue and smashing Wu Lang to death. Wang Chao's expression darkened after a single glance. That fool still remembers his martial arts? Too bad he's still just a retard. Chapter 22. Borrowing Your Life. Wang Chao didn't pay much attention to Yi Fan's behavior. Yi Fan had been an idiot for years, it wasn't anything new. With the Yi family in decline, what trouble could a fool like him possibly stir up? Right now, Wang Chao's biggest concern was completing the task assigned by Boss Lu as quickly as possible. Making life difficult for the Su Corporation, or even killing Su Yixue to show everyone the tragic consequences of siding with the Yi family. But old Wolf Wu's repeated attempts had been thwarted by Li Hu's sudden intervention. Rumor had it that Xia Hao had led the rescue. With the Xia family from the provincial capital backing the Su family, Wang Chao was at a loss for what to do next. With Xia Hao and Li Hu, the godfather of Yunqing, standing guard, relying on local forces was no longer an option. The only solution now was to request elite reinforcements from the Xia family in the provincial capital. Creak. Just as Wang Chao was brooding, the door suddenly swung open, and a stranger walked in. Who the hell are you? Who let you in? Wang Chao, already irritated, immediately cursed at the intruder. What the hell are my men doing? Are they all dead? How could they let someone just waltz in here? The newcomer was none other than Yi Fan in disguise. He had overheard every word of Wang Chao's earlier conversation with his subordinates. Don't bother shouting. They're all knocked out. Yi Fan casually took a seat on the sofa, his gaze cool as he studied Wang Chao and his men. Wang Chao glanced toward the door and saw his bodyguards sprawled unconscious on the floor. A chill ran down his spine. What do you want? Another ruthless character? Yunqing had been unusually turbulent lately. Just yesterday, the Zhao family had supposedly provoked someone named Fan Yi, resulting in their complete annihilation overnight. And now another dangerous figure had appeared. Wang Chao had no idea what was coming. Relax. I'm here to solve your problem. Yi Fan smiled faintly. First, Let me introduce myself. I'm Fan Yi. I heard you're targeting the Su Corporation. If the price is right, I'd be happy to handle it for you. He stared at Wang Chao with a knowing smirk. The night before, Yi Fan had deliberately left a letter in Zhao Dechang's study. By now, the name Fan Yi had surely made waves in Yunqing. Why, you're the Grandmaster, Fan Yi? Wang Chao's shock quickly gave way to excitement. Was this a stroke of luck? Fan Yi, a legendary martial artist, had sought him out for cooperation against the Su family? If Fan Yi, a master capable of wiping out the Zhao family overnight, took action, dealing with the Su Corporation would be child's play. That's me. Master Fan, your assistance would be invaluable. Wang Chao could barely contain his eagerness. What are your terms? 2 billion. I can make the Su Corporation vanish from this world. You already know my capabilities. Yi Fan's calm demand made Wang Chao suck in a sharp breath. Though the Wang family was wealthy, their total assets were only around 10 billion. Coming up with 2 billion on such short notice was no small feat. Ah, Master Fan, that's a bit steep. Wang Chao hesitated. Boss Liu from the provincial capital had promised that if the Su Corporation collapsed, the Wang family could take over both the Zhao and Su families' businesses. Assets worth over 10 billion. Compared to that, 2 billion was nothing. But what if Boss Liu reneged on his promise? Too much. Yi Fan's eyes turned icy. The thought of this bastard nearly killing Su Ishua sent waves of fury through him. Are you doubting my abilities? An overwhelming aura filled the room, and Yi Fan's piercing glare made Wang Chao's blood run cold. Wang Chao realized he had no choice. This deal was happening whether he liked it or not. The real question was, would Fan Yi actually act against the Su Corporation after getting the money? What if, instead, Fan Yi turned on the Wang family and wiped them out like the Zhaos? The more Wang Chao thought about it, the more terrified he became. All he wanted now was to escape. Being near Fan Yi made him deeply uneasy. Strangely, despite the unfamiliar face, something about the man felt eerily familiar. And no, of course I believe in your power, Master Fan. Wang Chao forced a smile. How about I go back and arrange the funds immediately? He took a tentative step forward. Whoosh! A straw shot past, embedding itself in the floor right beside Wang Chao's foot. He nearly pissed himself. No need to leave. Start transferring the money now. You have 10 minutes. Yi Fan's voice was frigid. He had no intention of letting Wang Chao, the man who had tried to kill his wife, walk away unscathed. But Wang Chao wanted to protest, but one look at Yi Fan's murderous gaze shut him up. Trembling, he pulled out his phone and called his father. Dad, I've met Grandmaster Fan Yi. He's agreed to help us take down the Su family, but he wants 2 billion. Wang Chao frantically made calls, and his father scrambled to gather the funds. Borrowing, cutting corners, doing whatever it took. Miraculously, within 10 minutes, the money was ready. Transfer it to this account. Yi Fan handed over a secure account prepared by Xia Hao. After a flurry of transactions, Yi Fan received Xia Hao's confirmation. The money had arrived. Wang Chao finally exhaled in relief. Master, the money's been transferred. May I use the restroom now? He had already accepted that the 2 billion was likely gone for good. But if it bought his survival, so be it. Yi Fan smirked. What's the hurry? Your problem is solved. Now, let's talk about my business. Wang Chao's heart dropped. What else could this man possibly want from him? Under Wang Chao's stunned gaze, Yi Fan reached up and adjusted his face. In the next moment, his features shifted, revealing a face Wang Chao knew all too well. Yi Fan, how are you? Wang Chao's mind raced. Fan Yi. Reversed, it was Yi Fan. A homophone for Yi Fan. So the Fan Yi, who had destroyed the Zhao family, was actually Yi Fan all along. But according to all reports, hadn't Yi Fan been mentally incapacitated for the past 5 years? You've been faking it this whole time? Thud. Realization struck, and Wang Chao's legs gave out. He collapsed to the floor. Everyone knew of Yi Fan's monstrous talent. 5 years ago, he had already been at the peak of martial mastery. Now, after 5 more years, who knew what terrifying level he had reached? Against Yi Fan, Wang Chao stood no chance of escape. Wang Chao, you've got quite the nerve. Daring to target my wife? Yi Fan looked down at him with disdain. But actions have consequences. So I'll be borrowing something from you. Wang Chao's heart pounded. He had already handed over 2 billion. What else could Yi Fan possibly want? What do you want to borrow? His voice trembled. His soul already half frozen with dread. Your life. Chapter 23. Let them fight like dogs. As he spoke, Yi Fan stepped forward and grabbed Wang Chao by the throat, lifting him off the ground. Wang Chao's face twisted in terror as he gasped, "No, please, spare me, young Master Yi. It wasn't my idea to target the Su group. It was the Lu family from the provincial capital." "You mean Lu ran from the provincial capital?" Yi Fan sneered. "Don't worry, I'll settle the score with him soon enough. But here in Yunqing, you were the one who directly attacked Su Ishue. And for that, you will pay the price." Wang Chao was utterly despairing. Now he finally understood what had happened to the Zhao family. Zhao Tianlong must have felt the same hopelessness when he died at Yi Fan's hands. At first, everyone had thought the Zhao family's downfall was just a coincidence. But now it was clear. Yi Fan had orchestrated everything. Any force or family that dared oppose the Yi or Su families would be mercilessly crushed. The most terrifying part? After quietly eliminating his enemies, Yi Fan still appeared to the outside world as nothing more than a fool. No, Wang Chao's mind raced. I have to get this information out. Lu Ran needs to know. Even as he struggled to breathe, he desperately reached for his phone to warn Lu Ran. Bang! With a flick of his wrist, Yi Fan's martial energy blasted the phone from Wang Chao's grasp. Still scheming at a time like this? Splat! In the blink of an eye, Wang Chao's body disintegrated into dust under the crushing force of Yi Fan's energy, vanishing down the toilet. After finishing the job, Yi Fan picked up the fallen phone and sent a message to Wang Chao's father, Wang Zhong. "Dad, I've been kidnapped. Come save me at Yunqing Middle Bridge by midnight." With that done, Yi Fan reverted to his disguised appearance and swiftly left the KTV, slipping into Xia Hao's car. "Young Master Yi, is it done? Do you need me to handle any loose ends?" Xia Hao asked respectfully from the driver's seat. Given how urgently Yi Fan had rushed out after Su Ishue's attack, Xia Hao knew he was targeting the Wang family, the ones behind Old Wolf Wu. But since the Wang family was backed by the provincial Lu family, acting too recklessly could spell trouble. "No need," Yi Fan replied coolly. "Tonight, you'll accompany me to watch a good show. Dogs tearing each other apart." Meanwhile, at the Wang family mansion in Yunqing, Wang Zhong, the family patriarch, had initially been thrilled when his son Wang Chao called to say he had enlisted Master Fan Ye's help against the Su group. But when he heard the price, 20 billion, he hesitated. Wang Chao, however, had insisted, sounding desperate. Left with no choice, Wang Zhong reluctantly transferred the funds, then waited anxiously for updates. Now, staring at the message on his phone, Wang Zhong was stunned. Kidnapped? Who the hell dares? Today had been nothing but disasters for the Wang family. First, Wang Chao, acting on the Lu family's orders, had sent Old Wolf Wu to attack Su Ishue, only for Xia Hao and Li Hu to intervene at the last moment and save her. And now, his only son had been kidnapped? What the hell is going on? Mobilize everyone, Wang Zhong roared. Set up an ambush at Yunqing Middle Bridge. I want to see who's bold enough to lay hands on my son. Back at the hospital, when Yi Fan and Xia Hao returned, they brought some fruit, making it seem like they had simply gone out shopping. Wang Fugue and Li Hu didn't suspect a thing. By the time Yi Fan entered the ward, Su Ishue had already woken up. Seeing Yi Fan's gentle presence, she smiled faintly. I'm still alive, thank goodness. The memory of Yi Fan's heroic rescue flashed in her mind. So dashing. Ishue, you're awake? Yi Fan handed her a peeled orange, his voice tender. The doctor said you were just exhausted. Eat this, then let's go home. Okay? This woman, once his sister-in-law, had sacrificed everything to protect the Yi family and him, even agreeing to marry him when he was still a fool. She had endured so much, even putting herself in danger for the sake of Su Corporation. Yifan was deeply moved. Before, when he was still asleep, he couldn't do anything. But now that he was awake, he would stop at nothing to shield the Su and Yi families, and avenge the fallen souls of the Yi clan. Thank you, Xiaofan. Su Yixue finished the orange but shook her head as she sat up. I can't go home yet. The company is about to launch a new drug, and there's still so much to do. Once I'm done, I'll come back early to spend time with you. Okay? Her gaze softened as she glanced at Xia Hao, her cheeks flushing slightly. President Xia Tiger, thank you for today. If not for Yifan, Xia Hao, and Li Hu arriving in time, she would have died. You're too kind, Miss Su, Xia Hao said with a respectful bow. Young Master Yi once saved my life. Everything I have is his. It was our negligence that put you in danger. He gestured to Li Hu. Tiger is one of us. From now on, if you ever need anything in Yunqing, just say the word. Su Yixue now understood Li Hu worked for Xia Hao. Yifan saved Xia Hao 5 years ago, and now we're reaping the rewards. A silver lining in all this misfortune. Just as she was about to speak, her secretary called. What? Our formula was leaked? A competitor just released their version of the drug today? How is that possible? Yes, President Su. Turn on the TV. They're broadcasting the launch right now. Su Yixue quickly switched on the television, where a live press conference was underway. On stage stood a young man in a sharp suit, Li Yunyang, the heir of the Li family in Yunqing. Ladies and gentlemen, this beauty rejuvenation pill is the culmination of our Li family's years of research and billions in investment, he announced smugly. Just 1 month of use, and the effects will be remarkable. Bastards! Hearing Li Yunyang's speech and the partial formula he revealed, Su Yixue clenched her fists in fury. That's our Su Group's formula. How did they steal it right under our noses? This was a death blow. The Su Group had poured nearly all its resources into developing this drug, banking on it to turn the company's fortunes around. Especially now, with suppliers cutting ties. Without a breakthrough product, the Su Group could collapse. President Xia, young Master Wang, I need to return to the company immediately, Su Yixue said urgently. Please take care of Xiaofan for me. With that, she rushed off. Yifan watched her leave, murmuring to himself, just a beauty pill formula? If she'd asked, I could have given her 10 times better. But then again, how would anyone believe a fool could produce such a thing? How can I make Yixue trust my formula? Chapter 24. Back to the past?
Impossible.
Handing the prescription to Su Yixue through a random person would never get the attention it deserved. Yifan suddenly recalled Yu Linglong mentioning that she would invite the great Xia medical sage, Lei Chenjue, to treat him. I wonder when he'll arrive? If Lei Chenjue delivered the prescription to Su Yixue, his authority would surely carry enough weight. Yifan decided he'd ask Lei Chenjue to hand the prescription to Su Yixue. That should resolve the crisis facing the Su Corporation. Just as Su Yixue left, Yifan's phone rang. To his surprise, it was Xian Yufei calling. Brother Fan, I know I wronged you, but can you do me a favor? Xian Yufei's voice trembled with tears, her tone clearly distraught. Even though Xian Zhanghua had publicly announced the annulment of the engagement with the Yi family in front of so many people, Yifan found it impossible to truly hate her. Ex-wifey, what's wrong? Did someone steal your lollipop? If they did, I'll get it back for you. Yifan replied in a deliberately simple-minded tone, maintaining his current persona. On the other end of the line, Xian Yufei's heart ached. Among all the people around her, most only cared about her status, wealth, or beauty. Only Yifan had ever treated her with genuine sincerity. No, it's much worse than a lollipop. Brother Fan, my uncle is forcing me to marry Li Yunyang. The engagement banquet is tonight, but I don't want to go through with it. Xian Yufei poured out her grievances as if finally finding someone to confide in. Never mind, Brother Fan. Where are you now? I'll pick you up. Let's talk in person. Xian Zhenghua is remarrying her off so soon? And to Li Yunyang of all people?
Ye fan snortet koldu.
From the information he had gathered, the Li, Zhao, and Wang families were all subsidiaries of the provincial Lu family, meaning the Li family had undoubtedly participated in the extermination of the Yi family. And now Xian Yufei is being forced to marry one of my enemies? This was something Yi Fan could never accept. Moreover, in Yi Fan's plans, after dealing with the Wang family, the Li family was next on the list for elimination. If Li Yunyang dared to claim Xian Yufei, even if she was a woman Yi Fan had already let go, he wouldn't stand for it. Fine, I'll just move up the timeline. Wifey Ishue got hurt. I'm at People's Hospital, Yi Fan said, keeping his tone deliberately simple to avoid suspicion. At the Xian family estate, Xian Yufei hung up the phone and sighed deeply. Ah, if only Brother Fan weren't like this. Back when Yi Fan was still a prodigy, full of brilliance and confidence, if anyone had dared to lay a finger on his woman, he would have torn them apart without hesitation. 20 minutes later, Xian Yufei arrived at Yunqing People's Hospital. What? Xian Yufei, you already broke off the engagement with my brother, and now you want to use him as a shield? Have you no shame? Wang Fugue was the first to explode when he heard Xian Yufei wanted Yi Fan to accompany her to the engagement banquet. Are you trying to humiliate him even further? Brother, don't go. Though Wang Fugue usually seemed slow-witted, his loyalty to Yi Fan was unwavering, which was why Yi Fan had gone out of his way to procure that energy restoration pill for him. With Yi Fan in his current state, Wang Fugue was determined to protect him at all costs. Brother Fan, I know this is too much to ask, but I really don't want to marry him. Xian Yufei sounded desperate. The engagement with the Li family was arranged by her clan. Her fate was sealed. With the Li family's current dominance in Yunqing, few would dare to defy them for Xian Yufei's sake. The only person she could turn to now was Yi Fan. By giving her his location, Yi Fan had already silently agreed to help.
No Mary. No Mary.
I'll chase him away for you. Brother. Wang Fugue grew frantic when he realized Yi Fan was actually agreeing. Xia Hao, however, understood Yi Fan's intentions. If he had agreed, it meant he still wanted to help Xian Yufei. Brother Wang, young Master Yi, and Miss Xian shared a past. If he wants to go, we should accompany him, Xia Hao said with a reassuring smile. Besides, we'll be there too. Nothing will happen to him. Fine. Wang Fugue gave Xia Hao a puzzled look, sensing something off but unable to pinpoint it. Minutes later, Yi Fan was pulled into Xian Yufei's car. As she drove, Xian Yufei stole glances at Yi Fan's handsome profile. The same face, the same familiar presence. And yet, Brother Fan, can we go back to how things were before? The words slipped out before she could stop herself.
Ye fan froze.
Go back?
Impossible.
In the past, he had given Xian Yufei his whole heart, spoiling and cherishing her. But after the public humiliation of the broken engagement, the damage was done. A shattered mirror could never be perfectly restored. Go back where? The hospital? But we just left. Why go back? Yi Fan dodged the question with nonsense. Xian Yufei studied him intently, searching for any hint of deception. Yi Fan's mask was flawless. Though her instincts told her something was different, she couldn't find any proof. Brother Fan, I don't know if you're truly like this or just pretending, but I need you to know. I've always loved you. That day when the engagement was called off, it wasn't my choice. My uncle forced me. You know about my father's condition. Without continued medical support, he could die any day. I had no choice. By the end, Xian Yufei was on the verge of tears. 5 years ago, around the time of Yi Fan's accident, Xian Yufei's father had also been in a car crash, leaving him in a vegetative state with exorbitant medical costs. Though Xian Yufei had taken over the Xian Corporation, her uncle and the other elders held most of the real power. That day, her uncle had threatened to cut off her father's medical funding if she refused to break the engagement. Yi Fan's lips twitched. He had learned about the Xian family's situation over the past few days. But the wounds from Xian Yufei's silence that day would take time to heal. Yunqing Paradise Hotel, the venue for the Xian and Li families' engagement banquet. At the entrance, Li Yunyang stood in a sharp suit, holding a bouquet, surrounded by his friends. Congratulations, young Master Li. Your dream is finally coming true. Exactly. The Xian family finally came to their senses. Breaking off with the Yi family and choosing you was the right move. I heard the Lu family patriarch from the provincial capital is even planning to adopt you as his godson. You're about to soar. Don't forget us when you do. Amid the flattery, Li Yunyang felt like he was floating. These fools only see the Xian family's surface power. They have no idea about the hidden forces behind Xian Yufei's mother. That's the real reason I'm determined to have her. She's here. Someone in the crowd shouted, and all eyes turned to the road. Xian Yufei's car pulled up. Under Li Yunyang's eager gaze, a slender, porcelain leg stepped out, smooth, toned, and utterly captivating. The thought of its owner soon belonging to him sent a thrill through his body. But the next moment his smile froze. Xian Yufei wasn't alone. She was clinging intimately to a man's arm, looking every bit the loving couple as they walked toward him. What the hell? Today was supposed to be his engagement banquet with Xian Yufei. Yet here she was arriving with another man, and that man was Yifan? Was she delivering the humiliation straight to his doorstep? Chapter 25. I won't marry him. Yifan is my husband. Li Yunyang felt as if he had just suffered a devastating blow. Yufei, what's going on? Why did you bring this idiot here? Li Yunyang suppressed his rage, forcing himself to speak politely to Xian Yufei. His friends, who had been cheering moments ago, fell silent. The confetti poppers they were about to set off now hung awkwardly in their hands. Li Yunyang, watch your mouth. Show some respect to my brother. Before Xian Yufei could respond, Wang Fuguei stepped forward. His name is Yifan. You either call him Young Master Yi or Brother Fan. If I hear you call him an idiot one more time, I'll slap you so hard your ancestors will feel it. Wang Fuguei was already furious, and seeing Li Yunyang trying to marry his former sister-in-law only made his blood boil. Now, he finally understood why Yifan had insisted on accompanying Xian Yufei. Big brother still can't let go. You, Wang Fuguei, who the hell do you think you are? That idiot isn't the young master of the Yi family anymore. The Yi family is finished. Soon enough, that old fool and this idiot will be reunited with their dead relatives. What the hell are you so proud of? Slap. Slap. Without hesitation, Wang Fuguei strode forward and struck Li Yunyang twice across the face. The force of the blows left Li Yunyang's cheeks swollen, and 2 teeth flew out of his mouth. Didn't I warn you to show respect? Or are my words just wind in your ears? Wang Fuguei shook his hand, grimacing. Damn. Your face is harder than dog shit. Fuck. Wang Fuguei, are you looking to die? You dare hit me? Li Yunyang staggered back, clutching his throbbing face as he glared at Wang Fuguei. I may not be able to touch the Yi family, but do you think I can't crush your Wang family? Men, kill him. Whoosh. At his command, a group of burly bodyguards surged forward, weapons in hand, ready to attack. Trash. Wang Fuguei scoffed. These were just ordinary thugs. None of them had even mastered martial energy. They weren't worth his attention. Young Master Li, please calm down. Just as tensions reached a boiling point, Xia Hao stepped out from one of the cars behind them, followed by Yunqing's underground king, Li Hu, and his 4 guardians. The sight made Li Yunyang's expression darken. Xia Hao from the provincial capital's Xia family? And even Li Hu is here. Did Xian Yufei plan this? But that didn't make sense. The Xian family didn't have the influence to mobilize the Xia family or Li Hu. Could it be Yifan? But the Yi family had already fallen. They were nothing but a dying house. Why would these people still cling to them? Enough. Let's go inside. Xian Yufei tightened her grip on Yifan's hand, her gaze fixed on the hotel entrance as if she had made up her mind. You, Xian Yufei, think carefully about what you're doing. Li Yunyang's heart sank with a foreboding feeling. If Xian Yufei caused a scene at the banquet today, the Li family would be humiliated beyond repair. Still, recalling Xian Jinggua's assurances, He forced himself to stay calm. There's no way she can escape me. Yet, seeing how tightly Xian Yufei held Yifan's hand, fury burned in his chest. What the hell am I lacking? How can I lose to a goddamn idiot? 8th floor, Paradise Hotel Grand Banquet Hall. The massive doors swung open, and Xian Yufei strode in, hand in hand with Yifan. The lively chatter in the hall died instantly as everyone stared in shock. 3 seconds of silence. Then whispers erupted. What's happening? Isn't this supposed to be Li Yunyang and Xian Yufei's engagement banquet? Why did she bring the Yi family's fool? Yeah. Didn't Xian Yufei announce the annulment with the Yi family yesterday? Bringing him here is like slapping the Li family in the face. This is getting interesting. The higher-ups of the Xian and Li families must be fuming right now. All eyes turned to the VIP table at the front. Xian Zhenghua and Li Yunyang's father, Li Zhong, had been discussing future collaborations in high spirits until the sudden disruption silenced them. Xian Zhenghua, what is the meaning of this? Li Zhong's face darkened. You assured me everything was settled. Now Xian Yufei shows up with that Yi family idiot? Is this a deliberate insult? Xian Zhenghua was equally stunned. I have no idea what's going on. The banquet hall was packed with Yunqing's elite. Yesterday, Xian Zhenghua had publicly announced the annulment on behalf of the Xian family. Now, Xian Yufei was parading around with Yifan as if nothing had happened. Does my word mean nothing? Yufei, what are you doing? Xian Zhenghua hissed as she passed by. But Xian Yufei merely glanced at him before leading Yifan onto the stage. Everyone, I am Xian Yufei. She took the microphone from the host, raising Yifan's arm high. The annulment with the Yi family yesterday was my uncle's decision, not mine. I never agreed to it. Her voice rang clear across the hall. Yifan and I were betrothed since childhood. We grew up together. He will always be my husband. Today, I ask for your blessings. Thud. Li Yunyang, who had just entered, felt as if a knife had been plunged into his heart. Blessings? Bless my ass. This is supposed to be my engagement banquet. If you're asking for blessings for you too, then what the hell am I here for? To wear a cuckold's crown. For the first time in his life, Li Yunyang felt utterly humiliated. This wasn't just an insult. It was a full-blown disgrace. What the hell are you all standing around for? Cut the mic! He roared at the stunned staff. Boom! Xian Yufei's declaration was like a boulder crashing into a lake. The entire hall erupted. Holy shit! This is explosive. Yesterday, the Xian family called off the engagement. And today, Xian Yufei declares it's still on. It's deeper than that. There's clearly internal strife in the Xian family. The car accident that killed Xian Yufei's father was no coincidence. The Li family's future daughter-in-law just publicly declared her love for another man at their own engagement banquet. They've been utterly humiliated. As the crowd buzzed, all eyes turned to the VIP table. Crash. Li Zhong finally snapped, slamming his glass onto the table. Xian Zhenghua, is this some kind of sick joke? You'd better explain yourself, or this isn't over. Silence fell. The air grew thick with tension. What seemed like a simple engagement banquet had now entangled the Yi, Xian, and Li families in a deadly game. One wrong move and they would all fall into ruin. Chapter 26. The Gatling gun with blue flames. The situation had spiraled out of control, and Xian Zhenghua was on the verge of losing his mind. Brother Li, please don't be angry. There must be some misunderstanding here. Just give me a moment. I'll handle this. Xian Zhenghua hastily reassured Li Zhong before rushing toward Xian Yufei. What the hell is going on? Just yesterday, hadn't everything been settled? They had publicly announced the annulment of the engagement with the Yi family in front of so many people. Yet now, Xian Yufei was claiming the annulment was invalid. Wasn't this like spitting something out only to swallow it back down? Yufei, do you have any idea what you're doing? Xian Zhenghua stormed onto the stage, glaring at her. Your actions will drag the Xian family into ruin. Do you understand that? Xian Yufei, still holding Yifan's hand, met his gaze unflinchingly. Uncle, I'm an adult. I know exactly what I'm doing. I'm just following my heart and making the right choice. Breaking off the engagement with Yi Fan yesterday wasn't my decision. You forced me into it, and now you want me to marry Li Yunyang? I refuse. Xian Zhenghua raised his hand as if to strike her but restrained himself at the last moment. Instead, he softened his tone. But Yufei, can't you see? Yi Fan has become an idiot. He's not the prodigy he once was. The Yi family has already fallen, and powerful enemies are targeting them. Are you blind to that? So what if he's an idiot? He's still 1,000 times better than that wolf in sheep's clothing. Li Yunyang. Xian Yufei glanced at Yi Fan beside her, her eyes filled with tenderness. Yi Fan sensed the shift in her emotions, his own heart growing complicated. This silly girl, had she already made up her mind when she asked me to come with her? To defy her family's wishes and publicly declare her feelings for him at Li Yunyang's engagement banquet. It took immense courage. She was bearing the consequences alone. Was this her way of making up for yesterday's betrayal? But where was this resolve yesterday? Sigh. Though Xian Yufei's voice was quiet, Li Yunyang, who had just approached, heard every word clearly. His pride took another devastating blow. Damn it! How the hell am I a wolf in sheep's clothing? What did I even do wrong? Even if Fan is an idiot, I'll stay by his side. This is my choice, uncle. If you want an alliance with the Li family, find someone else to marry him. With that, Xian Yufei took Yi Fan's hand and turned to leave. Whoosh! In an instant, a swarm of burly bodyguards surged from all sides, surrounding them. Stop right there. Do you think this is a damn marketplace? You can't just come and go as you please. Li Yunyang stepped out from behind the guards, his gaze icy. Xian Yufei, I don't know what's wrong with your brain, but throwing yourself at an idiot. Before he could finish, his buttocks clenched in fear. Slap! A heavy hand struck his face from the side. Li Yunyang, are you really this forgetful? Wang Fugue leaped onto a table, scanning the crowd. I warned you, if you dare insult my brother again, I'll slap you every single time. And that goes for everyone here. Son of a... Li Yunyang lost it. He had endured the earlier humiliation outside, chalking it up to a sneak attack. But now, this was the banquet hall, surrounded by his own bodyguards and guests. Yet he had been struck again. This wasn't just a slap to his face. It was a slap to the entire Li family's dignity, and even his godfather Lu Rant's reputation. Li Zhong, too, could no longer stay seated. Wang Fugue, even your father treats me with respect. Who the hell do you think you are? Men, teach this brat a lesson. With a wave of his hand, more fighters emerged, many of them martial arts experts. The atmosphere grew suffocating. A full-blown brawl seemed imminent. Bang! 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 Li Hu tapped a wine bottle against the table. What's all this? Can't we discuss things civilly? Or do you all have a death wish? As Yunqing's underground kingpin, Li Hu's words carried weight. The restless bodyguards immediately stilled, partly out of fear of Li Hu's influence but mostly because, holy shit, behind Li Hu stood a bare-chested brute holding a Gatling gun with blue flames, its barrels trained directly on Li Yunyang and Li Zhong. Was there no law? No justice? Below the Grandmaster level, no martial artist, let alone an ordinary person, could withstand bullets. Since when did Li Hu become this brazen? Bringing a damn Gatling to a banquet? Li Yunyang and Li Zhong froze, not daring to move a muscle. Now, can we talk properly? Li Hu said coolly. Li Zhong wiped sweat from his brow. Why was Yunqing's underground ruler siding with Yi Fan? Even with Lu Rant's backing, dealing with the Li family in Yunqing just got a lot more complicated. Xian Yufei was equally stunned. She had already heard about Su Ishua's assassination attempt, how Li Hu and the city governor had intervened, wiping out Wu Laolong's forces. Why would such powerful figures help Su Ishua? It had to be because of Yi Fan. But did he really have that much influence? She could only hope her gamble would pay off in the end. With Li Zhong and Li Yunyang cowed, Xian Yufei tightened her grip on Yi Fan's arm and strode toward the exit. But then, Wait, Xian Zhenghua called out. Yufei, before you make your final decision, perhaps you should see how your father is doing in the hospital. He pulled out his phone and showed her a live video feed. On the screen, her father, Xian Zhenghua, lay unconscious in a hospital bed. Beside him stood a man in a white coat, pressing a syringe filled with green liquid against his neck, ready to inject at any moment. Uncle, what is this? Xian Yufei's face paled as she glared at him. Xian Zhenghua's lips twisted into a cold smile. You forced my hand, Yufei. That syringe contains nothing special, just arsenic. Enough to ensure your father never wakes up. If you take one step out of this hall today, well, you know the consequences. Chapter 27. Trash. Do you only dare hide behind a woman? The threat. A blatant, shameless threat. Xian Zhenghua, are you even human? The man lying in that bed is your own elder brother. Xian Yufei glared at Xian Zhenghua, her eyes burning with fury. She could hardly believe that this seemingly kind-faced uncle of hers was capable of such cruelty. Humph. So what? Xian Zhenghua had now completely torn off his mask. If you had just obediently married young Master Li, I wouldn't have had to resort to this. But you had to stir up trouble. Don't blame me now. Why did the old man hand the Shen group to your father back then? Why should your branch of the family control everything? Today, it's finally my turn. You have 10 seconds to take back what you just said and agree to marry young Master Li. Otherwise, he left the rest unsaid, but the implication was clear. Despicable. Using Xian Yufei's father to manipulate her, Xian Zhenghua had planned this all along. Yilong stared coldly at Xian Zhenghua, then glanced at Xian Yufei. His opinion of her shifted slightly. So, it was Xian Zhenghua who had been pulling the strings all along? You're shameless. Xian Yufei stomped her foot in frustration, casting a sorrowful look at Yilong. She had thought her defiance today would win her a chance to be with Yilong. But just when victory seemed within reach, everything had crumbled. Brother Lang Xian Yufei was torn. Deep down, she had never given up on Yilong. Even during his 5 years of mental decline, she had often visited and stayed by his side. Clearly, he still meant a great deal to her. But her mother had left after giving birth to her, and her father had raised her single-handedly. She couldn't possibly abandon him now. The conflict between love and family, an age-old dilemma. The standoff continued. The guests in the hall, too far away to hear the conversation on stage, could only watch as the Li family's bodyguards and Hu Ye's men faced off, preventing anyone from approaching. Whispers and murmurs spread through the crowd. On stage, Li Yong and Li Zhong, seeing Xian Zhenghua successfully manipulate Xian Yufei, let out a sigh of relief. Li Yong wasn't marrying Xian Yufei for love. He wanted to force the situation, coveting the power behind her mother's lineage. Whatever it took to claim her, he would do it. Ha! Yilong, you worthless trash, you really thought you could be with Yufei? Keep dreaming. Li Yong sneered as he strode toward Yilong. Damn it, just because I cursed at you, I got hit? I'm paying you back now. Wang Fuguei knew martial arts, so Li Yong wouldn't dare provoke him. But Yilong? After his mental decline, he had lost all his skills. And now that Xian Yufei was under Xian Zhenghua's control, Li Yong had the perfect chance to vent his anger. Don't you dare! Xian Yufei stepped in front of Yilong, shielding him. Li Yong, this is between the Xian and Li families. If you lay a finger on Yilong, I swear. Li Yong ignored her threat. Ha! Just between our families? Xian Yufei, you're being naive. The moment you brought this fool here, you dragged the Yi family back into this mess. And even if he hadn't come today, he'd soon be joining his brothers. Li Yong smirked, sidestepping Xian Yufei to taunt Yilong directly. Trash! Do you only dare hide behind a woman? Too busy gloating, Li Yong failed to notice the darkening glint in Yilong's eyes. From Li Yang's words, Yilong had pieced it together. Even if he didn't act today, the Li family was already planning to move against the Yi family. Were his enemies really this impatient? After wiping out the 10 core disciples of the Yi family, they now wanted to exterminate the last remnants. An old man and a fool? Fine. No more mercy. Outrageous. Xia Hao and Li Hu, seeing Li Yang's aggression, shouted and tried to intervene. But Yi Lung gave Xia Hao a subtle signal. This time, he would handle it himself. He would kill Li Yang on the spot, as a warning to the Li family and a message to their backers. Young Master Li, are you taking me to see my brothers? You're so kind. Xian Yufei was still shielding Yi Lung, but he suddenly clapped his hands and darted out from behind her. Brother Lung. Xian Yufei reached out in despair. Did he really think Li Yang meant to reunite him with his brothers? He was going to kill you. Tisich. Idiot, stand still. Delighted that the fool had walked right into his hands, Li Yang smirked, raised his palm, and swung it hard toward Yi Lung's face. You bastard! How dare you! Wang Fugue, furious, lunged forward. Hold on, young Master Wang. Xia Hao quickly grabbed him. Wang Fugue, hot-headed, glared. Xia Hao, what's your problem? My brother's about to get hit, and you're stopping me? Are you in cahoots with Li Yang? Xia Hao sighed, too exasperated to explain. Just wait and see. Have some faith in your brother. He rolled his eyes, finally understanding why Yi Lung hadn't revealed his recovery even to his closest friends. With Wang Fugue's loose lips, the whole world would know the moment he did. Whoosh! Li Yang's hand sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Li Zhong's lips twitched in satisfaction. After his son had been humiliated by Wang Fugue earlier, this would restore some face. But to his surprise, no slap landed. Yi Lung tilted his head, effortlessly dodging, then caught Li Yang's wrist. Young Master Li, were you swatting a mosquito for me? But there aren't any on my face. As he spoke, a silver needle shot from his sleeve, piercing Li Yang's wrist. The strike carried full force. A surge of energy ravaging Li Yang's meridians, organs, and even laced with the corrosive power of Xinhua. Sai, Xian Yufei, Li Hu, and the others shook their heads inwardly. That wasn't a mosquito swat. He was trying to slap you. What the hell? Li Yang's explanation turned into a scream as agony exploded in his wrist, his body convulsing as if electrocuted. Yi Lung released him, blinking innocently. I didn't do anything. Did a mosquito bite you? Chapter 28. Revenge waits for no one. I don't believe a damn word you say. Li Yunyang retracted his arm, staring at the small red welt on his skin. Instantly, his body felt off. His breathing grew labored, and an inexplicable force seemed to twist his organs and meridians from within. Yi Fan must have done something to me. But Yi Fan's vacant expression and innocent eyes made him look like a fool. How could someone like that possibly harm Li Yunyang? Yi Fan, I'll kill you. Li Yunyang lunged forward again. But Li Zhong, standing nearby, barked, Yunyang, stop. Today is your engagement. Don't dirty your hands. As he spoke, Li Zhong shot a glance at Xian Zhenghua. Xian Zhenghua, now fully alert, fixed his burning gaze on Xian Yufei. The 10 seconds are up. Make your decision. 3, 2, 1. I'll marry him. Just as Xian Zhenghua reached 1, Xian Yufei choked out the words through tears. I'll marry him. Please, don't hurt my father. Xian Zhenghua smirked in satisfaction and ended the video call. If only you'd been this obedient earlier. He motioned to Li Yunyang's group. Give her the microphone. Let her explain herself to the guests. A staff member quickly handed Xian Yufei the mic. Her tear-streaked makeup smudged as she stared despairingly at Yi Fan. Brother Fan, I'm sorry. I have no choice. She swallowed her sobs. Was this how their fate would end? Just go, she whispered, bowing slightly to Yi Fan before turning to Xia Hao, Li Hu, Wang Fugue, and the others. Thank you. These men had come today to help Yi Fan stop the wedding. Li Hu's men had even taken control of the venue. But in the end, Xian Yufei was the one who backed down. Clutching the microphone, she walked toward the stage. Xia Hao glanced at Yi Fan, waiting for his reaction. Yi Fan's face twitched. He's sick. Young Master Li is sick. Can't marry. Heh. You're the sick one, you bastard. Li Yunyang's temper flared. Seeing Yi Fan and his group still lingering, he snapped at his bodyguards. What are you idiots standing around for? Throw them out. They're not welcome here. Before the bodyguards could move, Yi Fan had already started shuffling toward the exit, muttering, "No fun. Someone's gonna die. Gonna die." No one paid him any mind, except Xia Hao, whose eyelids twitched violently. Based on past experience, the Li family is about to face disaster. Wang Fuguei, however, was fuming. Big bro, are we really letting this slide? Yu Fei was clearly forced. If you say the word, I'll drag her back for you. Yi Fan didn't respond, only giggling mindlessly, which frustrated Wang Fuguei even more. Xia Hao quickly interjected, Wang Xiao, I told you to be patient. Who says the engagement will even happen today? Patient? How can I be patient when things have gone this far? As the two argued, Xian Yufei took the stage and spoke into the microphone, her voice hollow. Everyone, my apologies for my earlier outburst. I was drunk and spoke nonsense. Today is my engagement banquet with Li Yunyang. Thank you all for coming. Her eyes, however, remained fixed on Yi Fan's retreating figure. She knew, once he stepped through those doors, there would be no turning back. Their paths would diverge forever. Helplessness gnawed at her, but there was nothing she could do. Exactly. Yu Fei had too much to drink earlier. Pay no mind to her ramblings. Now, let's welcome tonight's star, Li Yunyang. Xian Zhenghua, ever the sycophant, eagerly smoothed things over. Big bro, say something. I can't take this anymore. Just give the order, and I'll beat that bastard into a coma. Wang Fuguei, nearly at the exit, was seething. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, still looking vacant, counted on his fingers. 3, 2, 1. The moment he finished, Li Yunyang, who had just taken the microphone, collapsed on stage. His body convulsed violently, foam bubbling from his mouth as blood seeped from his eyes, nose, and ears. Yunyang, what's wrong? Somebody help. Call an ambulance. Now. Chaos erupted. Xia Hao exhaled in relief, casting a knowing glance at Yi Fan. This young Master Yi never lets a grudge slide. Thank God I'm not his enemy. Wang Fuguei's eyes widened in shock and glee. Holy shit, he really collapsed? Was he actually sick? Big bro, you're a prophet. Halfway through his excitement, he frowned at Xia Hao. Xia Zong, you knew this would happen, didn't you? You're hiding something from me. He whirled toward Yi Fan, ecstatic. Big bro, have you recovered? Tell me. Wang Fuguei circled Yi Fan like an excited puppy, recalling his earlier words, as if everything had gone exactly as planned. That familiar feeling returned. 5 years ago, before Yi Fan's mind had been damaged, he had always been the one in control. But then, 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 plus 8, 8 plus 7. Yi Fan began babbling numbers again. Lao Wang, what recovery? I'm not asleep. Wang Fuguei deflated. Was I just imagining things? Yi Fan's lips twitched imperceptibly. Of course I wouldn't tell you, you big oaf. What should have been Li Yunyang's joyous engagement had turned into a disaster. First, Xian Yufei arrived with Yi Fan. Then, just as Xian Zhenghua forced her into submission and the ceremony resumed, Li Yunyang dropped dead. Amid the panicked calls for an ambulance, Li Zhong checked Li Yunyang's pulse, and his heart turned to ice. No breath, no pulse. He was dead in seconds. Xian Yufei stood frozen on stage, the scene before her surreal. Li Yunyang was gone? Did that mean she didn't have to marry him? Her gaze swept the hall, landing on Yi Fan just as he reached the exit. At that exact moment he turned back, and their eyes met. In that brief flash, she saw it. The sharp, cunning glint of the peerless genius she once knew. And then, a subtle okay gesture from Yi Fan. Her breath hitched. Was this his doing? Did Yi Fan kill Li Yunyang? Then, was he truly a fool, or had he been pretending all along? Chapter 29. You're too nice? Careful or I'll punch you. The scene was utter chaos. No one paid attention to Yi Fan and his group as they left, nor did anyone spare a glance for Shen Yufei or Shen Zhenghua. "Let's go," Shen Zhenghua said, his enthusiasm drained. His original plan had been to marry Yufei to Liang, securing an alliance with the Li family to strengthen his control over the Shen family and even forge ties with the influential Lu family from the provincial capital. Though Shen Zhenghua held considerable sway within the Shen family and could interfere in many of Yufei's affairs, her lineage had been personally appointed by the old patriarch. If Shen Zhenghua tried to seize power outright, he still lacked the strength to do so. But now, Liang had died at the engagement party. The marriage agreement was naturally void, and with Li Zhong's only son dead, the matter wouldn't end quietly. There was no telling whether Li Zhong would come after Shen Zhenghua for revenge. Humph! Shen Yufei shot Shen Zhenghua a cold glare, refusing to spare him another glance as she strode out of the hall. Today's events had torn the last shred of civility between them. This was no longer just about Shen Zhenghua withholding medical funds for Yufei's father. He had effectively taken control of him. Now, Yufei's only thought was to get her father out of the hospital where her uncle had placed him. Rushing out of the building, she searched for Yi Fan downstairs but found no trace of him. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, Xia Hao, Wang Fuguei, and the others drove away. It was still early, and Su Yixue was busy with company affairs. Remembering how Shen Zhenghua had used Yufei's father to manipulate her, Yi Fan decided to help her eliminate this threat. But Wang Fuguei had been sticking to him like glue since they left the hotel, leaving Yi Fan no chance to speak privately with Xia Hao. "Bro, have you really woken up? Just tell me. I swear I won't tell anyone." Wang Fuguei stared intently at Yi Fan. This was the 30th time he'd asked the same question. "Lao Wang, why do you keep asking if I'm awake? It's broad daylight. Of course I'm not asleep, and it's hot. Could you give me some space?"
Yi Fan siket.
His simple-minded friend wasn't actually stupid. After so many coincidences, he'd finally sensed something was off. Seizing the moment when Wang Fuguei shifted away, Yi Fan discreetly sent Xia Hao a message. After reading it, Xia Hao immediately ordered Li Hu to investigate the Shen family's situation. The information came back swiftly. "Turn around, head to Third People's Hospital," Xia Hao instructed the driver. Wang Fuguei scratched his head in confusion. "Boss Xia, it's almost dark. Shouldn't we be going home? Why the hospital?" Xia Hao glanced at Yi Fan, at a loss. He couldn't exactly say young Master Yi wants to rescue his ex-father-in-law. Could he? So he replied vaguely, "Well, Miss Shen's father is hospitalized. We might as well check on him and see if we can help." "That's it." Wang Fuguei rubbed his head, baffled. "Boss Xia, you're way too nice. Careful or I'll punch you." The blockhead couldn't shake the feeling that something strange was going on. A top-tier tycoon from the provincial capital, a dominant figure in the southwest, spending his days following a supposed fool around? Just because Yi Fan had saved his life 5 years ago? Helping Su Yixue was one thing, but now he was aiding Shen Yufei and even her father? Wang Fuguei's thick skull couldn't piece it together yet. By the time he figured it out, Yi Fan would likely have already made his grand return. "Relax. You've been with me the whole time. You know I mean no harm to young Master Yi," Xia Hao said, amused by Wang Fuguei's words. Li Hu, the underground king of Yunqing riding with them, was far sharper than Wang Fuguei. When Xia Hao suddenly ordered an investigation into Shen Zhenghua's whereabouts and a hospital visit, one of Li Hu's top enforcers, Wang Meng, couldn't hold back. "Tiger Lord, what's the deal with our big boss? Does he have nothing better to do than tail a fool all day? Shut your mouth."
Li Hungria snappat.
"The boss's decisions have purpose. Just follow orders." He glared at his men. "And listen up, from now on you will address him as young Master Yi, whether to his face or behind his back. Got it? If I catch any of you calling him a fool again, I'll cut out your tongues." Connecting the dots, Xia Hao personally hosting Yi Fan, Yi Fan's heroic rescue of Su Yixue, Li Yang's sudden death, Li Hu had a growing suspicion. That monstrous genius of the Yi family. Has the dragon awoken? Otherwise, how had the Zhao family fallen? How had Li Yang died so conveniently? and Xia Hao, a shrewd mogul dominating the southwest. Even if Yi Fan had saved his life, cooperating with the Su family would have been repayment enough. Why this level of devotion? Remembering Yi Fan's legendary brilliance 5 years ago, Li Hu's eyes burned with ambition. If he served faithfully, even a scrap of Yi Fan's favor could elevate him beyond measure. Years later, Li Hu would still boast to his descendants. Back then, your old man made the smartest move of his life. As Yi Fan, Xia Hao, and Li Hu raced to the hospital, Xian Zhenghua frantically barked orders. Hurry! Notify the hospital. Move Xian Zhenghua now. With his relationship with Yu Fei irreparably broken, a power struggle over the Xian group was inevitable. And Xian Zhenghua was a crucial card in Xian Jinggua's hand, one he wouldn't release until he secured control. Just before arriving, Xia Hao received a report from Li Hu's men. Boss Xia, the hospital's onto us. They're processing transfer paperwork to move him. Delay them. As he responded, Xia Hao couldn't help but glance at Yi Fan. Is this the foresight of a true genius? If they'd been even slightly slower, or if they'd waited for Yu Fei to act, it would have been too late. When they reached room 306 in the inpatient ward, Li Hu's men were in a standoff with Xian Jinggua's lackeys. No one takes Xian Zhenghua without Mr. Xian's orders. Bam! Bam! Orders my ass. That's my bro's father-in-law. You dare mess with him? D. Now grasping their purpose, Wang Fugue didn't hesitate. 2 punches sent the thugs flying as he cleared the way for Yi Fan. Chapter 30. Even the military gets involved? Xia Hao and Li Hu exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat helpless. This Wang Fugue, he's really reckless. The bodyguards who had been knocked aside, despite their excruciating pain, managed to dial Xian Jinggua's number. Second Master, things aren't looking good. President Xia and Tiger Li have brought men to snatch him away. They've already entered the ward. On the other end of the line, Xian Zhenghua, who was on his way to the hospital, darkened his expression. Humph, these persistent pests. Even though Yi Fan's an idiot now, they're still following him like their lives depend on it. They've got a death wish. Don't worry, I've already called the military. Their men will be there soon. Inside the ward, Xia Hao tactfully ushered Wang Fugue, Li Hu, and the other patients out, leaving only Yi Fan behind. Wang Fugue immediately protested. President Xia, what are you hiding from me this time? Don't you trust my mouth? Xia Hao shot him an exasperated look. Trust your mouth? Might as well believe in ghosts. Seeing that Xia Hao couldn't persuade Wang Fugue, Yi Fan spoke up himself. Old Wang, I need to examine him and help remove the bugs. Could you step out for a bit? It's private. Wang Fugue wouldn't listen to anyone else, but Yi Fan's words, right or wrong, were absolute to him. All right, big bro, I'll be right outside. If you need anything, just call for me. Once Wang Fugue left, Xia Hao respectfully closed the door and stood guard outside. Without hesitation, Yi Fan swiftly checked Xian Zhenghua's pulse and examined his eyelids. After just a glance, he understood. 17 different toxins? That's ruthless. Xian Zhenghua's body wasn't actually in poor condition. The car accident from years ago had only caused superficial injuries. He should have woken up long ago. The reason for his prolonged coma was that someone had injected him with 17 different toxins, meticulously combined. If the detoxification sequence was even slightly off, it would be enough to kill him. Xian Zhenghua, his own younger brother, really went all out to deal with his elder brother.
Yi Fan simirket koldu.
If anyone else had encountered this situation, they wouldn't have even noticed, let alone known how to fix it. But the inheritance Yi Fan had obtained from the dragon-patterned ring was far beyond ordinary comprehension. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without delay, Yi Fan swiftly manipulated the silver needles in his hands, piercing them into Xian Zhenghua's meridians. The 13 Ghost Valley needles, fully unleashed. Soon, black streaks began gathering along Xian Zhenghua's veins, eventually oozing out from a wound on his finger. A foul stench filled the room. Even the tissues in the basin were corroded and disintegrated. This was how potent the toxins were. Just as Yifan had retracted half of the needles, Xian Zhenghua groaned and slowly regained consciousness. Seeing Yifan before him, he exclaimed in surprise, "Xiao Fan! It's me!" Yifan raised a finger to his lips. "Uncle Xian, keep your voice down. Walls have ears." Xian Zhenghua had always treated Yifan well over the years. Growing up alongside Xian Yufei, Yifan had often eaten meals cooked by him. Xian Zhenghua nodded. "I understand. Even though I was comatose, I could hear everything happening outside, clearly and distinctly." He continued in a low voice, "Thank you for saving me. Is Yufei all right? That bastard Xian Zhenghua, for the sake of the Xian group, he'd even kill his own elder brother." His face twisted in anger. Seeing this, Yifan inwardly sighed in relief. Since Xian Zhenghua already knew everything about Xian Jinggua's schemes, there was no need for further explanation. "Yufei is fine. But yesterday, she announced the annulment of our engagement." At this, Yifan couldn't help but feel a pang of melancholy. Of course, she was forced into it by second uncle. "What?" Xian Zhenghua gasped again. "What has that wretch done?" "Xiao Fan, I'm so sorry. I know you must have suffered a lot. I'll go back right now and arrange a new engagement ceremony for you too." Xian Zhenghua had always regarded Yifan as his own child, so his first instinct was to make amends. But Yifan shook his head. "That won't be necessary for now. Uncle Xian, a lot has happened these past few days. The Yi family has nearly been wiped out. My uncle's brothers all killed in coordinated attacks on the same day. And those targeting the Yi family aren't planning to stop. They won't spare anyone connected to us. So, to the outside world, I'm still that brain-damaged fool. I need to stay hidden in the shadows to root them all out. The ones after the Yi family won't let any allied families go unscathed, so it's best for the Shen family to distance themselves for now. Also, there may have been some internal changes within the Shen family. It's complicated. You need to be moved to a safe location immediately, arranged by Yufei. And I suggest you don't reveal your recovery just yet. Support her from behind the scenes." Yifan laid out his plan in detail, sharp, meticulous, and thorough. The prodigious genius from 5 years ago had returned. And now, Yifan's thinking was even more mature and measured than before. Such a perfect son-in-law candidate, and that bastard Xian Zhenghua actually called off the engagement. The thought made Xian Zhenghua want to tear Xian Zhenghua apart with his bare hands. "If anything comes up, Uncle Xian, you can contact the Xia family head. He'll help." Yifan introduced Xia Hao to Xian Zhenghua. Xia Hao quickly stepped forward and shook hands. "President Xian, I look forward to working with you. Of course I'll be polite. This is young Master Ye's future father-in-law." Clatter, clatter. While Yifan was still talking inside the ward, a commotion erupted in the hallway. A squad of armed soldiers in camouflage uniforms marched toward the ward, led by a young major. Military operation. Civilians, step aside, or face lethal consequences. This was the backup Xian Zhenghua had called in Major Guofei from the Yunqing military district, a relative of Xian Jinggua's wife. Back when Guofei had joined the military, Xian Zhenghua had pulled strings to help him. Hearing that this was just about intimidating some local thugs, Guofei had broken protocol to bring his men, a way to repay the favor. But what Guofei didn't know was that the person he was facing was someone far beyond his reach. "Sorry." Private ward. No one enters without young Master Ye's permission. Despite knowing the severe consequences of defying the military, Li Hu and Wang Fuguei didn't hesitate to block the way. Click, click. At Guofei's signal, his men disengaged their safeties. "You asking to die?" It looked like Guofei was ready to open fire at any moment. Chapter 31. The Heavenly King under the Black Tortoise Banner. "Sir, we naturally won't interfere with official business, but you must show us the proper documentation. Otherwise, we won't stand aside." Li Hu, after all, was the underground godfather of Yunqing, no stranger to high-stakes confrontations. After a brief moment of panic, he quickly regained his composure. What could the unconscious head of the Shen family, a man who had always kept to himself, possibly be guilty of? Besides, if the man was already in a coma, Why would the military come for him now? Something was clearly off. Documentation. Li Hu's question left Guofei and his adjutant stammering, at a loss for words. They had come here solely to intimidate Li Hu and Yi Fan on Shen Jinggua's behalf. What documentation could they possibly have? Insolence. Our military operates under top-secret orders. Do we need to explain ourselves to the likes of you? Step aside, or don't blame us if bullets start flying. Guofei, as a major, was quick-witted enough to deflect the situation. No documentation, no orders from young Master Yi. We refuse to comply. Li Hu retorted coldly, then turned to his men. Brothers, arm yourselves. Let's see how far these military men are willing to go. Clatter. In the corridor, Li Hu's men drew their weapons, squaring off against Guofei's soldiers. These were Li Hu's most loyal subordinates, men who had fought alongside him through life-and-death struggles. They obeyed his commands without question. At such close range, even with firearms, Guofei's outnumbered squad wouldn't necessarily gain the upper hand in a fight. What are you doing? Rebelling? Guofei barked, his eyes sharp but his mind uneasy. Were these people really so fearless? Did his military uniform no longer command respect? Guofei was also worried. If this escalated and reached his superiors, he'd be in deep trouble. Sir, don't pin such a heavy charge on us. We just want to see the paperwork. Li Hu shot back. We can't imagine how a comatose patient in a hospital bed could be involved in any top-secret mission. Outrageous! Guofei snapped, though he had no real rebuttal. Men, prepare to engage. Click-clack. The sound of rifles being cocked echoed through the hallway. Guofei's soldiers raised their weapons, and the air thickened with tension. A violent clash seemed imminent. Creak. Just then, Yi Fan and Xia Hao stepped out of the room. Xia Hao froze at the sight before him, but before he could speak, Yi Fan piped up with childlike curiosity. Huh? Why are there so many soldiers here? Are those guns real? He reached out to touch the barrel of one soldier's rifle. The young soldier jerked back, shoving Yi Fan away. Get lost! Clang. As Yi Fan stumbled, a metallic object fell from his person, rolling to the feet of Guofei's adjutant. The adjutant picked it up, glanced at it dismissively, and was about to toss it into a nearby trash bin. What is it? Guofei asked, though he'd only caught a fleeting glimpse. Something about the emblem on the object struck a chord in his memory, sending a chill down his spine. Just some round metal trinket. There's a turtle engraved on it, and, for golden stars, the adjutant reported, shrugging. Probably dug it out of a garbage dump. Thud. He tossed it into the bin. Wait! Guofei's heart lurched as he shouted. But it was too late. Damn it! If the adjutant's description was accurate, that was no ordinary trinket. It was the token of one of the 4 heavenly kings under the Black Tortoise banner, a rank above 4-star generals, with authority to command millions of troops across 8 southeastern provinces. And that token was in the hands of Yi Fan, the so-called fool? What's wrong? The adjutant asked, bewildered. But Guofei was already lunging for the trash bin, frantically digging through the garbage. Sir! The adjutant gaped. It's filthy in there. What's so important about that thing? Shut up. Guofei was drenched in cold sweat. If that token was genuine, he wouldn't live long enough to regret this. His soldiers exchanged uneasy glances. Were they still supposed to fight? Li Hu, Xia Hao, Wang Fugui, and their men were equally baffled. What was happening? A random object falling from Yi Fan had sent a major into a panic? Only Xia Hao understood. Yi Fan hadn't accidentally dropped it. This was deliberate. Found it. Guofei had practically dismantled the bin before retrieving the token. One look confirmed his worst fears. The anti-counterfeiting marks, the serial number, everything was authentic. Holy hell. The so-called fool of the Yi family was one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Black Tortoise division? Who could have guessed? Your subordinate pays homage to the heavenly king under the Black Tortoise banner. We deserve death. Guofei prostrated himself on the ground, his men hastily following suit. His jurisdiction fell entirely under the Black Tortoise's command. To offend a heavenly king, second only to the highest authority, meant annihilation for a mere major like him. Though his men didn't fully grasp the situation, Guofei's reaction told them everything. "We beg for mercy, heavenly king." The scene had flipped completely in an instant. The reversal was so abrupt that Li Hu and Wang Fugue were still processing it. Yifan watched their display, lips quirking in amusement. "Huh? Why are you kneeling? It's not New Year's yet. Get up! Get up! We dare not." Guofei remained frozen in place. "We failed to recognize your excellency. We beg for forgiveness." Trembling, he offered the token back to Yifan. Yifan took it, examining it with feigned ignorance. "Is this mine? I don't remember having it." "Ah well, no need to kneel. The floor's cold." He stuffed the token into his pocket. "Looks like gold. Might be worth something. Thanks. Keep this a secret, okay? Or someone might steal it from me." His words left Guofei utterly dumbfounded. Was the heavenly king serious? Was Yifan truly an idiot? Or was this all an act? Chapter 32. The past can never be recovered. When Guofei turned toward Yifan with suspicion, he suddenly caught a sharp, piercing glint in Yifan's eyes. The threat in that gaze was unmistakable. Yifan even gave a subtle nod. Boom! A thunderous realization exploded in Guofei's mind. The young master of the Yi family isn't a fool at all? He secretly became one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Xuanwu war zone, the highest military rank ever achieved by a Yi descendant. The Yi family's patriarch had founded the Tianlong army and was revered as the Northern Liang king, but his power eventually drew the imperial family's suspicion. And now, even though the Yi family has been ambushed, they still have a successor? After only a few seconds of rapid thought, Guofei immediately understood. Yifan was ordering him to keep this secret and leave at once. "This subordinate takes his leave. I will strictly obey the heavenly king's command." Guofei scrambled up from the ground, called for his men, and turned to leave. Before he did, he couldn't resist adding, "Young Master Yi, beware of Xianzhengua." Not that Guofei needed to remind him. Yifan already knew these were reinforcements summoned by Xianzhengua. "Big bro? What was that thing just now? It was insane. You actually scared a major into submission. Are you hiding something from me? Let me see." The moment Guofei left, Wang Fugue grabbed Yifan's arm, trying to get a look at the token. Wang Fugue's grandfather had served as deputy general under Yifan's grandfather, so he knew a thing or two about military affairs. The 4 heavenly kings of the Xuanwu army, those were figures who dominated the entire Great Xia Empire. The Yi family patriarch had once said that if even one heavenly king emerged in the Tianlong army, he wouldn't have to worry about its disbandment. "No way! Old Wang, are you trying to steal my gold? Even if you're my brother, I won't let you." Yifan clutched his pocket tightly, as if terrified that Wang Fugue would snatch the token away. Xia Hao, watching from the side, felt a dark line forming on his forehead. He knew the truth about Yifan all too well. Sigh. Young Master Yi really has it rough. He's already regained his senses, yet he still has to pretend to be a fool. But his acting was truly top-notch. The way he played the fool wasn't just convincing, it was indistinguishable from the real thing. If he went to Hollywood, he'd definitely bring home an Oscar. Fine. I was just curious. Wang Fugue never went against Yifan's wishes. Since Yifan refused, he didn't press further. But Li Hu and the others present underwent a complete shift in their attitude toward Yifan. Any trace of disrespect vanished instantly. Before, they hadn't understood why Xia Hao was so obsequious toward Yifan. Though they followed orders and treated him with deference, it was only out of fear for Xia Hao and Li Hu's authority. But now, a mere token casually dropped by Yifan had forced a major in camouflage to kneel in submission. In their eyes, Yifan had become an untouchable figure. Inside the hospital room, Xianzhengua had been watching through the door crack, hearing and seeing everything clearly. "Damn you, Xianzhengua. Look at the mess you've made. What should have been boundless fortune for the Xian family. You just shoved it away. I could strangle you."
No.
I can't let such a perfect son-in-law slip through my fingers. But young Master Yi said, he still has to pretend to be unconscious in front of Yufei. How can I hint to her? I need to think of a way. Outside the ward, Yifan and Xia Hao didn't have to wait long before Xian Yufei arrived with a group of security guards in tow. Seeing the fallen bodyguards, as well as Yifan and Xia Hao's group, she immediately understood. Second uncle must have sent men to abduct father, but Yifan and the others got here first and saved him. Thank goodness they had acted. If she had arrived any later, her father might already have been taken. With her father in second uncle's hands, even with the support of the Shen group's elders, she would have been forced to tread carefully. Fan, thank you. Xian Yufei's eyes brimmed with emotion as she wrapped her arms around Yifan's neck, leaning in to kiss him. They had once been lovers, but she had let the perfect opportunity slip through her fingers. Now, after everything that had happened, she was more certain than ever of her choice. Even if Yifan is a fool, I'm willing to be his woman. Just as her lips were about to meet his, Yifan suddenly pushed her away.
No, no.
Ishua wifey said I can't kiss other girls. Yufei, you're not my wife anymore. We can't kiss. His words struck Xian Yufei like a dagger, freezing her in place. Not his wife anymore. The phrase pierced her heart, sending waves of pain through her. Yes, yesterday, in front of so many people, she had acknowledged the annulment of their engagement. When second uncle announced it, she hadn't resisted. She had silently accepted it. That must have hurt Yifan deeply. Even though his intellect had regressed, she remembered the disappointment in his eyes. Perhaps, deep down, he still remembered her, still trusted her unconditionally, still saw her as his anchor. But when he needed her most, she had walked away. In the end, I'm the one who failed him. Tears welled in her eyes, but she quickly composed herself, making a firm decision. If I made a mistake, I'll make up for it. Right now, Fan is still in this state, so I'll just have to be extra good to him. Maybe when he wakes up, he'll forgive me and we can start over. Fan, what happened yesterday was orchestrated by second uncle, but my silence hurt you. I sincerely apologize, but I won't give up. Here, in front of everyone, I, Xian Yufei, swear this. In this lifetime, I will only ever be Yifan's woman. For the pain I caused you, I'll make amends, bit by bit. Fan, please, give me this chance. Every word was spoken with ironclad resolve. The onlookers exchanged stunned glances. What a dramatic reversal. Just yesterday, the Shen family had announced the dissolution of the engagement. And now they wanted to reinstate it? Xia Hao narrowed his eyes. Had Xian Yufei seen through young Master Ye's disguise? Li Hu and the others, however, were disdainful. Did she think the Yi family was a marketplace? Someplace she could come and go as she pleased? Though Yifan's face remained blank, his heart was conflicted. It wasn't true that he felt nothing for Xian Yufei. They had grown up together, shared countless memories. How could he just forget all that? But if she wanted to return now, he couldn't simply welcome her back with open arms. Besides, if I accept her, what about my 7 stunning sisters-in-law?
No.
You left me first. I already have a wife. Ishua wifey is the best. She said she'll give me a chubby baby. Yifan babbled with childlike innocence, his eyes shining with happiness. Xian Yufei's heart ached again. Something must have happened last night, but she wouldn't back down. It's okay. Fan, I'll prove myself to you. Suppressing her pain, she bowed to Xia Hao and the others. Thank you, all of you. I'll settle my father first, then treat everyone to a meal as thanks. With that, she strode into the ward. If she stayed any longer, she feared the tears would spill over. Chapter 33. An ambush on the Grand Physician of Daxia? Yifan watched Xian Yufei's despondent figure recede into the distance, his heart aching. But there were many things he couldn't explain, not yet. Besides, since Xian Yufei had tacitly agreed to annul their engagement, shouldn't she have to pay some price if she wanted things to return to how they were before? At any rate, everyone still saw him as a fool. No matter how outrageous his actions, they'd find a way to justify them. Right now, What troubled Yi Fan was the theft of Su Ishua's company's medicinal formula. How should he handle this? Yu Linglong had mentioned inviting the grand physician of Daxia, Lei Chenjue, to treat his condition. He could only hope the old man would arrive soon. Just as the thought crossed his mind, his phone rang. It was his wife, Su Ishue. Xiao Fan. Great news. Sister Linglong is already on her way to Yunqing with Grand Physician Lei. With his expertise, your condition is sure to improve. Hearing this, Yi Fan let out a quiet sigh of relief. If Lei Chenjue was coming, then the issue with the stolen formula could be resolved. Yet Yi Fan couldn't shake a nagging worry. If Lei Chenjue was coming to treat his mental impairment, certain people might not take kindly to it. Would they try to obstruct the old physician on his way here? Ishue, when are they arriving? By plane. Yi Fan decided to stay vigilant. Lei Chenjue was a national treasure of Daxia, a revered medical master. He couldn't afford to let him die in some petty power struggle. At the same time, this was an opportunity to confront those who had targeted the Yi family head-on. Are young Master Wang and President Xia with you? Hand the phone to them. I'll explain the details. Su Ishue still didn't fully trust Yi Fan's ability to retain information in his current state. With a wry smile, Yi Fan passed the phone to Xia Hao, who quickly noted down the flight details. When Xia Hao returned the phone, realization dawned on him. Yi Fan intended to meet Lei Chenjue at the airport. Given the delicate situation, even with Yu Linglong accompanying the physician, Yi Fan clearly wanted to ensure Lei Chenjue's safety. There had to be a deeper strategy at play. Let's go. To the airport. With less than an hour until the flight landed, they had just enough time. As Xia Hao rallied the group, he turned to Li Hu. Brothers, stay sharp. Report any suspicious activity immediately. Li Hu and his men were fired up. They had already glimpsed the depths of Yi Fan's influence. Even as a fool, and with the Yi family under siege, Yi Fan had yet to suffer a single loss. The Zhao family, who had opposed the Yi family, had been mysteriously wiped out. Li Yunyang, who had dared to harass Xian Yufei, had died on the spot. Though not the brightest, Li Hu and his men sensed that Yi Fan was biding his time for something big. If no, when Yi Fan awakened, those who stood by him would rise alongside him. As Yi Fan's group mobilized, in a secluded residence in the northwest, an elderly man listened to his subordinate's report in silence. Elder Go, we've just received word. Yu Linglong has convinced the grand physician of Daxia, Lei Chenjue, to treat Yi Fan. They're already en route to Yunqing. The middle-aged man before him spoke grimly. Lei Chenjue was always close to Yi Changfeng. If he actually succeeds, given Yi Fan's talent, we could be in serious trouble. The old man swirled his teacup, eyes downcast. So, what do you propose? I've already stationed men at Yunqing Airport to intercept Lei Chenjue. Hopefully, he'll heed our warning. If not, the man drew a finger across his throat. Think carefully. Lei Chenjue is a state-appointed master physician, a national treasure. If anything happens to him, the consequences will be severe. The elder neither endorsed nor opposed the plan. The subordinate understood. Rest assured, Elder Gu. I'll take full responsibility. This has nothing to do with you. Elder Gu nodded in satisfaction. Proceed. Also, what's the status of the suppression campaign against the Su family? How has such a minor faction not been crushed yet? The middle-aged man hesitated. He had intended to report on the Li family's actions, but news had just arrived. Li Yunyang, who had stolen the Su family's core formula and held a press conference, had dropped dead at his engagement banquet with Xian Yufei. Worse, Yi Fan had been present. The incident had shaken the Li family, forcing them to slow their operations. If he reported this now, Elder Gu would only rage. Better to handle it quietly. Don't worry, Elder. I'll expedite matters. If they aren't resolved within 2 days, I'll go to Yunqing myself. With the Zhao family annihilated and Li Yunyang's sudden death, the man couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Perhaps the Lu family of Tiannan province and the other local factions in Yunqing simply weren't up to the task. Yunqing Airport. Before Yi Fan and Xia Hao arrived, Li Hu's men had already infiltrated the airport. Boss Hu, our scouts have spotted at least 20 to 30 unfamiliar faces. What are your orders? Li Hu's expression darkened. Must I spell it out? Eliminate them all. But the subordinate hesitated. Most aren't an issue, but a few are martial artists, some even at the control realm or higher. Our men are no match for them. Li Hu frowned. Though he ruled Yunqing's underworld, his men were no warriors. Against true experts, they were powerless. Beside him, Yi Fan's eyes narrowed. He glanced at Wang Fugui, a plan forming in his mind. Being strong alone isn't enough. I need to cultivate a team of elite fighters. I'll poke them with needles and chase them away. Noticing Xia Hao's gaze, Yi Fan grinned foolishly, easing the tension. Xia Hao exhaled in relief. He had some idea of Yi Fan's capabilities. If Yi Fan's strength had fully returned, his presence alone should suffice. Take young Master Yi with you. He might have a solution, Xia Hao instructed. Wang Fugui, however, looked uneasy. President Xia, is my elder brother really up to this? Let me handle it first. If I fail, then he can step in. Good. You hit them for me. Yi Fan didn't mind letting Wang Fugui take the lead. It saved him the trouble of acting too conspicuously. With Yi Fan's approval, Li Hu's men guided them through the crowd. Nearby, several of Li Hu's subordinates were tailing a man in a baseball cap. The man, skulking suspiciously, tensed upon spotting Yi Fan's group and tried to flee. Wang Fugui lunged, seizing the man by the collar and striking a pressure point. Where do you think you're going? Thud. The man collapsed, unconscious, and was promptly dragged away by Li Hu's men. Thud. Thud. All across the airport, Li Hu's men struck in tandem with Wang Fugui, swiftly neutralizing most of the assassins. 3 left, powerful ones. Be careful, young Master Wang. Chapter 34. The Hindered Assassin. Neither Yi Fan nor Wang Fugui needed Li Hu's subordinates to point it out. They had already noticed. 3 men were hiding among the crowd of passengers, but their martial aura was impossible to conceal. While Yi Fan glanced in their direction, they had also been watching him closely. These men were the core operatives of this mission. Just moments ago, they had discovered that all their station personnel at the airport had suddenly gone silent within a mere 2 minutes. Scanning their surroundings for their missing subordinates, they soon spotted Yi Fan, Xia Hao, Wang Fugui, and the others approaching. Boss, that idiot Yi Fan is here, and he's got that old bastard Xia Hao with him. This doesn't look good. A thin man, nervously eyeing Wang Fugui's group closing in, whispered to a bespectacled young man beside him. The bespectacled youth remained calm. What's there to fear? We haven't done anything wrong. With so many people around, what can they possibly do to us? But before he could finish, his expression froze. At the airport exit, several of his men were being escorted away by Li Hu's people. His composure shattered instantly. These were men he had personally trained, seasoned martial artists. Yet they had been captured without a sound? A quick deduction told him that all his missing subordinates must have been subdued by Yi Fan and Xia Hao's forces. How is this possible? Apart from the 3 of them, every other operative had been neutralized in an instant. How did they pull this off? He wasn't overly concerned about the others, but Wang Fugui was a martial control realm expert. If things escalated, the situation could spiral out of control, especially since this was Yunqing International Airport, where official enforcers were stationed. His mission was to intercept or assassinate Lei Qianjue. If he got sidetracked, his superiors would not be pleased. To make matters worse, when he locked eyes with Yi Fan, he sensed martial energy radiating from him, and it was far from weak. What the hell? The intel had clearly stated that Yi Fan had lost all his abilities after turning feeble-minded. How has his strength returned? You two hold them off. I'll go after Lei Qianjue. The bespectacled youth glanced at the flight display. Lei Qianjue's plane had already landed, and he could faintly see the man's figure in the exit corridor. According to orders, their priority was to intimidate Lei Qianjue into retreating. Only if he insisted on entering Yunqing to rescue Yi Fan would they resort to lethal measures. Though reluctant, the two subordinates dared not disobey. As Xia Hao and Wang Fugue closed in, the two young men stepped forward. "You've got some nerve, interfering with our plans," they sneered, immediately lunging at Wang Fugue. Both were also at the martial control realm, and while Wang Fugue was evenly matched against one, facing two at once put him at a disadvantage. "Hey, big brother, why are you running? You took my toy. Give it back." Yi Fan suddenly shouted at the departing bespectacled youth, darting after him. In a flash, he flicked a melon seed with pinpoint accuracy, striking a pressure point on one of the martial artists attacking Wang Fugue. Thud! The martial artist, mid-lunge, suddenly stiffened. Before he could react, Wang Fugue's fist sent him crashing to the ground. To onlookers, it looked as though the man had willingly walked into Wang Fugue's punch. Wang Fugue himself was stunned, unsure what had just happened. With one opponent down, he easily overpowered the remaining fighter, driving him back with a flurry of blows. Seeing Yi Fan chase after the bespectacled leader, Wang Fugue panicked. "Big brother, don't run off. Wait for me." That bespectacled youth was at least as strong as Wang Fugue, if not stronger. If Yi Fan got hurt, how would he explain it to Suishua? She had entrusted him with Yi Fan's safety before leaving. Xia Hao, aware of Yi Fan's true capabilities, quickly signaled Li Hu to follow. "Young Master Wang, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. Trust your big brother. Remember how Wu Laolang died?" The reminder jolted Wang Fugue. When Suishua had been ambushed by Wu Laolang's gang, Yi Fan had charged in on a motorcycle and beaten Wu Laolang to a pulp. At the time, Wang Fugue had clearly sensed the martial energy surging from Yi Fan. Could it be? Even if his mind isn't fully recovered, his martial arts have partially returned? Meanwhile, the bespectacled youth being pursued by Yi Fan was seething. "What the hell? Since when did I steal your damn toy? Is the Yi family's fool actually stupid? Or is he faking it?" Unaware of the truth, bystanders saw only an innocent-looking Yi Fan chasing after the bespectacled man. Some even tried to block the youth's path. "Hey, you look like an educated man. Why steal a child's toy? Just give it back. Yeah, have some decency. Where do you think you're running?" The bespectacled youth wanted to curse their ancestors. "Get out of my way." His eyes locked onto the corridor ahead. Just around the corner, he would reach Lei Qianjue. His remaining operatives were lying in wait there. Even if Lei Qianjue refused to cooperate with Yu Linglong, a Grandmaster Realm expert, on their side, they could still eliminate him. But the more he ran, the more uneasy he grew. Despite pushing his martial energy to its limits, Yi Fan not only kept pace but was gaining on him. Since when could a fool move like this? Has Yi Fan's monstrous talent resurfaced? Heart-pounding, he accelerated further. Lei Qianjue was now barely 2 meters away. "Master Lei!" Just as he opened his mouth, a hand yanked him backward with brute force. "Aha! Got you! Give me back my toy!" The assassin was dragged several feet away from Lei Qianjue. "Are you kidding me? I'm being literally held back." Yu Linglong, standing beside Lei Qianjue, instantly reacted. "What are you trying to do?" Her icy gaze pinned the bespectacled youth as her aura erupted. Then she spotted Yi Fan, and her pupils contracted. "Yi Fan? What are you doing here?" Frowning, she thought, what is Ishua doing? Wasn't she supposed to be taking care of him this month? Why is he wandering around the airport alone? Chapter 35. The Ultimate Movement Technique, Shifting Stars. Holy shit. Damn it. You bastard. The bespectacled young man cursed inwardly, unleashing every vulgarity he knew. "Get lost. I didn't take your damn doll. Now piss off." His eyes locked onto Yi Fan with murderous intent. After all, his orders were simply to prevent Lei Qianjue from successfully treating Yi Fan. Wouldn't killing Yi Fan outright accomplish the same goal? As he shoved Yi Fan, the young man channeled a surge of martial energy into his push, intending to cripple, if not outright kill, his target. But the moment his energy struck Yi Fan, something felt off. His attack dissipated like a pebble sinking into the ocean, leaving no trace.
Yi Fan stod mot Yonles, unfazed.
Then, with a flick of his wrist, a sharp pain shot through the young man's arm. A terrifying force surged into his body, corroding his meridians and draining his vitality. In an instant, his cultivation plummeted from the Grandmaster realm to the control realm. What the hell just happened? Why you? What did you do to me? The young man shrieked, scrambling backward in panic. By then, Yu Linglong had already reacted. Seeing the bespectacled man lay hands on Yi Fan, she exploded in fury. You dare touch my man? You're dead. Boom! Without hesitation, she unleashed her power, far beyond the Grandmaster level, and drove a fist toward his chest. Crack! Crack! The young man barely raised his arms in defense, but the impact shattered his bones. He staggered back, blood trickling from his lips. Before he could even think of counterattacking, his body convulsed violently. Blood gushed from his 7 orifices, and he collapsed, lifeless. Dead? Yu Linglong, Xia Hao, Li Hu, and the others stared in shock. Yu Linglong's pupils dilated. She knew exactly how much force she had used. Just enough to severely injure, not kill outright. How? Then she remembered the young man's earlier scream about Yi Fan pricking him. Did Yi Fan intervene? But he was supposed to be in a vegetative state. How could he effortlessly slay a Grandmaster? And even if he had, what could a mere needle do? Bewildered, she scanned the area, only to find Yi Fan already behind Lei Chenjue. There, another young man in a checkered shirt had sidled up to the physician, whispering threateningly, Master Lei, leave Yunqing immediately. If you insist on treating the Yi family's heir, we'll have to send you to your grave. Lei Chenjue, the divine physician of Daxia, was no pushover. His medical prowess was matched only by his martial skill and vast influence. Yet someone dared threaten him? His face darkened with rage. You trash think you can intimidate me? I don't take orders from scum like you. Lei Chenjue had been furious ever since hearing of the Yi family's massacre. The Yi clan had been instrumental in Daxia's founding, yet they were exterminated overnight, an outrage that chilled the nation. So when Yu Linglong begged him to save Yi Fan, he hadn't hesitated. But now these vermin sought to stop him. With a roar, he swung a slap at the young man. The assassin's eyes turned icy. Old fool, you brought this on yourself. A dagger flashed, its blade glistening with deep blue poison. Toxin. Lei Chenjue's heart sank. The venom was potent enough to kill instantly. He tried to retreat, but it was too late. The young man smirked, triggering a hidden mechanism in his shirt. Pearl Blossom Storm. A hail of poison needles erupted, a lost Tang clan technique. At this range, evasion was impossible. Lei Chenjue's blood ran cold. Even as the divine physician, he couldn't neutralize so many lethal projectiles at once. Damn it! To think he'd fall here, not out of regret but sheer fury. They were hellbent on wiping out the Yi bloodline, even if it meant killing Daxia's greatest healer. Ow! Big bro, why'd you bump into me? That hurt. A familiar voice, Yi Fan's, cut through the chaos. As he whined, he shoved the checkered shirt assassin. A blur of motion later, the scene transformed. The assassin, who had been facing Lei Chenjue, now stood with his back to the physician, directly in the path of his own needles. Thud, thud, thud. The man's body jerked as countless needles embedded themselves into his flesh. And no! Gasping, he clutched his chest, eyes wide with horror and disbelief. This technique, shifting stars, the legendary movement art lost for millennia, it could alter the positions of both user and target in an instant, making it the ultimate combat skill. How does Yi Fan know it? Has he awakened? Chapter 36. Who exactly saved me? In his fading consciousness, the young man finally realized one thing. He had been played. His strength surpassed that of the bespectacled youth, who had been the final trump card against Lei Chenjue. Yet, the bespectacled youth had inexplicably died at Yu Linglong's hands, though not before making contact with Yi Fan. Now, he too had fallen, all because Yi Fan had briefly rested his wrist on his shoulder earlier. He understood now Yi Fan must have pulled some trick. But none of that mattered anymore. Even if he knew the truth, there was nothing he could do to change it. Thud! The young man in the floral shirt collapsed into a pool of blood. The loud noise caused Lei Chenjue, who had already closed his eyes, to snap them open again. He glanced down at his chest in confusion.
No wounds.
No injuries. He wasn't dead? What just happened? He was alive, yet the assassin who had tried to kill him had suddenly been slain by his own hidden weapon? At such close range, just 1 meter away, what kind of miracle could have made this possible? Lei Chenjue swept his gaze around in bewilderment. Aside from the ordinary bodyguards Yu Linglong had arranged, the only other person nearby was Yifan, standing 2 meters away, grinning foolishly. See? Told you not to bump into me. Serves you right. Serves you right. Looking at Yifan like this, it was hard to believe he could have been the one to save him. Was there a hidden expert among the bodyguards who had intervened?
Impossible.
Lei Chenjue knew their capabilities well. None of them had that level of skill. Could it have been Yifan? He shot a doubtful glance at Yifan. 5 years ago, Yifan had been a monstrous genius, already a grandmaster. But now he was in a mentally impaired state. Even if Yifan had fully recovered, saving someone at such close range, while dodging a barrage of deadly needles, wasn't something a mere grandmaster could accomplish. Unless he had surpassed the martial grandmaster realm and reached the level of a martial venerable. But was that even possible? Moreover, if Yifan had acted, Lei Chenjue, as a martial expert himself, should have sensed even the slightest fluctuation of energy. Yet he had felt nothing. Swiftly, Lei Chenjue dismissed the possibility of Yifan's involvement. That left only Yu Linglong. But when he turned to look at her, he saw the same confusion in her eyes. Yu Linglong was still reeling from the shock of having killed a grandmaster-level expert, the bespectacled youth, with a single move. How could she have possibly saved Lei Chenjue in the same instant? In the blink of an eye, another grandmaster had met his end, killed by his own hidden weapon. The strangest part? The assassin had activated the weapon, then abruptly turned it on himself, charging straight into the poisoned needles as if deliberately making himself the target. Was he out of his mind? None of this made sense. Yu Linglong was the first to react. She rushed to Yifan's side, gripping his arm tightly.
Yifan.
Tell me the truth. Have you already woken up? Are you deceiving us? If you dare lie to me, I'll cut you to pieces. Yifan, who had been on the verge of confessing, suddenly felt a chill between his legs and swallowed his words. His big wife was a bit too fierce. Some things were better left unsaid. For now. Woken up? I just woke up this morning. Do I have to wake up again? Linglong, wifey. Did you come just to see me? Do you want to sleep with me? With a foolish grin, Yifan wrapped his arms around Yu Linglong's slender waist, pressing himself against her. Though Yu Linglong had been betrothed to the Yi family long ago, she had never even met the eldest son of the Yi family, let alone engaged in any intimate behavior. Being suddenly embraced like this, her body stiffened in discomfort. Don't talk nonsense. She had intended to scold him, but then she remembered. She had publicly declared her marriage to him in front of so many sisters. Sooner or later, she would be his woman. Besides, he was still a fool right now. Still, this was letting him off too easy. At such close proximity, Yifan could feel the soft warmth of Yu Linglong's ample curves against him, along with a faint, intoxicating fragrance. Master Lei, I leave my husband in your care. Yu Linglong bowed respectfully to Lei Chenjue.
Lei Qianjue nodded.
Rest assured, I will do my utmost. By then, Wang Fugue, Li Hu, and the others had finished their battle and arrived with reinforcements. Big bro, are you all right? Wang Fugue exhaled in relief upon seeing Yifan unharmed. Then, noticing Lei Chenjue, he quickly bowed.
Greetings, divine physician Lei.
As the divine physician of Great Xia, Lei Chenjue was a household name. Not only did he treat the elite, but he also shared numerous prescriptions that benefited ordinary people. Divine physician Lei, I beg you to heal my big bro. If you can cure him, I'll serve you like an ox or a horse. Wang Fugue spoke with genuine devotion. Lei Chenjue and Yu Linglong took in the crowd that had gathered and realized these people had come to escort and protect them. But when Lei Chenjue had been in danger earlier, who had saved him? Seeing Yu Linglong's puzzled expression, Xiahao stepped forward and introduced himself respectfully. I am Xiahao. 5 years ago, young Master Yi saved my life. Now I follow him as a humble aide. Hearing that divine physician Lei had come to treat him, I took the liberty of joining young Master Wang in bringing reinforcements. Yu Linglong's eyes flickered with shock. To prevent Lei Chenjue from treating Yi Fan, the enemy had mobilized so many forces? Since she had decided to marry Yi Fan, she had also resolved to stand with the Yi family through life and death. Anyone who tried to stop Lei Chenjue from saving Yi Fan was now her enemy. The journey from the airport to Su Yishue's residence went smoothly. Soon, Yi Fan was taken into a private room by Lei Chenjue for diagnosis. Young Master Yi, let me check your pulse. Lei Chenjue spoke gently, extending his hand. Be a good boy. After the examination, I'll buy you some candy. All right? Yi Fan smiled faintly and cut him off. Master Lei, I've been waiting for your arrival. As he spoke, he seized Lei Chenjue's wrist and continued rapidly. Excessive internal heat. Pulse 3 beats too fast. Slightly disordered qi. You haven't been resting well lately. And last night, around midnight, you drank 2 taels of liquor. At your age, alcohol isn't good for your health. What? Lei Chenjue's pupils dilated in shock. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether Yi Fan was truly impaired or not. Every detail Yi Fan had mentioned was accurate, so precise that Lei Chenjue might have suspected he was under surveillance. Could it be Yi Fan wasn't actually a fool? Chapter 37. The Great Xia's medical sage is stunned. That's right. I've already awakened. I just have a top-secret plan and couldn't reveal myself in front of outsiders. Since Yi Fan had decided to speak, he no longer intended to hide anything from Lei Chenjue. After all, there were 2 more crucial matters that required Lei Chenjue's assistance. What? Lei Chenjue was utterly shocked. This Yi Fan's acting is too good. He actually fooled everyone? So, the operation at the airport, it was all planned and led by you, young Master Yi? Lei Chenjue had been curious. While all the other families were distancing themselves from the Yi family, the Xia family from the provincial capital was risking everything to stick by Yi Fan's side. It made no sense. Moreover, eliminating so many assassins lurking at the airport in such a short time, and Yi Fan, coincidentally, taking out the assassins targeting him twice? None of it was a coincidence. It was all part of Yi Fan's meticulous plan. Yes, Yi Fan nodded. The only one who knows I've awakened is Xiahao. He's the one executing my plan. Then, was it you who saved me from that guy in the floral shirt? Using the supreme movement technique, Stellar Shift, to evade the Pearl Blossom Storm hidden weapon attack. Lei Chenjue was so stunned his beard trembled. He knew exactly what this meant. Stellar Shift, a movement technique countless people coveted. If Yi Fan had mastered this, he must know even more martial techniques. As long as Yi Fan was awake, with his terrifying talent, the Yi family would never fall. Those who dared to move against the Yi family were in for a world of suffering. It was me. My methods were a bit crude to avoid exposure. Forgive my poor performance, Master Lei. Yi Fan admitted with another nod. So, you plan to keep everyone in the dark. Lei Chenjue was no fool. Realizing Yi Fan's intentions, he understood that Yi Fan wouldn't reveal himself anytime soon and would continue playing the fool. Then, young Master Yi, what do you need me to do? His expression turned solemn. Rest assured, young Master Yi. Your late grandfather and I were lifelong friends. I'll keep your secret, and I'll help however I can.
Yi Fan nodded.
Master Lei, I need your help with 2 things. First, the beauty and wellness formula from Yishue's company was stolen. With the new product launch imminent, I need you to provide her with a replacement formula.
Lei Qianjue frowned.
But I don't have any useful anti-aging formulas on hand.
Ido.
As he spoke, Yi Fan glanced around the room, grabbed a notebook from the table, tore out a sheet, and swiftly wrote down a formula. This beauty-nourishing cream is a lost recipe from the Shinnon Codex. Remember, the heat must be precisely controlled at 323 degrees for exactly 8 minutes. A single second's deviation will ruin the ointment. Lei Qianjue took the formula and studied it carefully. The combination of ingredients and the subtle differences in measurements made his expression grow more serious. Though most of the herbs were common, their ingenious arrangement seemed to trigger an extraordinary reaction, defying conventional logic. Brilliant! Absolutely brilliant! How did I never think of this? A lost recipe is truly different. Lei Qianjue grew more excited, his face flushing red. But then doubt flickered in his eyes. Young Master Yi, if you have such an incredible formula, why not give it directly to Yishui? Lei Qianjue already knew everything about Su Yishui, Yu Linglong, and the others. In such desperate circumstances, they had unhesitatingly declared they would marry Yi Fan and remain with the Yi family. That took immense courage, worthy of everyone's respect.
Ye fan similet bitterli.
Master Lei, do you think anyone would believe a formula given by an idiot, even if it were real? And if they did believe it, how could I keep pretending? Lei Qianjue immediately understood. Yi Fan needed his reputation to serve as cover. Understood. I'll deliver the formula to Yishui. Tonight, I'll personally prepare the ointment. Once successful, I'll guide her through the process myself. Lei Qianjue gave Yi Fan a meaningful look, already pitying those who had targeted the Yi family. You're all doomed, and you won't even know how it happened. Young Master Yi, what's the second matter? Yi Fan's expression darkened. Master Lei, you're aware of my grandfather's condition, right? Years of hidden ailments, compounded by recent blows, have left him on death's doorstep.
Lei Qianjue sighed.
Of course, I've examined him before, but my medical skills are limited. Medicine alone won't sustain him much longer. Do you have a solution? That's the second request. I need you to treat my grandfather, extend his life by at least 20 years. To make it easier for you, I'll teach you a set of acupuncture techniques. As he spoke, Yi Fan produced a set of silver needles. Watch closely, Master Lei. First needle, Guanin's tear. Insert 3/10 of an inch into the Shanzhong point. As the needle trembles from the surge of energy, rotate it gently to stimulate the blood vessels. Second needle, Great Mercy of Buddha. Insert 4/10 of an inch into the Feng Qi point, locking in vitality with an energy surge. By the time Yi Fan finished explaining the technique, Lei Qianjue was completely dumbfounded. This, young Master Yi, is this the Ghost Valley 13 Needles? The lost technique from the Shinnon Codex? The legendary method that can snatch lives from the King of Hell and revive the dead? You know this supreme art. Lei Qianjue was so shocked he nearly jumped out of his skin. This technique was the stuff of myth, the ultimate dream of all medical practitioners. Everyone had heard of it in ancient texts, but no one had ever mastered it, let alone learned it. And now, not only did Yi Fan know it, he was teaching it to Lei Qianjue without reservation. Suddenly, Lei Qianjue remembered a legend from 5 years ago. Rumors had spread across the land of Great Xia about a young medical immortal, a prodigy who had saved countless powerful figures with his miraculous techniques. His reputation had nearly eclipsed Lei Qianjue's own. Lei Qianjue had secretly studied the cases treated by this young prodigy. His methods and prescriptions far surpassed Lei Qianjue's. He could have been Lei Qianjue's master, but after Yi Fan's car accident, the medical immortal had vanished without a trace. Now, connecting the dots, Lei Qianjue's pupils dilated in realization. Young Master Yi, could it be that you were the medical immortal whose name shook all of Great Xia 5 years ago? That was also me, Yi Fan replied calmly. Did you memorize the needle technique? If not, I can demonstrate again. I've memorized it, Lei Qianjue answered with deep reverence. Thud. Without hesitation, Lei Qianjue dropped to his knees before Yi Fan. Disciple Lei Qianjue thanks his master for the teachings. Chapter 38. The Socially Unstoppable Divine Physician. Lei Qianjue's actions left Yi Fan momentarily stunned. Mr. Lei, what are you doing? Please get up. Yi Fan had only taught Lei Qianjue the Ghost Valley 13 Needles technique to help him treat his grandfather. Lei Qianjue was a revered medical authority in China, and Yi Fan had always held him in high esteem. The idea of such a distinguished figure bowing to him as his disciple made Yi Fan fear it might shorten his own lifespan. When Yi Fan reached out to help Lei Qianjue up, the old man remained resolute. "Master, please don't refuse. You know as well as I do how rare and invaluable the Ghost Valley 13 Needles technique is. It can defy fate itself. By passing it on to me, you've earned my lifelong reverence. From this day forward, I am your disciple. I've studied the cases you've treated before, and I truly feel inadequate in comparison. I humbly ask for your guidance." Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh wryly. Here he was, barely in his 20s, accepting a 70-year-old man as his disciple. Seeing Lei Qianjue's determination, Yi Fan finally relented. "Mr. Lei, at least stand up first. In private, you may address me however you like. But in public, just call me Yi Fan. We must keep this a secret." "Yes, master." Lei Qianjue stood respectfully at his side, looking every bit the obedient student. "But what should I tell General Yu and Ishue about your condition?" Yi Fan frowned in thought. Revealing his true state was out of the question, but claiming he couldn't be cured would only worry the women. "Tell them my condition is improving. My brain and nerves are unharmed, and full recovery is possible. It just requires time and careful rehabilitation." A glint of calculation flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. This news would undoubtedly unsettle those who had targeted the Yi family. If the fool of the Yi family could be cured, it meant the family still had a chance to rise again. His enemies would surely test the waters before striking once more. And Yi Fan, lurking in the shadows, would follow the trail to uncover the mastermind behind it all, and exact vengeance for the Yi family's fallen. "Yes, master." Meanwhile, at Su Ishue's residence. Outside the bedroom door, Yu Linglong and Su Ishue waited anxiously for Lei Qianjue's diagnosis. Su Ishue twisted her fingers nervously, her mind drifting to last night, when Yi Fan had been anything but a fool in bed. Why, then, was he still pretending now? What was really going on? Nearby, Xia Hao sat calmly in a chair. He knew the truth. Young Master Yi was fully conscious, deliberately playing the fool. The poor man must be suffering. Creak, the door opened, and both women practically leaped forward. "Mr. Lei, how is Yi Fan?"
Lei Qianjue smiled reassuringly.
"Don't worry. His brain and nerves are intact. He's simply stuck due to certain stimuli. With gradual rehabilitation, he should recover soon. There's no need for undue concern." Relief washed over Su Ishue and Yu Linglong as they exchanged glances. "Xiao Fan, you'll be better soon. Okay?" Su Ishue, now intimately familiar with Yi Fan, spoke to him with natural affection, even looping her arm through his. If he woke up properly, how embarrassing would it be to share a bed with him again? The thought alone made her cheeks burn. Yu Linglong, meanwhile, studied Yi Fan intently. The martial energy she'd sensed earlier, combined with today's airport incident, left her puzzled. Had she imagined it, or was Yi Fan truly still unconscious? But Lei Qianjue wouldn't lie. Yi Fan must still be in his dazed state. Otherwise, if he were awake and learned that all 7 of his stunning sisters-in-law were to marry him, that devil would probably lose his mind with joy. Yu Linglong shot Yi Fan a wry glance. "Lucky bastard. General Yu, Miss Su, it's getting late. I'll visit old Master Yi now and return tomorrow to continue young Master Ye's treatment." With that, Lei Qianjue took his leave. As his car pulled away, a young man in the crowd discreetly sent a text. "Northwest, a secret residence." The message reached Elder Zhang immediately. "Useless fools," he snarled, slamming a file onto the floor. So many men sent to intercept Lei Qianjue, and they all failed. Now he's confirmed that Yi Fan can recover, and soon. If that happens, our entire plan is ruined. Everyone knew of Yi Fan's genius from 5 years ago. At just 15, he'd reached the Grandmaster realm, a feat unmatched in all of Xia. His intellect, martial prowess, and medical skills were peerless. Yi Fan was the dragon of the Yi family. With him, the family would soar again. Elder, what do we do now? If we know Yi Fan can wake, so will others. Those who've turned against the Yi family may switch sides again. Our plans will face even greater resistance. The middle-aged man beside Elder Zhang looked equally grim. He'd orchestrated every move in Yunqing, the suppression of the Su family, the ambush on Lei Qianjue, and all had failed. It seemed he'd have to go to Yunqing himself. You finally grasped the stakes? Then you know there's only one option. Eradicate the problem at its root. Leave no loose ends. Elder Zhang's eyes turned murderous. If our actions are exposed and the Yi family retaliates, none of us will survive. Make sure it's done cleanly. Go to Yunqing personally this time. Handpick the operatives, no one below the control realm. We don't need haste. We need precision. With a heavy sigh, Elder Zhang muttered, Yi Changfeng, you brought this on yourself. Yunqing, inside Lei Qianjue's car. En route to Old Master Ye's residence. Lei Qianjue was busy calling everyone he knew. Old Li, free tonight? Come to Yunqing. We're drinking with Yi Changfeng. Yes, that Yi Changfeng. Why am I here? Treating Yi Fan, of course. Don't ask questions. Just tell me if you're coming. If the divine physician himself invites me, how could I refuse? A wiry old man in a southwestern courtyard hung up, eyes gleaming. Lei Qianjue throwing such a bold gathering. Does this mean Yi Fan is waking up? If so, the Li family may need to reconsider its stance. Old Zhou, get over here for drinks. Old Lu, Lei Qianjue, a man of boundless social energy, made over 20 calls in the 20-minute drive. By the time he reached the Yi estate, he'd rallied nearly all his old friends. Chapter 39. Keep your hands to yourself. Yi Changfeng had already gone to bed, never expecting his home to be so lively tonight. Old friends he hadn't heard from in ages had suddenly gathered under his roof. Sitting at the head of the room, Yi Changfeng turned to Lei Qianjue beside him and asked, Old Lei, what's going on? Did you call everyone here? Is there any news about Fanner's condition? The influential figures who had rushed to the Yi family perked up, eager to hear Lei Qianjue's response. This was what concerned them most. Lei Qianjue's decision to come to Yunqing and treat Yi Fan at this critical moment was undeniably risky. Everyone knew the Yi family was being targeted. Aligning himself with them now seemed unwise, yet Lei Qianjue was no fool. He must have had his reasons. Based on my examination, young Master Ye's brain and nerves show no significant damage. There's hope for his recovery, but I'll need more time to observe and treat him, Lei Qianjue replied vaguely, as per Yi Fan's instructions. Revealing too much now would be unwise. Yi Fan needed to remain in the shadows to maneuver freely. I see. Yi Changfeng's disappointment was palpable, mirrored by some of the guests. They had hoped Yi Fan would awaken soon. With his terrifying talent, he could take full command of the Tianlong army, restoring the Yi family to its former glory. But if recovery was merely a possibility, the wait could be endless. Upon hearing this, some of the attendees pretended to receive phone calls and quietly slipped away. A declining family like the Yes wasn't worth their time, especially one embroiled in trouble. Yet others stayed, their thoughts running deeper. Lei Qianjue was no fool. His presence in Yunqing, his willingness to treat Yi Fan, and his late-night summons suggested something more significant at play. Ha! True friends are hard to come by. Good deeds bring good rewards. Let's drink. Old Yi, I hope you've got enough liquor in this house. Tonight, we won't stop until we're wasted. Lei Qianjue, the ultimate social butterfly, took charge of the atmosphere, treating the Yi residents as his own and stirring up the night. Meanwhile, at Su Ishua's villa, after Lei Qianjue left, Xia Hao, Li Hu, Wang Fugue, and the others tactfully excused themselves, leaving only Su Ishue and Yu Linglong behind. Watching Su Ishue and Yi Fan's intimate gestures, Yu Linglong blushed. Ishue, last night, you too?
Sujik suenadith chaili.
That was fast. Yu Linglong shot Yi Fan a glance. This guy really got lucky. 7 stunning women had willingly agreed to marry him simultaneously. Even Yu Linglong herself wondered what had possessed her at the time. Perhaps, deep down, she had never truly resisted the idea? Sister Linglong, are you sleeping with us tonight? It's really comfortable. Yifan chirped, wrapping his arms around her and boldly groping her backside. Humph! This was payback for her earlier threat to cut him down to size. As a fool, he could get away with anything. No one would suspect a thing. Ah! Keep your hands to yourself. Yu Linglong stiffened, her face burning. Go bother Ishue. I'm leaving. Flustered and overheated, she hastily excused herself and fled. Even in this state, he's insatiable. If he ever recovers, I'll be at his mercy. Humph! I'll train harder. Make sure he can't beat me. Watching her scramble away, Yifan smirked. Try all you want. I'll tame you soon enough. With everyone gone, Su Ishua blushed as she glanced at Yifan. It's late. Let's get ready for bed. Despite her worries about the company, she hadn't forgotten her duty to ensure the Yi family's legacy thrived. Fertile land must be sown to bear fruit. Okay, I love sleeping. Yifan scooped her up and carried her to the bedroom. Ah, be gentle, Fanner. The room soon echoed with sounds unfit for young ears. By the time the storm subsided, nearly 2 hours had passed. It was almost midnight, but Yifan wasn't done yet. Another spectacle awaited his touch. Someone in Yunqing had offered 20 billion to kill him and his grandfather. Yifan already had a suspect in mind, and if he was right, that person wouldn't live to see dawn. Gazing at Su Ishua's sleeping form, he dressed quietly, slipped past the villa's guards, and stepped outside. Xia Hao was already waiting in a car. Young Master Yi. To Yunqing Central Bridge. 2 groups would meet there tonight. One was the mysterious employer behind the 20 billion bounty. The other, the Wang family of Yunqing. Having killed Wang Chao earlier that day, Yifan knew Wang Zhong and his men would be out for blood. If they stumbled upon the kidnappers holding his son, chaos would ensue. Let the dogs fight. I'll sit back and watch both enemies destroy each other. As the car neared the bridge, Yifan sensed the tension in the air. Hidden figures lurked in the shadows, Wang Zhong's assassins. Boss, we've waited half the night. Are the kidnappers even coming? One of Wang Zhong's men grumbled. We're starving and exhausted. Shut your damn mouth. Wang Zhong kicked the man. After all I've done for you, this is how you repay me? Ding. A message lit up Wang Zhong's phone. Dad, I don't think I'll make it. They're going to kill me. I slipped my phone into the kidnapper's pocket. Avenge me. Attached was a photo of Wang Chao, beaten beyond recognition in a KTV. Bastards. Wang Zhong roared. Keep calling that number. When I find them, I'll tear them apart limb by limb. This, of course, was Yifan's doing. After setting Wang Chao's phone to power on in 10 minutes, Yifan spotted a familiar car approaching, a flashy red Ferrari belonging to Su Dong, the adopted son of the Yi family's steward, Su Jian. Him? Yifan's expression darkened. Though he'd suspected it, the confirmation still stung. His grandfather had treated Su Jian and Su Dong like his own flesh and blood. Yet Su Dong had dared to put a 20 billion price on their heads. Just to inherit the Yi group? Fine. You've made your choice. Don't blame me for what comes next. Chapter 40. Do you think I still have a chance? Wait here for me. Yifan instructed Xia Hao before darting out from behind the flower bed, swiftly blocking Su Dong's car. Damn it! Are you trying to die? Are your eyes just for decoration? Startled by the sudden figure in front of his car, Su Dong, who had been checking his GPS, rolled down the window and began cursing. But when Su Dong recognized Yifan, he froze in disbelief. Yifan? What the hell are you? This idiot doing here in the middle of the night? He stopped the car, eyeing Yifan curiously. Yesterday, after everything that had happened, hadn't Su Ishue taken Yifan home? Damn it! This idiot had all the luck. Despite being brain dead, he somehow managed to have 7 sister-in-laws all wanting to marry him. Why couldn't something like that happen to me? Aren't I part of the Yi family too? And why the hell is Yifan wandering around here at night instead of being with Su Ishue? Ah, It's Donggu. Thank goodness. Donggu, I'm lost and starving. Can you please take me home? Yifan grabbed Su Dong's arm pleadingly, putting on a pitiful act. Su Dong studied him skeptically. Was that really all it was? Getting lost, for a normal person it wasn't a big deal. But for Yifan, who had the mind of a child, wandering alone at night made sense. Get the hell away from me. I'm busy and don't have time for you. Disgusted, Su Dong shoved Yifan aside. It was almost midnight, and he was supposed to meet that mysterious expert at Yunqing Middle Bridge. Su Dong had always dreamed of killing Yifan. This desolate location would have been the perfect opportunity. But he hesitated. What if Yifan had hidden bodyguards nearby? Donggu, please. Either take me back or call my grandpa and ask him to pick me up. Yifan persisted, watching Su Dong intently. This was his final test. If Su Dong showed even a shred of kindness by helping him, Yifan might spare his life. But Su Dong was beyond redemption. A cold grin spread across his face. Fine, you moron. Wait right here. I'll go find someone to take you home. All right? As soon as the words left his mouth, Su Dong floored the accelerator, wrenching his arm free from Yifan's grip. His car sped off toward Yunqing Middle Bridge, muttering under his breath, "Stupid bastard. Just wait here to die. Once I meet that assassin, I'll send you straight to hell to reunite with your brothers." Though Su Dong whispered softly, Yifan's sharp hearing caught every word. His expression darkened. "You brought this on yourself." While Su Dong was distracted earlier, Yifan had slipped Wang Chao's phone into his pocket. Soon, when the Wang family discovered the phone on Su Dong, no amount of excuses would save him. Let's go. Time to watch the show. Yifan got into Xiaohao's car and directed him to a hidden vantage point behind the bushes, where they could observe everything unnoticed. Under the dim streetlights, Su Dong arrived at the bridge, glancing around nervously. "Sir? I'm here as you asked. Where are you?" Meanwhile, Wang Zhong and his men, hidden in the shadows, were puzzled. Su Dong, the Yi family's foster grandson? What's he doing here at this hour? Wang Zhong frowned.
No idea.
But from what he said, it sounds like he's meeting someone. Maybe he accomplished something for them. His subordinate subtly steered Wang Zhong toward suspicion. "Keep calling." Wang Chao said the kidnapper would come to this bridge at midnight. "The phone's on him. Trace it." "Yes, sir." Wang Zhong's men redialed Wang Chao's number repeatedly. "The number you have dialed is currently switched off. The number you have dialed is currently switched off." After multiple failed attempts, the fifth call suddenly went through. "Boss, it's ringing." Almost simultaneously, Su Dong's pocket blared with the ringtone. "Above the moon, I gaze upon the sky." "Huh? What the?" Confused, Su Dong pulled out the unfamiliar phone and answered. "Who the hell is this?" Wang Zhong, who had been watching everything, erupted. "That bastard Su Dong. He kidnapped and murdered my son. Kill him." The evidence was undeniable. Su Dong had Wang Chao's phone. According to Wang Chao's last message, he had placed it on his killer. Su Dong was the murderer. Who would have thought a Yi family outsider would dare touch a Wang heir? Wang Zhong? "Sir, what's going on?" Su Dong forced a strained smile, recognizing him from past business dealings. Surely, given the Yi family's influence, Wang Zhong wouldn't. "Spare me the crap. Beat him to death." Wang Zhong roared, swinging a metal rod straight at Su Dong's skull. Blood splattered instantly. "Who the hell do you think you are, daring to touch my son? You're dead."
Chapter 41. Su Dong's Death Pie.
Bam! 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 All the bodyguards swarmed in, punching and kicking. In an instant, Su Dong was beaten black and blue, with his ribs and arms broken in multiple places. Amid Su Dong's curses and groans, he finally understood. Wang Chao, the young master of the Wang family, was dead, and it was because Su Dong had supposedly kidnapped and murdered him? But he had spent the entire afternoon at home with a beauty and came here tonight only to meet that assassin boss. When did he have time to kidnap Wang Chao? Besides, he and Wang Chao had no grudges. Why would he kidnap and kill him? Moreover, according to Su Dong's intel, Wang Chao had even sent men to attack Su Yixue that afternoon. If anything, they should have been allies. Stop. Wait. Mr. Wang. Isn't this a misunderstanding? I've never even met Wang Chao. How could I have kidnapped him? Ouch. Gritting through the pain, Su Dong crawled out from the crowd, pleading with Wang Zhong. Mr. Wang, don't wrong an innocent man. Looking at the battered Su Dong, Wang Zhong snorted coldly. He snatched Wang Chao's phone from Su Dong's grasp. Wrong you? Ha! Then explain this. Wang Zhong sneered. This is Wang Chao's phone. His last message told me his kidnappers would kill him and that he had slipped the phone onto them. Got any more excuses? Su Dong was dumbfounded. But why is the phone on me? God damn it. Su Dong felt like he couldn't clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. He had been at home all afternoon. How the hell did this phone appear on him? He had changed into freshly washed clothes before leaving. On the way here, he hadn't even stopped his car. The only person he'd encountered was that fool. Yi Fan. At the thought of Yi Fan, Su Dong's eyes widened in realization. Yi Fan must have planted it when he hugged me earlier. Mr. Wang, it's Yi Fan.
Su Dong looked in panic.
He must have killed Wang Chao and framed me. He's the only one I met on my way here. His mind flashed back. First the Zhao family's sudden massacre, then Su Yixue's rescue. Everything had been suspicious. Back then, Su Dong couldn't understand what was happening, how every family opposing the Yi family met a tragic end. But now it dawned on him. Yi Fan must have woken up. All of this was his revenge scheme in disguise. Wang Zhong scoffed, tightening his grip around Su Dong's neck. Yi Fan, that idiot, framed you? Pathetic. If you're gonna shift blame, at least pick someone credible. Wang Zhong's voice dripped with venom as he squeezed tighter. You think that brain-dead cripple could mastermind a murder? Spit it out. Where's my son's body? Why'd you kill him? Choking, Su Dong gasped. It wasn't me. I swear. Still lying? Wang Zhong roared, tightening his grip until Su Dong's face turned purple, his eyes bulging. Pure instinct took over. Su Dong pulled out a dagger and slashed at Wang Zhong's arm. Slice. Blood gushed from the wound as Wang Zhong howled in rage. You little bastard. Not only did you kill Wang Chao, now you dare attack me? Losing all restraint, Wang Zhong hurled Su Dong to the ground, snatched a blade from one of his men, and swung wildly. Slice. Slash. 1 strike, 2 strikes. Mr. Wang, stop. It really wasn't me. You've all been tricked by Yi Fan. At first, Su Dong could still scream, but within moments, his body was covered in deep gashes, blood pooling beneath him. His breathing grew shallow, weak. A few final twitches, then stillness. Exhausted, Wang Zhong dropped the blade and collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face.
Song.
I failed you. I still haven't found your body, but don't worry. Su Dong wasn't acting alone. I'll hunt down Su Jian next. I'll slaughter them all. His eyes burned with fury as he ordered his men. Find Su Jian now. Swiftly, the henchmen cleaned the scene, preparing to leave. Hidden in the shadows, Xia Hao and Yi Fan observed everything. Xia Hao finally grasped Yi Fan's plan, a flawless scheme of framing and manipulation. Yi Fan had planted the phone on Su Dong, letting the Wang family eliminate his enemy without lifting a finger. Su Jian and his son had been plotting to seize the Yi Corporation, intel Xia Hao had debated sharing. But watching tonight, it was clear Yi Fan had known all along. Got it all on video? Yi Fan asked calmly. Xia Hao nodded, pocketing his phone. Clear footage. I've already edited out anything unnecessary. A faint smirk crossed Yi Fan's lips. Send it anonymously to Su Jian. Let the dogs fight each other. If Wang Zhong attacked unprepared, Su Jian might die too quickly. But if Su Jian struggled, revealing his loyalists before his fall, the Yi Corporation's internal troubles would shrink significantly. Understood. As Xia Hao drove Yi Fan back, still pretending to be a fool before dawn, Yi Fan handed him a porcelain vial. These are some pills I refined. They'll help you break through to the martial control realm. Xia Hao's hands trembled. Thank you, young Master Yi. At his age, reaching the martial transformation realm had been a struggle. Breaking further without rare resources was near impossible. Yet in all of Great Xia, there were fewer than 10 alchemists capable of refining second-grade pills. Even mountains of gold couldn't buy them. Yifan continued, There are 5 pills inside. Give one to Tiger. Distribute the rest wisely, but don't expose me. Weak followers are useless. Xia Hao bowed deeply. Of course. And young Master Wang. He hesitated. Surely Yifan had planned for his closest ally? Old Wang. Yifan's smile deepened. If all goes well, Yunqing will gain a new grandmaster by tomorrow. That qi-strengthening pill from the black market had better work. Back at the Wang residence, Wang Fuguei was already getting started. Chapter 42. Wang Fuguei breaks through to martial grandmaster. Today, Wang Fuguei had arranged triple the usual number of guards outside the Wang family estate. His grandfather had gone to old Master Ye's house for a drinking session, so no one was around to supervise Wang Fuguei. After entering the Wang family's secret chamber, he meticulously checked that all doors and windows were securely closed before finally taking out the vitality pill from his robe. He placed it on the table before him, studying it intently as he sensed the surging energy and potent medicinal force within. Big bro Yi, did you really just get lucky? Wang Fuguei murmured to himself. Buying a random stone from the black market for 50,000 and finding a vitality pill inside? Or did you deliberately give it to me so I could grow stronger and protect you? Staring at the vitality pill, Wang Fuguei's thoughts raced. Whatever the case with this pill, I'll definitely break through to martial grandmaster. No doubt about it. At just over 20 years old, Wang Fuguei was on the verge of becoming a martial grandmaster. In the entire Great Xia Empire, aside from Yifan, there were scarcely any prodigies who had achieved such a feat at his age. His future was boundless. With this foundation, even advancing to martial venerate or martial emperor wasn't out of reach. Even if the Yi clan were completely destroyed, the combined forces of the Wang family and the scattered remnants of the Yi clan would likely suffice to ensure his elder brother and sisters-in-law's safety. A brother once, a brother for life. In Wang Fuguei's eyes, no matter how Yifan changed, he would always be the elder brother he revered. After a brief hesitation, Wang Fuguei picked up the vitality pill and swallowed it. The pill was simply too conspicuous. If news of it spread, countless people would stop at nothing to seize it. Forces the Wang family couldn't possibly withstand at present. Keeping it in his stomach, using it to facilitate his breakthrough, that was the safest course of action. Besides, seeing the Yi clan's current decline, Wang Fuguei wanted to do something for his elder brother. Once he became a martial grandmaster, he'd at least be able to put up a fight against true experts. The moment the pill entered his mouth, it dissolved into a warm current that surged through his limbs. The sheer force of the energy and inner qi instantly racked his body with unbearable pain, forcing a ragged howl from his lips. Arg! Gritting his teeth against the agony, Wang Fuguei forced himself to steady his mind, directing the overwhelming energy from the pill to scour his meridians and rapidly accumulate martial qi. His aura visibly intensified, his physique toughened, his muscles grew firmer, and his entire bearing shifted with each passing second. Meanwhile, beyond the chamber, the winds and currents of energy over Cloud City began to swirl ominously. Back home, Yifan lay beside Su Yixue, sensing the energy fluctuations in Cloud City. A faint smile curled his lips. Looks like old Wang is about to break through successfully. With Wang Fuguei's ascension, Yifan had gained another formidable ally. Satisfied, Yifan drowsily drifted off to sleep. But elsewhere in Cloud City, Yu Linglong tossed and turned in her hotel bed, unable to sleep, because inside her, there was now a strange, warm current. That current gently nurtured her meridians, dantian, and body, even subtly refining her martial roots and enhancing her inner qi. It was miraculous. After careful reflection, Yu Linglong realized this warmth had appeared only after Yifan had patted her rear. She couldn't fathom how such intimate contact had transferred energy into her body. If she could absorb martial qi this way, what about Yi Fan himself? Considering his terrifying aptitude, a thought struck her. Yi Fan had reached martial grandmaster at just 15. No normal training regime could explain that. Have I just uncovered his greatest secret? If she could sense this, had Su Ishue discovered it too? She resolved to ask tomorrow. Yet another question lingered. Xian Yufei, had she known about Yi Fan's secret? If she had, surely she wouldn't have been foolish enough to break off their engagement. As the youngest female war god in Great Xia, Yu Linglong had long achieved martial grandmaster status. But due to innate limitations, her progress had stagnated for years, her cultivation seemingly capped. Now, though, physical contact with Yi Fan had revitalized her foundation. If she maintained this connection, could she break through to martial venerate? Or even martial emperor? The mere thought of reaching such heights sent a thrill through her. With that kind of strength, no one would ever dare belittle her again. Decision made, Yu Linglong silently vowed. From now on, she'd stick close to Yi Fan. If that lecherous rascal wanted to take liberties, so be it. Sigh. After all, sooner or later, she'd be his. The night passed uneventfully. The next morning, Yi Fan awoke to find Su Ishue still curled against him in deep slumber. Though intimate contact with Yi Fan did grant her energy, enhancing her physique and martial qi, Su Ishue, an ordinary woman, simply couldn't endure his stamina. In just 2 days, her inner qi had already surpassed the transformed force stage, nearing mastery. Yet each round with Yi Fan left her unconscious till dawn. Frowning, Yi Fan placed a hand on her waist, channeling a gentle stream of his own vitality into her body to restore her energy. He withdrew his touch only when her eyelashes fluttered, signs she was waking. Ah, why you're already awake? Su Ishue blinked up at him, meeting his intense gaze. As she shifted, the covers slipped, revealing her smooth shoulders and the tantalizing curves beneath. Despite their intimacy, being scrutinized so brazenly still flustered her. Don't look! She reached to cover his eyes, only for the covers to slide further, bearing her full assets. A startled shriek escaped her. Even Yi Fan's iron will couldn't withstand such temptation. With a predatory grin, he pinned her beneath him, conducting another thorough morning lesson before finally permitting her to rise. Glowing with satisfaction, Su Ishue hastily checked her phone, then gasped. Oh no, I'm late. The Su Group's press conference is today. I have to hurry. She shot Yi Fan an accusing glare. This is all your fault. Despite her scolding, she couldn't deny how impressive Yi Fan had been these past few nights. He moved with precision, alternating between gentle and fervent, slow and urgent, as if born for this. But wait, was Yi Fan really still a fool? No one had taught him these things, so why was he so skilled? Before she could ponder further, Wang Fugue's booming voice echoed from outside. Big bro, are you up yet? Sis-in-law, hurry and get dressed. I've got urgent news. Chapter 43. Jade Linglong's suspects Yi Fan has awakened. Wang Fugue's words once again flushed Su Ishue's cheeks with embarrassment. How mortifying. This Wang Fugue, really, he had no sense of restraint at all. After quickly tidying up, Yi Fan and Su Ishue headed downstairs to the main hall, where Wang Fugue was already pacing excitedly in the living room. The moment he spotted Yi Fan, he rushed over, grabbing his hand. Big bro, I broke through. I've reached the Grandmaster realm. Haha, all thanks to that stone you bought yesterday. The chi condensation pill inside finally pushed me over the edge. From now on, I'll have the strength to protect you properly. Wang Fugue was practically vibrating with excitement. Yi Fan had sensed the breakthrough last night, but since he was still playing the fool, he feigned ignorance. Grandmaster? What's that? Can you eat it? His deliberately clueless question left both Su Ishue and Wang Fugue speechless. No, big bro. The Grandmaster realm means you become really strong in a fight. Back in your prime 5 years ago, you were a Grandmaster too. Heh. Now I can finally match you back then. Wang Fugue's eyes shone with exhilaration. Having always trailed in Yi Fan's shadow, Wang Fugui had been overshadowed not just by a head, but by several tiers of talent. Surpassing Yi Fan had long been his ultimate goal. Watching Wang Fugui's excitement, Yi Fan smirked inwardly. You? Trying to compete with me now? I could still crush you with one hand. While you've been improving, so have I. As they spoke, Jade Linglong arrived. The moment she stepped inside, she sensed the shift in Wang Fugui's aura. Young Master Wang, you broke through last night? Her sharp eyes locked onto him, brimming with disbelief. When she'd met him at the airport yesterday, she'd clearly sensed that Wang Fugui was only at the control realm, with no signs of an imminent breakthrough. Yet, in a single night, he'd ascended to Grandmaster? Since when had the Grandmaster realm become so common? Yeah, all thanks to the stone big bro bought yesterday. Wang Fugui knew full well that without that chi condensation pill, his talent alone would have kept him stuck until his 60s. A stone? What stone? Explain. Jade Linglong's brow furrowed. Ever since the Yi family's massacre, far too much had happened in Cloud City in just a few days. The Zhao family's extermination, the Wang family heir's murder, Su Ishue's assassination attempt, Xia Hao and Li Hu's swearing undying loyalty, Li Yunyang's sudden death, and now, Wang Fugui obtaining a mysterious stone and instantly becoming a grandmaster. Something felt off. It was as if an invisible hand were orchestrating everything. Those who opposed the Yi family met gruesome ends, while those allied with them reaped unimaginable benefits. Jade Linglong had long suspected Yi Fan had awakened, but she lacked proof. That stone. Big Bro insisted on buying it yesterday after looking at a bunch of things. It only cost 50 grand. Then he tried to eat the damn thing raw, but it fell and cracked open, revealing the pill inside. As Wang Fugui recounted the story in excruciating detail, Yi Fan sighed inwardly. This idiot. Could he be any more obvious? With how thorough he's being, Linglong's sharp mind is bound to catch on. Small slip-ups like this might have been easy to brush off with Su Ishue, but Jade Linglong wasn't just his elder sister-in-law. She was the youngest female martial god in Xia. Fooling her wouldn't be so simple. Yi Fan told you to eat the stone? Jade Linglong's breathing grew uneven, her frown deepening. Was it really just a coincidence? Yi Fan had randomly picked a stone containing a rare pill, then urged Wang Fugui to consume it? Only a blockhead like Wang Fugui wouldn't question it. In Jade Linglong's mind, the pieces fit too neatly. Yi Fan was pretending to be a fool, secretly boosting his brother's strength. Yi Fan, tell me the truth. Have you awakened? Did you orchestrate the Zhao family's massacre? Was Li Yunyang's death your doing? And saving Mr. Lei yesterday? Her aura erupted, pressing forward like a tidal wave, suffocating the room. Yi Fan looked at his future first wife and sighed inwardly. Sometimes a woman being too sharp isn't a good thing. Killing? Scary. Who's killing? He shrank behind Su Ishue, playing the frightened simpleton. Seeing his pitiful state, Su Ishue's heart ached. Elder sister, don't be so hard on him. The night the Zhao family was wiped out, Yi Fan was with me the whole time. He couldn't have done it. And when he's home alone, the Yi family's guards and the ones I assigned watch him around the clock. None of them saw him leave. How could he have acted? Yeah, sister-in-law. I've suspected Big Bro might have woken up too. But he's been with me most of the time. There's no way he could have pulled off half these things. Wang Fugui chimed in. Is that so? Their words only deepened Jade Linglong's doubts. If Yi Fan hadn't acted, then who was the mysterious expert in Cloud City? Could it really all be coincidence? But then it struck her. Whether Yi Fan was still comatose or secretly awake, it changed nothing. For the Yi family and their allies, his current state was no disadvantage. Her gaze lingered on Yi Fan before she finally spoke again, her tone shifting from stern to almost teasing.
Yi Fan.
No matter what state you're in, don't forget we're both your wives. Humph. If you dare treat us poorly, I'll never forgive you. Despite the scolding, her voice carried a hint of fondness. Thinking of the Yi family's tragedy, her heart ached anew. Poor Yi Fan. Even if he's awake, He's forced to keep pretending for the family's sake. How heartbreaking. Overcome with emotion, she stepped forward and pulled him into a tight embrace. The moment their skin touched, a warm current surged into Jade Linglong's body, nourishing her meridians and amplifying her martial energy. Just as she'd suspected, Yifan's body was a unique furnace. Physical contact with him granted her this miraculous energy, and she was certain he benefited just as much. No wonder his strength grew so quickly. Sister Ishua, I need to ask you something, privately.
Vade Linglong to getsu yue aside. Her check stinget pink.
She hesitated, struggling to voice her question. Chapter 44. Su Ishua's worries. How could a young, unmarried woman even bring up such a topic? Should she just ask outright, last night, when you were intimate with Yifan, what positions did you use and how did it feel? But considering this involved the peculiarities of Yifan's body and the potential boost to her own martial arts cultivation, Yu Linglong steeled herself. Ishua, last night when you were intimate with Yifan, did you notice anything unusual? Like, after physical contact, did you feel a surge of warmth? The moment Yu Linglong finished speaking, Su Ishua stared at her in shock. Linglong, you felt it too? It's incredible. Look at me. I had almost no foundation in martial arts, but now I've reached the Huajin stage. As she spoke, Su Ishua picked up a steel cup from the table. With just a light squeeze, the cup crumpled into a twisted lump. Then, with a surge of energy, she restored it to its original shape. What? Yu Linglong gaped at her. She knew Su Ishua's background. This girl had been an ordinary woman just days ago. Yet after being with Yifan for such a short time, she had grown this powerful? It seemed her instincts were right. Yifan was no ordinary man. The 7 of them had agreed to marry him, thinking they were making a sacrifice. But now, it looked like they'd stumbled upon a treasure. At this rate, their strength would skyrocket. Even if Yifan remained in his current state, with so many powerful wives protecting him, the Yi family would never decline. And besides, Yifan might not stay asleep forever. Hadn't Dr. Lei said there was hope for his recovery? Ishua, I still have doubts. Do you think Yifan might already be awake? Something feels off. Yu Linglong mused. Su Ishua's face flushed. Linglong, I've wondered the same. Twice now, when we were intimate, he didn't seem foolish at all. Too embarrassed to continue, she quickly excused herself. Linglong, you stay with Yifan. I have urgent company matters to attend to. Let's have dinner together this afternoon. Meanwhile, at the Su Corporation, today was supposed to be the launch of Su Corporation's new medicine. But Li Yunyang had sabotaged them, holding his own press conference a day early and leaking their core formula. It was a blatant provocation, meant to humiliate the Su family. Yet fate had its own justice. At Li Yunyang's engagement banquet the night before, Xian Yufei had arrived with Yifan in tow. Li Hu, Yunqing's underworld king, had even brought a Gatling gun to intimidate the guests. And then Li Yunyang had dropped dead on the spot. Karma, indeed. Elsewhere, after Su Ishua left, Xia Hao and Lei Chenjue arrived. As usual, Yifan and Lei Chenjue retreated to a private room for treatment. Master, last night I gathered the herbs you requested and refined them 3 times. Success at last. Lei Chenjue pulled out a small vial containing an emerald green ointment. The moment he uncorked it, a rich, fragrant aroma filled the air. Excited, Lei Chenjue took a knife and sliced his own arm. Blood welled up instantly. He wiped the wound clean, then applied a dab of the ointment. Within seconds, the wound vanished without a trace, leaving behind only flawless skin. Lei Chenjue had stayed up all night perfecting the formula, testing it repeatedly on himself. Yifan sniffed the ointment and nodded. Not bad. 80% efficacy, good enough for the market. Ishua's press conference is about to begin. Later, accompany me there under your name. Yifan's eyes darkened. I've already dealt with the Zhao and Wang families. Now only the Li family remains bold enough to oppose the Su Corporation. They won't let today go smoothly. Yes, master. Despite his status as a medical grandmaster, Lei Qianjue dared not disobey. The Zhao family, annihilated overnight. Wang Xiao missing. Li Yunyang dead on the spot. All while Yi Fan appeared to be in a vegetative state. His enemies would regret crossing him. Back at the Su Corporation, 1 hour before the press conference. Su Yixue, Su Honghai, second uncle Su Mingho, and the company's core members and shareholders had gathered. Big brother, the launch is imminent, but our formula was stolen. The Li family released it first. What do we do now? Old chairman, we've confirmed the leak was orchestrated by the Lu family from the provincial capital. We're no match for them. This is retaliation against the Su family for siding with the Yi family. Once Yixue announced her marriage to Yi Fan, they were bound to strike hard. Though the Su Corporation had secured a major partnership with the Xia family thanks to Yi Fan, without a competitive product, even the best distribution channels were useless. The frustration in the room was palpable. Su Honghai sighed. The why doesn't matter now. We need solutions. Yesterday's discussions went nowhere. Any new ideas? Silence. The Su Corporation's R&D capabilities were limited. The stolen beauty pill had been their crowning achievement. With it gone, they had nothing. Unless we unveil a formula even better than the original. Something so potent it overshadows the Li family's release. But how? We can't develop one in time, and no other company would hand us theirs. Su Yixue exhaled. Then we proceed as planned. Even if our formula was stolen, launching a new version might still carve out a market share. We'll survive this crisis first. But inwardly, she was deeply troubled. The new formula wasn't fully patented yet. If the Li family filed first, the Su Corporation would need their permission to use it or face lawsuits for infringement. That was her greatest fear. Chapter 45. Strike first. Su Yixue kept her thoughts to herself. The ordinary shareholders and managers wouldn't grasp the gravity of the situation, but her father, Su Honghai, and her uncle, Su Mingho, certainly would. Yet what could be done now? The press conference invitations had been sent, and the media had already arrived. Regardless of the circumstances, the show had to go on. They needed something to present today, even if it wasn't perfect. Meeting adjourned.
Su Yue massaget her temples vearili.
She had chosen to stand by Yi Fan, and while her own reputation mattered little, the thought of dragging the Su group into ruin weighed heavily on her conscience. Just as she was making final preparations in her office, her secretary hurried in. President Su, President Xia is here, along with young Master Yi and Mr. Lei. Mr. Lei says he has good news for you.
Su Yixue post.
Lei Qianjue, the renowned divine physician of Great Xia, had already contributed numerous affordable and effective prescriptions to the public. Did he have another formula up his sleeve? Was he here to help her? But why would a legendary figure like Lei Qianjue extend such a favor? Because of big sister Yu Linglong? Or because of Yi Fan? After all, Xia Hao had already stepped forward to assist her unconditionally. All because of Yi Fan. Su Yixue couldn't help but recall Yu Linglong's words. Yi Fan might have already awakened. What if he's just pretending to be foolish in front of everyone? If that were true, the thought made her cheeks burn. Just 2 nights ago, she had guided him in such an intimate way, and before all this, she had been his sister-in-law. Bring them in at once. Half an hour later, the Su Group's press conference officially began. Held in the Grand Multimedia Hall on the first floor of the Su Group headquarters, the venue was packed to capacity, thousands of seats filled with pharmaceutical representatives, suppliers, industry peers, and business partners, but the majority were spectators, family representatives and intelligence gatherers, all there to witness the drama. Everyone knew that after the Yi family's downfall, Su Yixue had been one of the 7 women who publicly vowed to marry into the Yi family. It was no secret that those who had targeted the Yi family wouldn't let this slide. If the Su family dared to align with the Yi family, retaliation was inevitable, and the Su group would be the first to suffer. Assassination attempts on Su Yixue and the theft of the Su group's core research formulas were just the beginning. Though the news had been suppressed, powerful families had their ways of uncovering the truth. Su Yixue had narrowly escaped an assassination attempt the day before. Now, with the Su Group's core formula leaked and preemptively published by rivals, how would the company respond? Would the press conference proceed smoothly? Would the Li family openly challenge them today? All eyes drifted toward a reserved section in the front, where Li Zhong, patriarch of the Li family, sat surrounded by aides, laptops at the ready. His expression was one of smug confidence, as though victory was already assured. Nearby, representatives from the provincial Lu family exchanged whispers with Li Zhong, their smirks unmistakable. Most of the audience, however, were mere observers, waiting to see how the Su group would counterattack and whether the Yi family would back them. On the surface, this was a clash between the Su and Li families. But in reality, it was a proxy battle between the Yi family and its enemies. Welcome, everyone, to the Su group's new product launch. The host's voice rang out, calling for silence. The conference will begin shortly. To the crowd's astonishment, the event wasn't just attended by Xia Hao. Yunqing's governor Sun Qian had arrived. So had Old Master Wang, a longtime ally of the Yi family, along with other retired heavyweights, figures of immense prestige across Tiannan province and the entire southwestern region. These were individuals who had never participated in commercial events. Their presence here was a blatant show of support, not just for the Su group, but for the Yi family. Many, of course, had been invited by Lei Chenjue the night before over drinks. The sudden appearance of so many influential figures cast an eerie tension over the venue. What had begun as a simple product launch had escalated into a pivotal showdown. Unbeknownst to most, seated inconspicuously in the back row was Old Master Yi Changfeng, patriarch of the Yi family, accompanied by bodyguards, his hat pulled low. Su Yixue had stood by the Yi family in their darkest hour. Now, as his future granddaughter-in-law faced this trial, he would stand by her. Let's see who dared make trouble today. Though aged, Yi Changfeng's authority remained unshaken. Countless military leaders owed their careers to his patronage. As long as he lived, those debts of loyalty held weight. If push came to shove, his former subordinates would rally without hesitation. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us despite your busy schedules. Su Yixue took the stage, her voice steady. I'm Su Yixue, CEO of the Su Group. Many of you are already aware of our upcoming product launch. However, by sheer coincidence, the Li Corporation of Yunqing recently developed a beauty and wellness pill with near-identical effects to ours and just happened to hold their press conference yesterday. Her gaze sharpened as it landed on Li Zhong and his entourage. The Li family's launch had been live-streamed nationwide. Most attendees knew the truth. The Li Corporation, though in the pharmaceutical industry, had zero history in cosmetics R&D. How could they have developed such a product overnight? The stolen formula was an open secret. The audience had come for the spectacle, to see how the Su group would navigate this crisis, and how the Li family would strike. But Su Yixue was shrewd. Instead of waiting for the Li family to attack, she struck first, laying bare their treachery. This ensured even the uninformed would understand the Li family's underhanded tactics, preventing misinformation from spreading. More crucially, her preemptive move forced the Li family onto the defensive. Li Zhong and the Lu family representatives froze. This wasn't the script. Shouldn't Su Yixue have begun by detailing the product's ingredients, efficacy, and patents, then faced their challenges? Yet here she was, launching a direct accusation from the outset. Strike first? What gave her the audacity? Was she planning to flip the table entirely? Chapter 46. Snow Beauty Cream. Eternal Youth. But Su Yixue had already spoken in front of 1,000 people, laying everything bare. This was equivalent to lighting the fuse of battle. If Li Zhong didn't respond, he would be completely at a disadvantage. He had come here today with the Lu family's representative to disrupt the Su group's product launch. Though Li Zhong had been in a foul mood since yesterday, he had no choice now. Whoosh! As Su Yixue spoke, all eyes turned to Li Zhong, waiting for his response. The Li family's methods are truly despicable. I heard they stole the Su family's formula and released it first. How ruthless! Humph! But evil deeds bring retribution. Didn't the Li family's eldest son, Li Yunyang, drop dead on the spot yesterday? In my opinion, the Yi family has deep roots, and with their support, the Su family won't fall so easily. The Li family's punishment has only just begun. The onlookers around Li Zhong, never ones to shy away from stirring trouble, spoke loudly without restraint. The pain of losing his son had barely subsided, and now these people were deliberately twisting the knife in his wounds. Li Zhong's face turned ashen, and he nearly lunged at them in fury. But he was already on the spot. He had more important matters to handle, and no matter how enraged he was, he had to endure it. Director Su, what do you mean by this? Are you implying that my Li family stole your formula? If so, I demand evidence. Otherwise, stop slandering us and misleading the public. Li Zhong, a seasoned veteran in the business world, immediately seized the crux of the issue. Everyone knew the Li family had stolen the Su family's formula, but there was no proof. The key witness had vanished, likely silenced. Even if the truth was obvious, what could be done? The Su family had suffered a loss but could only swallow their grievances. Su Ishua frowned and glanced to the side. The scene unfolding was almost identical to what she and Xia had anticipated in their office discussions. Fortunately, Yi Fan and Mr. Lei were present. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known how to handle this. Director Su, it seems you have no evidence. Instead of blaming others, why not focus on your own product launch? But let me make this clear. If your new product bears any resemblance to ours, with identical ingredients or composition, my Li family will have no choice but to conclude that the Su group stole our formula and committed corporate espionage. I will sue until your company goes bankrupt. After all, as everyone knows, our launch was yesterday. Moreover, we've already filed patents for our formula, ingredients, efficacy, and production process. Director Su, you'd better tread carefully. Of course, there is another option. If the Su group is willing to be acquired by the Li group, I, Li Zhong, am open to sharing the formula. I even have the contract ready. Li Zhong fired off his pre-prepared speech like a machine gun. After speaking, he felt much more at ease. As he spoke, he waved the contract in his hand. His goal today was to force the Su group into a corner, bankruptcy or acquisition, ensuring its complete annihilation. Only then would other factions and families aligned with the Yi family be sufficiently intimidated. Seeing the Su group flounder brought Li Zhong immense satisfaction. Half of his superior's mission was already accomplished. Now all he had to do was wait. If the Su group still released their new product with the same composition, Li Zhong would immediately sue, dragging them down with his patents and evidence. If the Su group failed to release anything, today's event would become a farce, proving that siding with the Yi family left them powerless against retaliation. The Su family's defeat would signal the Yi family's decline. Other neutral factions would reconsider their stance toward the Yi family. Meanwhile, Li Zhong would seize all of the Su group's clients and partners on the spot. With the Su group collapsing, if the Li family offered even better terms, what choice would those distributors have? Even if the Su group had the Xia family's backing, it wouldn't be enough. After all, Xia's distributors still needed profitable products to sell. No matter what, the Su family was doomed today. Li Zhong had calculated every possible outcome, executing a masterstroke that left the Su family with no escape. Whoosh! As Li Zhong finished speaking, all eyes returned to Su Ishua on stage. Everyone wondered, what would she do? How could the Su family possibly overcome this crisis? Yet, to everyone's surprise, Su Ishua remained utterly composed. Patriarch Li, one must act with a clear conscience. Otherwise, retribution will follow. Her calm words struck Li Zhong's weakest point. The implication was clear. Your son's sudden death yesterday was divine punishment for your misdeeds. Rest assured, everyone, the Su group operates with integrity. Our product launch will proceed as planned. I hereby announce our new product, Snow Beauty Cream, developed from an ancient formula. This ointment eliminates dark spots, rapidly heals wounds, and leaves no scars. As Su Ishua spoke, the screen displayed a hastily prepared slideshow. The formula's composition, structure, and effects were entirely different from the Li family's beauty pills. In fact, judging from the presentation, Snow Beauty Cream's efficacy far surpassed that of the beauty pills. Its ability to heal wounds without scarring would be a godsend for post-C-section women. Rumble. Before Suishua could finish, the crowd erupted. If Snow Beauty Cream was real, it would be a revolutionary product, a trillion-dollar game-changer in the beauty industry. Such a miraculous ointment wouldn't just sell for a few hundred per bottle. Even thousands or tens of thousands would attract countless buyers. The Su Group had another product all along? Was this a grand deception? Damn it, we've all been fooled. The earlier leaks were just a smokescreen. The Li family went to such lengths to steal secrets, only to end up with nothing. Amid the uproar, Li Zhong turned to his secretary in fury. What the hell is this? Didn't you say your insider had infiltrated the Su Group's core and uncovered all their secrets? How did this Snow Beauty Cream suddenly appear? Chapter 47. The Divine Physician backs the Su family? Li Zhong was furious. To bring down the Su Corporation, Li Zhong had already spent hundreds of millions to cultivate and bribe spies, not to mention the countless hours of effort he had invested. He even suspected that his son's misfortune was orchestrated by the Su family. Now, after sacrificing so much, even his own son, all he had stolen was something utterly useless, incapable of dealing a fatal blow to his enemy. How could Li Zhong not be enraged? Boss Li, I don't know either, but I can guarantee with absolute certainty that the formula we obtained is indeed the Su Corporation's new drug, the result of 10 years of research. There's no mistake about it. Besides, the Su Corporation couldn't possibly have the resources or time to develop another new drug. Li Zhong's secretary, Jin Yang, frowned in confusion, his mind racing. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. I've got it. The Su Corporation is trying to deceive us. This so-called Snow Beauty ointment must be fake, just something they made up to trick everyone. There's no way it could actually work. Jin Yang was so thrilled by his own brilliance that he nearly danced with joy, unable to resist patting himself on the back. Li Zhong had been involved in the entire espionage operation against the Su Corporation, and he knew full well that the Su family couldn't possibly have secretly developed another new drug. Yet now, at the press conference, the Su Corporation had unveiled a completely different product. There was only one explanation. The Su Corporation was lying to everyone. This so-called miracle drug couldn't possibly be real. President Su, is this drug really as miraculous as you claim? Has this so-called ancient formula been verified? Are there any harmful side effects? Who will take responsibility if something goes wrong? Someone in the crowd shouted at Su Ishua. This was exactly what Li Zhong wanted to ask. Since someone else had voiced it, he was content to sit back and enjoy the show. Let's see how you plan to dig yourself out of this mess today. Su Ishua. Aye. On stage, Su Ishua hesitated for a brief moment, despite having already received Lei Qianjua's reassurance. That momentary hesitation was all the provocateurs needed. President Su, you're lying, aren't you? A drug that can heal wounds instantly? If such a thing existed, wouldn't all other beauty companies go bankrupt? Exactly. If anyone could just claim they found an ancient formula and start selling miracle cures, making money would be way too easy. Fraud. Su Ishua. This is fraud. 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 Under the orchestration of certain individuals, the crowd's emotions quickly spiraled out of control. The entire venue erupted in shouts, and the situation was on the verge of chaos. The distributors affiliated with the Su Corporation exchanged disappointed glances, already scheming about how to approach the Li family later for potential collaborations. Su Ishua, have you no shame? Resorting to such a crude trick. A lie this big will collapse the moment it's exposed. Li Zhong's voice cut through the noise, silencing the crowd. President Su, why don't you just sell the Su Corporation to the Li family? Let's say, 2.5 million. That's my final offer. Li Zhong's words were a deliberate insult. Just as Su Ishua was at a loss for what to do, Yi Lian, standing off stage, subtly nudged Lei Qianjua. It was time for the divine physician to make his move. What's this? Who here dares to question the authenticity of this formula? Do you doubt my medical expertise? Or what? Lei Chenjue strode onto the stage, microphone in hand. The moment he appeared, the crowd erupted in gasps and cheers. Wait, is that the great Xia's divine physician, Master Lei Chenjue? Oh my god, it really is him. What does this mean? Is Master Lei saying this ancient formula is his? If so, then the Su Corporation's Snow Beauty ointment must be real. This is getting interesting. Today's drama is even better than a movie. The appearance of Lei Chenjue sent the crowd into another frenzy. But this time, their attitudes began to shift. If it had just been the Su family claiming to possess an ancient formula, skepticism would have lingered. But now, with the great Xia's most revered physician publicly endorsing the Su Corporation, the weight of his reputation was undeniable. Who would dare question the word of the nation's foremost medical authority? Everyone, this formula was something I stumbled upon. After studying the ingredients and preparation methods described in ancient texts, I personally synthesized a batch of the ointment last night. I can confirm that it possesses the claimed effects: wound healing, blemish removal, and visible results within minutes. Boom! Lei Chenjue was not only vouching for the Su Corporation's new product, but also testifying to its efficacy. What was going on? As the divine physician of Great Xia, Lei Chenjue had treated countless dignitaries, tycoons, and elites. Money? He had no need for it. Moreover, in all these years, he had never endorsed any commercial enterprise. Any valuable prescriptions he discovered, he would simply publish online for public benefit. Yet today, he was openly and confidently backing the Su Corporation. This was unprecedented, but the effect of his endorsement was immediate. As soon as his words landed, the crowd erupted in excitement, and voices of support rang out. If the divine physician himself confirms it, I believe in the Su Corporation. President Su, my company, Hongfa Pharmaceuticals, wishes to collaborate. How about an advance order with a deposit of 1 billion? Yuan Shan Group also wants to partner with the Su Corporation, 500 million in deposits. Please give us the opportunity. Oriental Group. In the blink of an eye, dozens of companies had expressed their intent to collaborate, with preliminary deposits totaling tens of billions. With this kind of capital, the Su Corporation's growth would no longer be an issue. Becoming the top pharmaceutical company in Great Xia was now within reach. Su Ishue glanced at Lei Chenjue beside her. Her eyes filled with gratitude, but also a trace of concern. As the head of a pharmaceutical company, she knew all too well the challenges of developing a cosmetic ointment. A product capable of instantly healing wounds and removing blemishes? Such miraculous effects were unheard of. Meanwhile, Li Zhong was dumbfounded by the sudden reversal of fortune. Just moments ago, he had been mocking the Su Corporation. Now, he was the one being humiliated. Damn it! What the hell were your intelligence teams doing? Li Zhong kicked his secretary in frustration. How could you overlook Lei Chenjue? With the divine physician's appearance, even if the ointment were fake, most people would believe it was real. Boss Li, according to the higher-ups' arrangements, Lei Chenjue wasn't even supposed to be in Yunqing. They sent assassins to intercept him. I don't know how he's still here. We'll settle this later. Li Zhong shot his secretary a venomous glare before clearing his throat and addressing the crowd loudly. Divine Physician Lei, it's not that we don't trust you, but the claims about this ointment are simply too extraordinary. How can you prove its instant healing effects to us? Whoosh! Li Zhong's disruptive words drew everyone's attention, but upon reflection, his demand wasn't unreasonable. If the ointment was truly as miraculous as claimed, with results visible in minutes, then a live demonstration would be the most convincing proof. But how? The simplest way would be to make a cut on someone's arm, apply the ointment, and watch the wound vanish within minutes. The question was, whose arm? Chapter 48. Damn it, why the hell did you cut my arm? Lei Chenjue was straightforward. His first instinct was to pull out a dagger and slash his own arm. But at that very moment, Yifan, who had been standing off stage, suddenly rushed forward and snatched the dagger from Lei Chenjue's hand. I know how to prove it.
Yifan exclaimed.
Just find someone, cut their arm, and apply the ointment. If the wound heals, that'll prove whether the medicine is real or fake, right? He turned to Su Ishue, grinning. Isn't that right, my dear wife?
Suyik Suesaid.
That's correct. But Xiao Fan, why are you causing trouble now? She reached out to pull him back, but Yi Fan had already scrambled off the stage and dashed toward Li Zhong. Hey, old man, you've been talking the most. Come on, help us out. Before Li Zhong could react, Yi Fan was already in front of him. Without hesitation, Yi Fan swung the dagger and slashed a foot-long gash across Li Zhong's arm. The cut was so deep that the bone was visible. Ah! You damn idiot! What the hell are you doing? My arm, someone help me. Bandage this. Li Zhong roared, glaring at Yi Fan, who had already retreated several meters away. Old man, I'm just helping you test the ointment. Didn't you say it was useless? Come on, let's see if it works. Yi Fan's innocent expression left the crowd stunned. Li Zhong wanted to lash out, but then he remembered, Yi Fan was an idiot. Getting angry at a fool would only make him look worse. Helpless, Li Zhong let himself be dragged onto the stage by Yi Fan, his arm dripping blood. On stage, Su Ishue watched as Yi Fan casually stabbed Li Zhong twice and felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Li Zhong was despicable. He had stolen the Su family's formula and deliberately tried to humiliate her at the launch event. If she could, she would have kicked him herself. Yi Fan had done what she couldn't. Meanwhile, Lei Chenjue smirked as he watched Li Zhong stagger onto the stage, his arm covered in blood. His little master was not one to take losses lightly. The Li family was in for a rough time. Thud. By the time Li Zhong was halfway up the stage, the audience finally snapped out of their shock. Ha! Li Zhong's really unlucky. Getting stabbed by the Yi family's fool. Yeah, even if Yi Fan killed him, it'd be pointless to retaliate. Do you think Yi Fan's actually stupid or just pretending? He just slashed Li Zhong without hesitation. He's got the mind of an 8-year-old. What do you expect? But using Li Zhong to test the medicine is perfect. If even he admits it works, then this ointment must be miraculous. Li Zhong, now on stage, was on the verge of tears. Had he pissed off the heavens in a past life? Every time he ran into Yi Fan, disaster struck. Yesterday, at the engagement banquet, his son died. Today, Yi Fan nearly took his arm off. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Li Zhong sneered at Su Ishue. Director Su, don't waste your effort. You chose to side with the Yi family. You should have expected this outcome. Ah! Mid-sentence, Li Zhong suddenly shrieked, glaring at Yi Fan. Are you blind? You stepped on my foot. Sorry. I didn't mean to. I only weigh 100-something pounds. It shouldn't hurt that much, right? Yi Fan blinked innocently, then deliberately stomped on Li Zhong's foot again. Twice. Ah! You did that on purpose. Li Zhong hopped around, clutching his foot. Damn it! Yi Fan didn't look heavy, but it felt like a bulldozer had just rolled over his foot. His toes were probably broken. Su Ishue couldn't help but laugh. Yi Fan had just vented her anger for her. If only he weren't actually a fool, with his methods, he'd probably have killed Li Zhong outright. Meanwhile, the cameraman zoomed in on Li Zhong's arm. Lei Chenjue wiped the blood away with a towel, showcasing the wound to the audience. See this? Deep enough to see bone. Thump. Li Zhong felt another blow to his dignity. Shut the hell up. Getting stabbed by an idiot was humiliating enough. Did he have to rub it in? The guests and reporters stared at the screens, gasping at the gruesome wound. That fool from the Yi family didn't hold back. One slash and bone was visible. A little deeper, and the arm would have been useless. Down in the front row, Su Honghai, Zhang Ru, Su Mingho, and the rest of the Su family's core members were on edge. Brother, when did Ishue get in touch with the divine physician? Does that ointment really work? Uncle, this is life or death for Su Corporation. Why didn't Ishue tell us she knew someone this powerful? They were hopeful but anxious. Su Honghai was just as nervous. Until the last second before going on stage, Su Ishue hadn't mentioned Lei Chenjue or the ointment. He'd already braced himself for Su Corporation's collapse. But now, the tables had turned. Lei Qianjue himself was here, backing them with a miracle drug. How could he not be thrilled? This is why you must trust Ishue's judgment. The Yi family's influence runs deeper than you think. His cryptic words made the Su family members regard Su Ishue with newfound respect. On stage, Lei Qianjue spread the ointment evenly over Li Zhong's wound, the cameras capturing every detail. The audience watched in awe as the emerald green paste seemed to move. The bleeding stopped, and the flesh began knitting itself back together. A phenomenon defying modern science unfolded before their eyes. Everyone was stunned, their gazes locked on the screen. Even Li Zhong stared at his arm in disbelief. The Su family's ointment was real? How was that possible? Chapter 49. Poor baby. Life's so unfair. Stealing the Su family's medicinal formula had been a plan the Li family had meticulously prepared for years. Now, after finally driving the Su family to the brink of collapse, just one step away from bankruptcy, Li Zhong's mission was nearly complete. Once the Su corporation fell, the Li family would take over all of the Su family's assets, instantly becoming Yunqing's top pharmaceutical company. Not to mention, his superiors would surely reward him handsomely. His future would be set. No, I can't let Su's ointment work as intended. With that thought, Li Zhong twitched his arm, intending to use his other hand to quickly wipe off the ointment. But Yi Fan had already anticipated this. He'd instructed Xia how to have Wang Fugue stand right beside Li Zhong. The moment Li Zhong moved, Wang Fugue clamped down on his arm like an iron vice. Patriarch Li, what's wrong? Thirsty? Want me to fetch you a drink? Wang Fugue, now a master beyond the Grandmaster realm, had reached a whole new level of control over martial energy. With just a casual grip on Li Zhong's shoulder, his internal force immobilized the man completely. Li Zhong couldn't even twitch a finger. And no, I'm not thirsty. Li Zhong shuddered at the sight of Wang Fugue. The man was infamous for being a brawny simpleton, barely smarter than the current fool Yi Fan. If Yi Fan ordered Wang Fugue to kill him right now, the brute wouldn't hesitate to grab a blade and do the deed. These people are all devils. Poor baby. Life's so unfair. Though Li Zhong was seething with anxiety, he didn't dare say another word. He could only watch helplessly as the wound on his arm visibly healed before his eyes. In less than 5 minutes, the injury had completely vanished, leaving behind smooth, unblemished skin. Lei Qianjue wiped away the remaining ointment with a towel. The entire audience leaned forward, eyes glued to the screen. On stage, Su Ishue and Li Zhong stared at his arm. A pristine, fair-skinned patch of flesh now stood out, whiter and more radiant than the surrounding skin, as if bleached. The wound they had all witnessed earlier had disappeared without a trace. Wang Fugue finally released Li Zhong, who frantically examined his arm, flipping it over and over. But no matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find even a hint of the injury. This is impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
Li Zhong clawed at his own arm, desperate to uncover the wound, but there was nothing.
No.
You must have used some trick, some kind of illusion. Li Zhong was on the verge of tears. He'd come prepared to ruin the Su family's event. Yet somehow he'd ended up as their unwitting prop. Had it been anyone else on stage, he would have dismissed them as a paid actor. But now, under the magnified scrutiny of the cameras, his own arm was the undeniable proof. The audience erupted. Companies that had hesitated earlier now stampeded towards Su's registration booth, clamoring to place orders. Tianhong Group, 100 million deposit. Shiwang Group, 80 million deposit. Heir Group, 100 million deposit, plus full access to our distribution network. The implications of such a miraculous ointment were crystal clear. This was a trillion-yuan market. Anyone who got in early would be rolling in money. The media swarmed Su Ishue. CEO Su, how did you achieve this? Was announcing the formula theft just a diversion? CEO Su, did your engagement to Yi Fan bring this stroke of luck? Divine Physician Lei, is there any chance young Master Yi will recover? The frenzy was beyond Li Zhong's worst nightmares. Standing on stage like a clown, He exchanged a dark glance with Lu Rant's representative below. Fine. If you won't let me win Su Ishue, then no one wins. The Li family and Lu Rant's faction had more than one trick up their sleeves. Co Su, don't celebrate too soon, Li Zhong sneered. As far as I know, you still owe your distributors substantial payments. Does your company even have the funds? And with all your distribution channels cut off, how will you sell anything? No matter how good it is. He paused, then drove the knife deeper. Let's not forget. The Su family is now tied to the Yi family, which is under suppression. Do you really think your partners will risk their necks for profit? His words struck a nerve. Many had come today precisely to gauge how Su would handle this crisis. Now, with Li Zhong laying it bare, hesitation spread like wildfire. Right? The product is amazing, but what's the point if we can't enjoy the profits? On cue, the distributors planted by Li Zhong and Lu Rant's faction began shouting. CEO Su, we've been patient, but the situation's too volatile. Pay us what you owe. Yes, settle our 100 million debt. And our 50 million. The tide turned again. Over 100 distributors demanded repayment and severed ties. Potential partners wavered. Then, what the hell is wrong with you people? A young man stood up, his voice cutting through the chaos. Divine Physician Lei is backing them. What the hell are you scared of? It was Guali. A few lousy debts? Fine. I, Guali, will cover every cent for the Su family. He glared around.
No distributors?
No problem. The Guo family and Elder Xia will handle all of Su's sales channels. One more word out of any of you, and I'll beat you senseless. Silence. Then realization. The provincial Guo family is also siding with Su. The crowd exploded. He's right. Who cares about the risks? This is free money. Damn it. I almost missed out. Screw these troublemakers. Beat them up. Thud. Crash. Bam. A full-blown brawl erupted. 3 or 4 people ganged up on each dissenting distributor. Within moments, all opposition was silenced. Li Zhong and Lu Rant's representative, Qin Tao, gaped in disbelief. What the hell just happened? Is the whole world against me now? Fine. You leave me no choice but to play my final card. Chapter 50. Playing dirty? Resorting to force. Big bro. My dad shipped me off to study abroad, and I only just found out about the Yi family's situation yesterday.
I'm sorry.
Bro, you have no idea how much I've missed you all these years. Like a raging river, endless and unceasing. As Guoli spoke, he rushed onto the stage, grabbing Yi Fan by the shoulders. Bro, after all these years apart, I see you've become even more dashing. Haha. Tell me the truth. Has my sister-in-law been treating you well? Guoli didn't hold back at all, teasing Su Ishue with a grin. You little brat. Asking for a beating. Su Ishue's face flushed red at Guoli's words. She was familiar with him, though his family was based in the provincial capital 5 years ago. Guoli and Wang Fugue had been inseparable from Yifan. One was the brawn, the other the brains. They were known as the 2 guardian generals. Wang Fugue handled the physical confrontations, while Guoli, with his exceptional intellect, took charge of strategy and planning. Combined with Yifan's own prodigious talents, the trio had earned quite the reputation, their notoriety spreading throughout Tiannan province and even the entire southwest region. But after Yifan's accident left him mentally impaired, Guoli was sent abroad to study, and the trio's dynamic was temporarily put on hold. Yet their bond remained unbroken. Damn it, Scholar Gua. Can you stop being so shameless? Always stealing my lines. Does Big Bro's handsomeness even need to be put into words? Let me tell you, when I took him to the Spring Blossom Pavilion, the girls were practically throwing themselves at him. Seeing his 2 sworn brothers bickering the moment they met, Yifan couldn't help but frown in exasperation. These 2 were great in every way, except when it came to competing over who could flatter him better. Ha! Though Yifan had only furrowed his brows slightly, Guoli immediately picked up on the subtle shift in his mood. Bro, you're faking it? His initial words were loud, but the latter part was spoken much softer, his eyes darting around cautiously. This was the difference between Guoli and Wang Fugue. Guoli had far more brains. With just one look at Yi Fan's reaction, he had already pieced together most of his plan, and he knew to keep it under wraps. Yi Fan's lips twitched. Trying to hide the truth from Guoli was nearly impossible. In that case, when the time was right, he might as well come clean. After all, many of his future plans would require capable hands. Xia Hao alone wouldn't be enough, and Guoli, his life-and-death brother, was the perfect candidate. His intelligence and ability to oversee the big picture were invaluable. Noticing the slight lift of Yi Fan's brow, Guoli wisely chose not to press further. Instead, he took the microphone from Su Yixue and announced loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the effects of the Su family's Snow Beauty Cream have been demonstrated today. Those interested in collaboration, don't miss this opportunity. First come, first served. Miss this chance and you'll regret it. By now, and you'll be making a profit." Guoli was a natural at socializing, effortlessly rousing the crowd's enthusiasm. As for the suppliers arranged by Li Zhong and Qin Tao, they had already been beaten beyond recognition, unable to utter a single word. In an instant, the tide had turned entirely in the Su family's favor. Yi Fan nodded in satisfaction. With Guoli handling the situation, he could relax a little. "Form a line, everyone. Line up to place your deposits." Thanks to Yi Fan's planning and the interference of Lei Chenjue and Guoli, the product launch had been a resounding success. Li Zhong and Qin Tao's schemes had not only failed but backfired, driving even some of the Li family's former partners into the Su family's arms. "Patriarch Li, what's the matter? Not humiliated enough? Planning to stick around till New Year's?" Guoli sneered at the dazed Li Zhong below the stage. "If I were you, I'd have found a block of tofu to bash my head against by now. First, you got your own son killed, and now you're here making a fool of yourself." Guoli deliberately struck at Li Zhong's sore spots. Li Zhong's face twisted with fury. "Guoli, you damn mutt. Don't think just because you're from the provincial Gua family that I'm afraid of you. Everyone, move out." Whoosh! At his command, over 100 burly men armed with machetes and steel pipes surged into the venue, surrounding the entire area. "Everyone, freeze. Let's see who dares to sign a contract with the Su family today."
Li Zhong Barca.
Behind the thugs, another group emerged, archers, their crossbows trained on the corporate representatives and business owners in attendance. "Li Zhong, what's the meaning of this?" Su Honghai leapt to his feet, glaring at Li Zhong. Having failed to outmaneuver the Su family in business, he was now resorting to underhanded tactics, using brute force to suppress the Su family's growth. Humph! Isn't it obvious? The Su family has gotten too close to the Yi family, and this is the punishment from above. Li Zhong smirked, reassured by the sight of his hired killers. "Now, you have two choices. Continue siding with the Yi family, and today will mark the Su family's destruction. Or hand over Yi Fan, accept the Li Corporation's acquisition, and your company may yet survive. As for the price, well, I already said it, 2.5 million. Li Zhong's grin was icy. His ambitions ran deep. Now that he had made his move, he intended to capture Yi Fan and kill him outright. Though there was no evidence, Li Zhong was convinced that Yi Fan was behind his son Li Yunyang's sudden death at the engagement banquet yesterday. Killing Yi Fan would avenge his son. "Keep dreaming." Su Yixue stepped in front of Yi Fan, shielding him. "Li Zhong, you're despicable. If you want to hurt Yi Fan, you'll have to go through me first." Her expression was resolute. Now that she was Yi Fan's woman, she had promised old Master Yi to protect him at all costs. If anything happened to Yi Fan under her watch, how could she face Sister Yuling? Wait, Sister Yuling? Where was she? Su Yixue suddenly realized that Yu Linglong should have been present. Yet she was nowhere to be seen. Where had she gone? Su Yixue, still acting like some untouchable princess? "You shameless bitch." Li Zhong, still seething over the humiliation Su Yixue had dealt him earlier, not to mention the gash Yi Fan had left on his arm, raised his hand, intending to slap her across the face. Bam! But before his hand could connect, Yifan suddenly swung a chair, smashing it down on Li Zhong's head with full force. "You old bastard! Touch my wife, and I'll fight you to the death." Thud, thud, thud. With a simpleton's fury, Yifan brought the chair down again and again, cracking Li Zhong's skull open. Dazed, his head bleeding, Li Zhong staggered before collapsing to the ground. "You damn idiot! What the hell?" Beside him, Qin Tao, finally snapping out of his shock, roared at the surrounding thugs. "What are you all standing around for? Move! Seize everyone from the Su family." Chapter 51. Is genius contagious? Are they all grandmasters now? Who dares move? Just as Li Zhong's men were about to act, Wang Fugue leaped out from behind Yifan. His overwhelming aura surged violently, forcing the first wave of attackers to stagger back in fear, their weapons clattering to the ground. Clang! The sharp sound drew everyone's attention to Wang Fugue. Some martial artists, sensing the energy radiating from him, gasped in shock. A grandmaster! Wang Fugue has actually broken through to the grandmaster realm? Another monstrous genius has appeared in Yun City. Holy hell! Is genius contagious or what? Seriously. First, there was Yifan, a 15-year-old grandmaster, and now Wang Fugue, who follows him, has also reached that level. This is terrifying. In the martial path, the progression went from transformed strength to control realm, then to grandmaster, martial venerable, martial emperor, and beyond. Though each stage seemed like just one step forward, the gap between them was exponential. At the scene, despite Li Zhong's army of assassins, Wang Fugue's presence as a grandmaster rendered their efforts futile. He alone could slaughter every last one of them. Li Zhong also sensed the shift in Wang Fugue's aura. He had accounted for everything, except Wang Fugue's sudden breakthrough from the control realm to grandmaster. "Mr. Qin." Li Zhong turned hesitantly to Qin Tao beside him. Though Li Zhong was the face of this operation, the true mastermind was Lu Rant's subordinate, Qin Tao. "What's there to fear? No matter how strong he is, he's just one man. We have numbers on our side. Attack from multiple angles, grab Suishue, Yifan, or even a few of these corporate bosses as hostages. Wang Fugue won't dare act recklessly then." Bolstered by Qin Tao's words, Li Zhong regained his confidence. "Young Master Wang, this is a matter between us and the Su family. I advise you not to interfere. The forces behind me are beyond your reach." As Li Zhong spoke, fresh blood trickled down his face from his head wound, making him look utterly pathetic. "Humph! Su Ishue is my sister-in-law. The Su family's business is mine. Today, anyone who dares lay a finger on them is declaring war on the Wang family." Wang Fugue stood his ground. "Li Zhong, call off your men now, and you might still have a way out. Otherwise, you'll learn what true suffering is." Before Wang Fugue could finish, Guoli cut in impatiently. "Enough! Enough! You've had your say. Now it's my turn." Boom! Guoli charged forward without hesitation, throwing a punch at the nearest assassins. The sheer force of his strike sent them flying over a dozen meters before they crashed to the ground, motionless. "My bad. I'm also a grandmaster now. Anyone else want to test my fists? They're itching for a fight." Guoli brandished his fist smugly, shooting Wang Fugue a teasing glance. "What do you think, old Wang? Bet you didn't see this coming. I was planning to show off, but you big oaf had to go and break through too." Tisk! Gasp! Another grandmaster. Both of Yifan's right-hand men had broken through in such a short time. The crowd was stunned, collectively sucking in a sharp breath. Confirmed. Genius must be contagious. How else could Guoli and Wang Fugue have advanced so quickly? With two grandmasters present, Qin Tao's face paled instantly. Against one grandmaster, they might have found an opening. But with two, their chances were practically zero. Even with the archer's threat, grandmasters could manifest protective barriers with their gongshi, effortlessly deflecting arrows. Qin Tao scanned the scene, his gaze darting toward the exit. It was time to flee. Staying meant certain defeat. "Nobody move. Drop your weapons. I've had enough of this." Before Qin Tao and Li Zhong could react, a sharp voice rang out. Yu Linglong appeared with a battalion of camouflage-clad youths, hundreds of them. Against Li Zhong's forces, it was 2-1. Each archer now had 2 blades pressed against their backs, the cold steel aimed at their hearts. The once threatening archers had no choice but to surrender meekly. Every last assassin under Li Zhong's command was swiftly subdued under absolute force. A life-or-death crisis had been defused in the blink of an eye. It happened so fast that the corporate bosses and partners barely processed what had occurred before the storm passed. Patriarch Li, let's have a chat. Xia Hao and Li Hu emerged from the side of the stage, their men encircling Li Zhong and Qin Tao. The duo's faces turned ashen. You! Watching their assassins being hauled away one by one, Li Zhong felt nothing but despair. Why did this feel so unfair? Today was supposed to be his triumph, the day he crushed the Su family and humiliated them beyond recovery. Instead, he'd somehow been outmaneuvered at every turn. It was as if he'd been lured into a trap from the start. And now, with Yu Linglong, another grandmaster, joining the fray, their defiance was suicidal. What Li Zhong and Qin Tao didn't know was that beyond the 3 grandmasters, Yifan himself had already reached the martial venerable peak. Even if they'd brought 10 grandmasters, the outcome would have been the same. As Yu Linglong, Xia Hao, and Li Hu escorted Li Zhong and Qin Tao away, the onlookers murmured in awe. This clash had torn all pretense between the Li and Su families. The Li family's fate was sealed. Their downfall was inevitable. Not long ago, the Zhao family had opposed Yifan and met ruin. Now, history repeated itself with the Li family. The shrewd among them began to piece it together. The Yi family might have suffered heavy losses, but they're far from powerless. And that so-called foolish heir of theirs, was he truly an idiot, or had he been pretending all along? Chapter 52. Keep the music playing. Keep the dance going. Everyone, keep the music playing and the dance going. Don't let a few pieces of trash ruin our money-making opportunities. Right? After Qin Tao and Li Zhong were dragged away, Guali immediately turned to the remaining company executives and representatives, urging them to continue signing up for partnerships with the Su family. Truth be told, even without Guali's encouragement, everyone would have rushed to sign up anyway. After all, everyone had witnessed the Li family's provocation firsthand. Li Zhong had colluded with the Lu family from the provincial capital, deploying 3 different schemes to sabotage the Su family's product launch. Yet, in the end, he had been utterly crushed. It was common knowledge that the Su family had the Yi family backing them. Previously, when the Yi family had been nearly wiped out overnight, many had feared retaliation from their enemies. But now, with Wang Fuguei, Guali, Yu Linglong, and 6 other sisters-in-law standing behind them, along with 3 grandmaster-level experts, how could the Yi family possibly fall so easily? Some sharp-eyed attendees had already spotted old Master Yi sitting in the back rows, along with other high-profile figures who rarely appeared even on television, quietly observing from various corners of the venue. Holy hell! Even the father of the governor of Tiannan province is here? Damn! The Li family was practically digging their own grave. Yeah, and I saw General Guan from the southwest, the man who held the region for 30 years. Even he showed up despite his age. Poor Li Zhong. Once the crowd realized the true scale of the forces present, it became clear that even without Yu Linglong, Wang Fuguei, or Guali stepping in, the Li family never stood a chance. With old Master Yi personally overseeing the event, how could there not be backup plans? A small-time family like the Li clan from Yunqing actually thought they could take on the Su group or worse, challenge the Yi family. They were nothing but cannon fodder, doomed to a miserable end. Sign me up. Hey, stop pushing. Let me through. I need to get to the front. The corporate executives went wild, abandoning all decorum as they shoved forward, desperate to secure a partnership slot. The Su family's product launch ended in their complete victory. Some of the distributors who had initially sided with the Li family, but wisely refrained from joining their provocations, now thanked their lucky stars. Those who had openly supported the Li family, needless to say, they were permanently blacklisted from any future collaborations and would face relentless retaliation. As for those who stayed, even just the Snow Youth cream alone would guarantee them a decade of easy profits. Seated in the back, Yi Changfeng quietly exhaled in relief as he watched the scene unfold. When my descendants were in trouble, they were thousands of miles away, beyond my reach. But the Su family is right here in Yunqing under my watch. Did you really think I'd let you bully them? Still, Yi Changfeng couldn't help but wonder. Since when did the Su family develop such an incredible product like Snow Youth cream? If they'd had this all along, why were they ever in such dire straits? Moreover, the Su family's handling of today's event had been flawlessly executed, almost unervingly precise. Even with support from provincial heavyweights like Xia Hao and Guili, the level of foresight and control displayed made Yi Changfeng suspect that a mastermind was pulling the strings behind the scenes. Old Master Yi, everything seems settled here. Shall we head back for more drinks? The hidden VIPs scattered throughout the venue began gathering around him. Drinks? Didn't you hear what Divine Dr. Lei said? There's still hope for young Master Yi to wake up. It's time for us old-timers to do our part. We can't let the Yi family be wiped out without a fight. You'd better start making calls to your old contacts. Right? Let's regroup and strategize. Those bastards failed today, but they'll definitely strike again. We can't let them succeed. The elites gathered by Lei Qianjue were no fools. The way the confrontation between the Su and Li families had unfolded was far too bizarre, ending in the Li family's total defeat. Even though Yi Fan still appeared to be in a vegetative state, everyone sensed something was off. What if Yi Fan isn't actually brain damaged, but only pretending? What then? As Yi Changfeng and the other power players discreetly exited, the Su family's core members were busy managing the corporate executives. Su Yixue, as the company's CEO, wanted to join them but hesitated, glancing worriedly at Yi Fan. Don't worry, sister-in-law. We'll take care of Big Brother. You go handle your business. Guoli reassured her before slinging an arm around Yi Fan's shoulders and leading him backstage. Once inside a private lounge, Guoli shut the door and immediately asked, Big Brother, when did you wake up? Yi Fan knew he couldn't fool Guoli, dubbed Scholar Gua by Wang Fuguei. His strategic mind was nearly as sharp as Yi Fan's own. Moreover, Yi Fan had long sensed something unusual about Guili's physique. Beyond ordinary energy, there was an ancient, dormant power within him, like a sealed inheritance waiting to awaken. A few days ago, right after the Yi family massacre, 5 years ago, the car crash was orchestrated by the Zhao family. By sheer coincidence, I used a talisman to seal myself in a coma for half a decade, Yi Fan quickly explained. My plan is simple. Keep playing dumb to lull our enemies into complacency. We'll start with the Zhao, Wang, and Li families, then investigate the Lu family in the provincial capital, and finally track down that young Master Zhou from the capital to settle the score for the Yi family. Guili had always been Yi Fan's strategist. With Yi Fan continuing his act, Guili would serve as his mouthpiece, executing plans in his stead. So that's how it is. The Zhao family's downfall and Li Yunyang's sudden death. All you're doing. Guili couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The enemies who had targeted the Yi family had no idea that their most formidable adversary had already awakened. What awaited them now was a living nightmare. As the two continued discussing their next moves in the lounge, Wang Fuguei, having just turned around to find both Yi Fan and Guili missing, slammed his thigh in frustration. Scholar Gua, you shameless bootlicker, where the hell did you take Big Brother? At least leave some room for me to suck up too. Hearing Wang Fuguei's booming voice outside, Yi Fan and Guili exchanged a wry smile. This big oaf truly hopeless. So, Big Brother, our next move is to interrogate Li Zhong and Qin Tao. Squeeze some intel out of them? Guili asked. Exactly. From now on, the Li family ceases to exist. Ideally, we'll uncover who was really pulling the strings today. The bigger the fish, the better. Got it. By the time Wang Fuguei barged into the room, Guili and Yi Fan were already stepping out. Let's go, Guili said. Time to pay Li Zhong a visit. Chapter 53. A race to the bottom? Let's hurt each other.
Bang Fugi aiagu li suspiciously.
Scholar Gua, what did you whisper to Big Brother just now? I feel like you two are hiding something from me. He turned to Yi Fan. Big brother, tell me the truth. Have you woken up? I swear I won't tell anyone. This wasn't the first time Wang Fugue had asked Yi Fan this question over the past few days. Though Wang Fugue seemed somewhat slow-witted, he wasn't actually stupid. He just took longer to process things. And after breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, his mind had sharpened even further. Yi Fan and Gua Li exchanged a glance but remained silent, striding out the door without a word. Near the Su Corporation, in a courtyard, Xia Hao and Li Hu had Li Zhong and Qin Tao restrained.
Li Zhong struglat indignantly.
Xia Hao,
Li Hungria.
have you no respect for the law? Detaining me like this violates my human rights. I'll sue you. Thwack. Li Hu, known for his short temper, slammed the flat of his blade against Li Zhong's face. Patriarch Li, you'd better remember your place. If young Master Yi didn't need the intel in your head, you'd have died 1,000 times over by now. The law? Humph. Where was the law when Li Zhong had surrounded the Su Corporation's press conference with martial artists, assassins, and archers? If he had won, would Yi Fan, Su Yixue, or even Li Hu and Xia Hao have survived? You! Li Zhong tried to argue, but just then, Yi Fan, Gua Li, and Wang Fugue appeared at the gate. Young Master Yi, Xia Hao and Li Hu greeted respectfully. Ignoring them, Yi Fan grabbed a nearby chair and smashed it repeatedly over Li Zhong and Qin Tao, his voice thick with feigned simplicity. Bad people, you tried to hurt my wife. You deserve this. If not for Yi Fan's prior arrangements with Xia Hao and Yu Linglong, the outcome today could have been disastrous. The mastermind behind this remained hidden, but these frontline pawns had to pay, starting with a little venting and interest collection. Once Yi Fan had finished, Gua Li stepped forward, twirling a dagger with a chilling smile. Patriarch Li, will you talk willingly, or do I need to persuade you? I. Stab. Before Li Zhong could hesitate further, Gua Li's blade pierced his chest. You bastards. You nearly wiped out my big brother's entire family. Death would be too kind for you. Gua Li genuinely regarded Yi Fan as his sworn brother. Learning that the Yi family had been massacred had enraged him beyond reason. He wanted to butcher every last one of their enemies. Ah! Li Zhong stared in horror at Gua Li. The refined scholar Gua he knew had just stabbed him without hesitation, leaving a gaping hole in his chest. As blood gushed from the wound, Li Zhong felt his life force draining away. They're really going to kill me. He was certain now, if he didn't talk, they'd finish him off without a second thought. I'll talk. This operation was ordered by Lu Ran, the patriarch of the Lu family from the provincial capital. I was just helping organize it. The real mastermind was him, and Qin Tao. Damn it. Qin Tao, you got me into this mess. I'll kill you. Li Zhong thought of his dead son and his own impending doom. He knew the Li family was finished. He'd thought aligning with the Lu family would elevate the Lis to greater heights, but now, Li Zhong, don't you dare slander me. Qin Tao snapped. We agreed beforehand. Do you really think blabbing will save you? Ha! Death is inevitable. Even if we die, others will come for the Yi family. They won't last long, ack. Before he could finish, Gua Li stabbed him in the chest as well. Shut your mouth. You'll get your turn after Li Zhong finishes. Gua Li turned back to Li Zhong. Keep talking. I know they're planning another move. First, they tried to stop Divine Dr. Lei from treating young Master Yi. Next, a high-ranking figure is coming to test whether young Master Yi has truly awakened. And the provincial capital will send more people. Li Zhong spilled everything he knew like beans from a sack. Though some of it was already known to Yi Fan, the revelation that Lu Ransbacker was coming to Yunqing personally was unexpected. If they dare show up, I'll make sure they never leave. Are guests coming? Are they bad people? If they're bad, we'll beat them to death. Yi Fan muttered with exaggerated simplicity.
Gu libarelli suppressa alau.
This big brother of mine is quite the actor. Li Zhong, have you lost your mind? You're revealing everything. Qin Tao was livid. He'd planned to take his secrets to the grave, but now that Li Zhong had blabbed, There was no point holding back. A race to the bottom. Huh? Fine. Let's see who's worse. I'll talk too. I know Lu Ran is working with two others, one from the military, codenamed Lone Wolf, and another from the capital, a certain young Master Zhou. Besides exterminating the Yi family, they're after something, an item that can drastically boost martial power. I don't know the details yet, but Qin Tao and Li Zhong competed to spill every secret they knew, as if trying to outdo each other in betrayal. Yi Fan and the others watched the spectacle unfold, piecing together their enemies' plans. The provincial big shot won't be hard to deal with, but that military figure, I'll need to tread carefully. Once they're here, they're not leaving, and I can't let them suspect me. Time to strategize. Northwest, a private estate. A large screen on the wall displayed live footage of the Su Corporation's press conference, including the failed ambush by Li Zhong's men. As the feed cut to Li Zhong and Qin Tao being dragged away, an elderly man angrily shut off the screen. This is the operation you planned? Letting the Su Corporation steal the spotlight while the Li family gets wiped out? What kind of incompetence is this? If this continues, how will others view us? Open defiance, 0 losses for our enemies, and a wildly successful press conference? What were you thinking? Elder, please calm down. This was my mistake. I didn't expect their defenses to be so tight. I'll go to Yunqing myself and eliminate Yi Fan personally. We'll cut this problem off at the root. Chapter 54. Retribution strikes so soon. Trying to shut down the Su group? In Yunqing, Guali, Yi Fan, and Wang Fugue had just returned to the Su group after their departure. By then, the signing ceremony at the event was nearly complete. Seeing Yi Fan return, Su Yixue threw herself into his arms with deep emotion. Husband! Thank you! Su Yixue wasn't entirely sure whether Yi Fan was truly awake or still in his foolish state, but one thing was certain. The success of today's product launch was largely due to him. Though Wang Fugue, Guali, Yu Linglong, and even the renowned Dr. Lei had played visible roles, would they have stepped forward without Yi Fan's involvement? Hearing the word husband, Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Has this little wife of mine finally been completely won over? With a playful grin, he replied, Hee, Yixue, my dear wife, I promised Grandpa I'd protect you all. I'll do my best to crush those villains. As he spoke, his gaze flickered toward Yu Linglong, who stood nearby. Yu Linglong studied Yi Fan thoughtfully, recalling the peculiar warmth of his body. How physical contact with him seemed to enhance her cultivation. It was nothing short of miraculous. If Yi Fan has truly awakened, and his monstrous talent resurfaces, just how terrifying would that be? Breaking through to Martial Venerable, Martial Emperor, or even reaching the legendary Martial Saint realm, none of it would be impossible. At that point, who could stop the rise of the Yi family's prodigal son? Moreover, Lei Chenjue, the grand physician of Daxia, had spoken ambiguously the day before. Known for his precision, Lei rarely left room for doubt. Yet when discussing Yi Fan's condition, he had been vague, merely suggesting a possibility of recovery without specifics. Unless someone even more formidable ordered him to obscure the truth? Yu Linglong's sharp eyes narrowed. Could it be that my husband has already awakened? Rumors claimed that 5 years ago, Yi Fan had been the renowned young medical sage of the Southwest, his skills surpassing even Lei Chenjue's. If he had indeed regained his senses, it wouldn't be far-fetched for him to have coerced Lei into compliance. As a 3-star war goddess of Daxia, Yu Linglong's intellect matched her combat prowess. Her deductions were already brushing uncomfortably close to the truth. Feeling her piercing gaze, Yi Fan's heart lurched. This wife of mine isn't so easily fooled. I'd better tread carefully around her. If she finds out I'm no longer foolish, will she still agree to marry me? Meanwhile, Su Yixue warmly addressed the gathered guests. Esteemed seniors and friends, today's successful launch wouldn't have been possible without your support. It's now lunchtime, and I've arranged a banquet in your honor. Su Honghai and Su Mingho, overwhelmed by the presence of so many influential figures, could only grin nervously. Privately, they wondered, Was aligning the Su family so closely with the Yi clan the right decision? The Yi family's enemies would never let this slide. Retribution was inevitable. Yet, they hadn't expected it to come this swiftly. Just as Su Ishue was ushering everyone out, the blare of police sirens erupted outside. A squad of uniformed officers stormed in.
Halt!
We've received reports of illegal fundraising and fraudulent marketing of counterfeit drugs. The person in charge must come with us for investigation. Additionally, all company accounts have been frozen pending further inquiry. The operation was a joint effort by the police, the Drug Administration, and the Enforcement Bureau. The announcement struck like a thunderbolt. Officers, there must be a mistake. Su Ishue protested, her voice trembling. The Su Group operates within legal bounds. Those funds are legitimate deposits from our distributors. Tears welled in her eyes. Moments ago, she had been elated. The launch's success and the influx of capital meant expansion was within reach. Hundreds of billions could fund countless ventures. But now, with the accounts frozen and the company under siege, everything hung in the balance. Delays in production were one thing, but the reputational damage could be fatal. Would any martial arts suppliers dare to partner with them now? The lead officer sighed apologetically. Miss Su were only following orders. Everyone knew the truth. This wasn't about the Su Group. It was collateral damage in the feud between the Yi family and its rivals. No one would move so aggressively against a legitimate business without ulterior motives. As Su Ishue opened her mouth to argue further, Yifan exchanged a glance with Guali, who stepped forward. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Let them investigate. With us here, the Su Group will be fine. Both Guali and Yifan understood. These enforcers were mere pawns. To resolve this, they needed to target the masterminds behind the scenes. Miss Su, please instruct your key personnel to accompany us. The officer pressed reluctantly. They want to take Ishue away? Guali's brow furrowed as he shot Yifan a questioning look. This is going too far. How can Big Brother tolerate this? Outrageous! Yu Linglong's temper flared. Since when do you arrest people in broad daylight? Try it, and you'll answer to me. At her signal, her own guards drew their weapons, prompting the officers to do the same. The standoff crackled with tension, violence looming. The stakes were clear. Frozen accounts could be remedied. But if Su Ishue were detained, the Su Group's credibility, and by extension, the Yi family's position, would collapse. Yifan weighed his options. As the hidden martial guardian king of the Xuanwu military region, or with the unrevealed might of the Tianji Pavilion, he could easily force a retreat. But exposing his hand now would only drive his enemies deeper into the shadows. Before he could decide, the roar of engines interrupted. Several military trucks screeched to a halt outside, disgorging a fully armed company of soldiers in camouflage. Leading them was Major Guofei, who had been conducting routine patrols when he spotted Yifan surrounded. Without hesitation, he ordered his men to encircle the officers. They're bad guys. They want to take my wife.
Yifan eklaimet, feignin distress.
Recognition flashed in Guofei's eyes. He had witnessed Yifan's true identity during the hospital incident the day before. While a major's authority had its limits, protecting Su Ishue from arrest was well within his power. Chapter 55. The Eternal Night, SSS-level operation initiated. Guofei narrowed his eyes slightly as he listened to Yifan's words. Yifan's meaning was clear. He had a conflict with these uniformed officers. After recognizing the token of the Xuanwu Guardian King yesterday, Guofei had immediately reported the situation to his superiors. The reappearance of the Guardian King's token had shocked even the highest-ranking leader of Xuanwu, who personally called Guofei to demand a detailed account of the incident. The final order was unequivocal. All forces must fully cooperate with the Guardian King's commands, no matter his appearance or demands. Even the entirety of Xuanwu's resources are at his disposal. Guofei was no fool. From the leader's tone, he sensed something deeper. If the youngest son of the Yi family had become Xuanwu's Guardian King, he must possess extraordinary capabilities. The fact that higher-ups still protected Yifan in his current state could only mean one thing. Yifan was likely not truly mentally impaired, but was feigning it to deceive his enemies. Take them down. Without hesitation, Guofei issued the order, commanding his subordinates to restrain all the uniformed officers. In an instant, those who had tried to take Su Ishue away were stripped of their freedom. Despite their uniforms, they were no match for Guofei's men, neither in numbers nor combat prowess. Deputy Commander Guofei, do you realize what you're doing? We're executing official duties. This is outright defiance. Can you bear the consequences? The lead officer among the uniformed men attempted to argue, but Guofei showed no mercy. Silence! Who are you to lecture me? Take them all away. Let me make this clear: Su Corporation is now a military pharmaceutical supplier. Anyone who dares target Su Corporation is an enemy of ours. Any further objections can wait until we return. Though Guofei's voice wasn't loud, his words sent a chill through everyone present. Since when was Su Corporation a military supplier? Yifan glanced at Guofei, raising an eyebrow in approval. This kid knows how to play the game. While he couldn't vouch for other branches, if both the Tianlong Army and Xuanwu Army sourced medicine from Su Corporation, the annual contracts could easily reach hundreds of billions. This could actually work. In mere moments, the once arrogant uniformed officers were hauled away. Su Ishue stared at Yifan in bewilderment. Since when did he have connections with Xuanwu's military? Normally, the military stayed out of civilian affairs. Yet Guofei had just arrested an entire squad of officers solely on Yifan's word. That was a joint operation by 3 major departments. For the first time, Su Ishue felt she couldn't fully grasp Yifan's secrets. If he's this formidable while supposedly impaired, how terrifying would he be at full strength? Suddenly, the future seemed brimming with possibility. If Yifan awakens, being his wife might not be so bad after all. With Su Corporation's immediate crisis averted, the next issue was the frozen company accounts. Freezing corporate accounts required coordination between multiple agencies, commerce, police, and most critically, the banks. Don't worry, Miss Su. I've already called some old friends. They'll have news soon. Ishue, I've also reached out to my family's contacts. They'll help. Miss Su, I've instructed Yunqing Governor Sun Qian to contact the president of Huachi Bank. Lei Qianjue, Yu Linglong, and Xia Hao began frantically making calls, mobilizing their networks for Su Corporation. Yifan turned to Guoli. I need to use the restroom. Old Gua, come with me. Got it. Guoli understood that Yifan likely had another hidden move. As they prepared to leave, Wang Fugue hurried after them. Brother, I'll come too. Though slow on the uptake, Wang Fugue had recently sensed Yifan keeping secrets, even sharing them with Xia Hao but not him. Is my mouth really that loose? Old Wang, seriously? You're worried about brother going to the bathroom? I'm a grandmaster. Do you think I can't protect him? Stay here and call your grandfather. Get him to help with sister-in-law's problem.
Gu Li Siga.
This guy's catching on too. Right. How could I forget Grandpa? I'll call him now. While Wang Fugue dialed, Yifan and Guoli slipped into the company restroom. Old Gua, lend me your phone. Given the circumstances, Yifan decided to mobilize the Tianji Pavilion, but he wasn't ready to reveal himself yet. The message in the Dragon Ring had warned him. Since the old pavilion master's death, Tianji Pavilion's unity has fractured. If news of the new pavilion master leaked, Yifan's current strength might not suffice to handle the fallout. Taking Guoli's phone, Yifan entered a long encrypted password and dialed a number. The wind rises from the duckweed. The night stretches eternal. These 8 words were Tianji Pavilion's cipher, a legacy passed down through the Dragon Ring, proof of the new pavilion master's authority. After a brief silence, the line crackled with movement. Subordinate Pang Hai pays respects to the new pavilion master. This old servant has waited 20 years. Has the Tianji Pavilion's revival finally come? Pang Hai, Tianji Pavilion's steward, had been entrusted by the dying old pavilion master to maintain order until the new master's emergence, foretold to occur in 15 years. Now that day had arrived. Yes, but my identity must remain hidden. Contact me only when necessary. Today's task is urgent. Su Corporation's accounts are frozen. Mobilize Tianji Pavilion's forces to unfreeze them within 10 minutes and suppress all negative publicity. Can you do it? The pavilion master need not worry. This old servant will spare no effort. For years, Panghai had barely kept Tianji Pavilion afloat. Internal factions grew restless, and without the pavilion master's presence, his authority waned. The new master's arrival was Tianji Pavilion's hope for rebirth. For its first mission, Panghai would give everything. Though weakened by infighting, Tianji Pavilion remained one of the world's top 3 shadow organizations. Handling a trivial matter in Yunqing was effortless. Panghai's public identity? President of Jojo Group, a trillion-yuan conglomerate dominating 18 southwestern provinces. Hanging up, Panghai rushed across his office, pressed a hidden switch, and entered a secret door. Beyond lay a massive command center, a high-tech war room bustling with hundreds of personnel, screens flashing with real-time data. None would ever guess. This was Tianji Pavilion's temporary headquarters. All units move out. Initiate SSS-level operation protocol. Execute the mission at maximum speed. Chapter 56. This is going to blow up. Did we just kick a hornet's nest? At the headquarters of Huachi Bank in Yunqing, President Chen Tao was having the worst day of his life. He had received direct orders from his superiors in the provincial capital to freeze the accounts of the Su Corporation immediately, in collaboration with Yunqing's industrial and commercial authorities, the police, and other forces. Despite the lack of complete legal documentation, the higher-ups had issued an ironclad directive, forcing him to bypass protocol and personally oversee the account freeze. The higher-ups had assured him nothing would go wrong. News would soon break about key members of the Su Corporation being arrested. But as Chen Tao anxiously refreshed the news on TV and his phone, waiting for the promised headlines, they never came. Instead, his phone began ringing off the hook. The first call was from Yunqing's governor, Sun Qian. Chen Tao, I don't know what the hell you're playing at, but I order you to unfreeze the Su Corporation's accounts immediately. On what grounds did you freeze them? Let me make this clear. The Su Corporation is collaborating with the Xuanwu military district. The police officers who arrested their people have already been taken into custody by the military. What? Chen Tao's mind went blank. What was happening? The higher-ups had promised allies in Yunqing would back him up. But now, he was the only one left standing in the line of fire. Had he just become the sacrificial pawn? Before he could even process Sun Qian's words, another call came in. This time from his direct superior, who tore into him. Chen Tao, are you out of your mind? Why would you provoke the Su family? Don't you know they're backed by the Yi family? Even though the Yi family has taken heavy losses, Old Man Yi is still alive. Unfreeze those accounts now. Chen Tao's mouth went dry. Of course he knew, the conflict between the Su and Li families was just a proxy war between the Yi family and their rivals. Caught between two titans, small players like him had no choice. Once he boarded the higher-ups ship, even if he knew he was cannon fodder, he had to follow through. Then came calls from other provincial leaders. Even high-ranking officials from the capital were reaching out directly. His phone was practically melting from the barrage of calls. Felt like he'd kicked a hornet's nest. Influential figures he'd never even met were now ordering him to reverse the freeze. But without explicit permission from his superiors, how could he dare? After fielding over a dozen calls, Chen Tao finally found a moment to dial his provincial boss, only to see breaking news flash across the TV. This just in. A high-ranking official surnamed Li from the provincial capital has been arrested on suspicion of criminal activity. Stay tuned for further updates. Thud. Chen Tao's legs gave out. His most powerful backer, arrested? It's over. And just 10 minutes after freezing the Su Corporation's accounts, the hammer had already fallen? As the head of Huachi Bank's Yunqing branch, a seasoned veteran of politics and business, Chen Tao wasn't naive enough to believe this was a coincidence. I have to run now. Snapping into action, he grabbed a few items from his private safe and bolted for the door, only to find uniformed officers waiting outside. Mr. Chen Tao, you are under investigation for financial misconduct. Please come with us. Damn it. His knees buckled. He hadn't escaped in time. Before the officers could even drag him away, his secretary arrived with his archrival, Chun Wei, and an official document from headquarters. By order of the board, Chun Wei is hereby appointed as the new president of Huachi Bank's Yunqing branch, effective immediately, with full authority over all operations. Chun Wei smirked. Qian Tao, what possessed you to mess with the Su family? Honestly, I should thank you. You've done me a huge favor. Then, turning to his subordinates, he barked, First order of business. Unfreeze the Su Corporation's accounts. I'll personally call President Su to apologize. Chun Wei knew exactly how he'd gotten this promotion. The mysterious higher-ups had been crystal clear. His first act as president must be to reverse the freeze and minimize the fallout. Yes, sir. The bank staff scrambled to comply. Watching the scene unfold, Qian Tao closed his eyes in despair. Take me away. With his patron gone, what hope did he have left? Meanwhile, at the Su Corporation in Yunqing, while Yi Fan and Guo Li were in the restroom, the entire Su Corporation was frantically calling in favors, desperate to unfreeze their accounts. But given the gravity of the situation, even powerful figures like Lei Qianjue needed time to pull strings. Yi Chongfeng, who had just left, had also been informed and made a few calls to old friends. Everyone understood this was a proxy battle between the Yi family and their enemies. Though Yi Chongfeng's connections agreed to help, it would still take time. Just as the tension peaked, Su Ishua's phone rang. It was the finance director. President Su, our accounts are back online. The bank just called, claiming it was an operational error. They apologized profusely. An error? Yeah, right. Su Ishua wasn't buying it. The police had made it clear. This was retaliation against the Su family. How could it be a mistake? She'd already reached out to several provincial officials, all of whom had politely declined, citing the situation's complexity. Even Xia Hao's efforts had hit a wall. Sister Linglong, was this your doing? Su Ishua glanced at Yu Linglong. Among those present, Yu Linglong and Lei Qianjue had the highest level connections. If anyone could resolve this, it had to be them.
No.
My grandfather's contacts are still working on it. There's no way it could have been resolved this fast. Yu Linglong replied, equally puzzled. Master Lei, then? Su Ishua turned to Lei Qianjue. Not me either. My friends agreed to help, but they couldn't move this quickly, he admitted. If it wasn't them, then who? Xia Hao, listening quietly, stole a glance at Yi Fan. Only the young master could have pulled this off. What kind of influence did Yi Fan wield to resolve this in just 10 minutes? Everyone, check the top trending news, someone suddenly shouted. Phones were pulled out, and the room gasped in unison. The headline read, Breaking, high-ranking provincial official arrested for economic crimes. Alongside Yunqing's head of industrial and commercial affairs, Huachi Bank President Qian, and Tax Bureau Director Zhang. Chapter 57. The Kyushu Group strikes back. Pang Hai. Do you dare touch him? The Industrial and Commercial Bureau, taxation, police, banks, and even that high-ranking official in the provincial capital, wasn't this a complete chain? These were precisely the departments needed to freeze the Su Group's accounts. Yet, the arrests didn't happen earlier or later, they happened right at this moment. Hiss! Everyone present was among the elite of the elite. With just a little thought, they immediately understood. These were all the key players involved in the crackdown on the Su Group, yet they had faced retribution in such a short time. The more you think about it, the more terrifying it becomes. Even at the peak of the Yi family's power, could they have mobilized forces to arrest all relevant personnel and unfreeze the Su Group's accounts? All within 10 minutes? To coordinate so many officials, balance the interests of various factions, what kind of influence would that require? Too terrifying. But no matter what, it was clear that this force was on the Su Group's side. With the Su Group's accounts unfrozen and no arrests made, the impact on the Su family had been minimized. As long as the photos taken earlier by those uniformed officers didn't leak and spark malicious speculation, the Su Group would emerge completely unscathed. Ring ring. Su Ishua's phone rang again. It was Chun Wei, the newly appointed president of Huachi Bank's Yunqing branch. Miss Su, I'm Chun Wei, the newly appointed president of Huachi Bank. First, allow me to offer our sincerest apologies on behalf of the bank. Due to Qian Tao's misconduct, the Su Group faced unnecessary trouble. We will hold a press conference to clarify the situation to the public. I've already unfrozen the Su Group's accounts. Additionally, Peng Hai, chairman of the Kyushu Group, asked me to convey his regards. He mentioned that he would personally visit you in Yunqing in a few days. Su Yixue was stunned. Peng Hai, the Kyushu Group, a behemoth dominating the 13 southwestern provinces, with influence spanning the entire nation and assets rumored to exceed trillions. A man of Peng Hai's stature typically moved only in circles involving provincial capitals and the capital itself. How could a small family like the Su family ever catch his attention? And now he was coming to Yunqing to visit her? How was this possible? After hanging up, Su Yixue glanced at Yu Linglong, Lei Chenjue, and Xia Hao. None of their families had the influence to make Peng Hai bow to her. Now she understood. The force that had intervened to save the Su family must have been Peng Hai's. Peng Hai dominated the southwest and had extensive connections in the capital. With the Kyushu Group's backing, protecting the Su Group was certainly possible. But this was too fast. In less than half an hour, everyone who had targeted the Su Group had been dealt with. There must be an even greater power behind the Kyushu Group. If it wasn't Yu Linglong and the others, then who could have moved Peng Hai to act?
Yifan.
When her gaze finally landed on Yifan, her heart skipped a beat. Xia Hao had helped the Su Group before, because of Yifan. Could Peng Hai also be repaying a debt? Was there a force behind Peng Hai even more terrifying than the Yi family? Was this Yifan's final trump card? But Yifan was still in his dazed state, so she couldn't get any answers from him. At least, despite all the twists and turns, the Su Group had emerged unharmed. All right, everyone, the matter is resolved. Let's go back to our meal. Northwest Private Estate. The man known as Lone Wolf, one of Elder Zhang's top subordinates, stared at the reports in his hands before smashing the screen in front of him in fury. What the hell is going on? We even used the influence of that high-ranking official in the province to pressure them, yet we still couldn't crush a measly Su family. All those people in Yunqing were wiped out by the military in one go? Useless. Lone Wolf threw the documents aside, seething with rage. But when he saw the final report, that even the provincial official had been arrested, his expression finally darkened. What's happening? Does the Yi family still have the power to get Li arrested this quickly? He flipped through the documents in shock. Every single person involved, from Li, the provincial official overseeing industry and commerce, to the Yunqing officials and bank executives, had been arrested without exception. Captain Chu, it's not that we didn't try. We've confirmed, the Kyushu Group intervened. One of his subordinates reported nervously. The Kyushu Group? That old bastard Peng Hai dares interfere in our affairs? Why? The Kyushu Group was a trillion-dollar behemoth. Many coveted it, yet no one dared touch it, for good reason. But Chu Feng, despite being Elder Zhang's right-hand man, wasn't high-ranking enough to know the secrets behind Peng Hai's power. Damn it! That bastard ruined everything. I'll go to Tiannan province myself and kill both Yifan and that old dog. Chu Feng was furious. Despite multiple attempts, they hadn't dealt any real damage to the Su Group or the Yi family. Even Elder Zhang was displeased, and Chu Feng was even more dissatisfied with himself. Stop! Just as Chu Feng turned to leave, Elder Zhang entered, draped in a coat, and sharply reprimanded him. After all these years with me, you're still this reckless? Do you think you can touch Peng Hai? You're only at the Grandmaster level. You think Peng Hai is weaker than you? And do you even know who stands behind Peng Hai? Seeing Elder Zhang's grave expression, Chu Feng frowned. Elder, who is backing Peng Hai? How dare he interfere with us? Doesn't he know that we're supported by... Enough! Elder Zhang cut him off sharply. Peng Hai's involvement complicates things. I don't yet know why he's helping the Su Group, but if you go to Yunqing, do not provoke him directly. Understood. The force behind Peng Hai, we still need time to deal with them. Soon enough, his support will crumble. Then we'll settle the score. Elder Zhang's frown deepened as he stared at the reports, frustration evident. The real problem is, everyone knows we backed the Li family against the Su group. Now the Li family is destroyed, and the Su family won. We're in a weak position. If we don't make a move soon, even the neutral parties might shift their stance. Elder, I understand what must be done. Chu Feng's eyes hardened. He summoned a few subordinates and strode out of the estate. After he left, Elder Zhang massaged his temples and sighed. Things are getting more unpredictable. A stone to test the waters. Chu Feng, I hope you can at least make some waves. His secretary hesitated. Elder, you know Captain Chu won't survive this mission. Why send him? Elder Zhang smiled faintly. The Yi family situation is more complicated than we thought. I'm sending Chu Feng to see what other cards they hold. Has that monstrous genius of the Yi family awakened? Any reaction will allow us to adjust our strategy immediately. Chapter 58. Even if he's a fool, he must die. In the CEO's office of the Xian Group in Yunqing, Xian Yufei stared at the news about the Su family on the television screen. Her eyes filled with resentment. The Su family actually got lucky and escaped disaster. Sigh, brother fan. Though she called it luck, Xian Yufei knew very well that the Su family's success in their confrontation with the Li family wasn't due to mere chance. Back when her second uncle announced the annulment of the engagement with the Yi family, Xian Yufei had hesitated. She had considered that if the enemies had wiped out all of the Yi family's descendants in a single day, they wouldn't spare the remaining members. Even if Yi Fan was a fool, they would kill him without hesitation. At the time, Xian Yufei had concluded that the Yi family had no hope left. But after everything that had happened recently, the 7 sisters-in-law announcing their simultaneous marriages to Yi Fan, the inexplicable massacre of the Zhao family, Li Yunyang's sudden death on the night of their engagement, and now the complete collapse of the Li family, Xian Yufei was beginning to realize something. The Yi family wasn't as simple as she had thought. The Xia and Guo families from the provincial capital were supporting the Su group without reservation. Clearly, they were doing it for Yi Fan's sake. If I hadn't broken off the engagement with Yi Fan, I would be the one standing by his side right now. Sigh, where is Brother Fan now? Xian Yufei hesitated for a moment before asking her secretary. Back at the hospital, she had told Yi Fan she wouldn't give up so easily. She had hurt him that day, but she would make it up to him. Tenfold. Young Master Yi is probably celebrating with the Su group at the Imperial City Hotel. Good. Cancel my afternoon meetings. I'm going to see Brother Fan. After a brief instruction to her secretary, Xian Yufei changed into a seductive outfit and drove straight to the Imperial City Hotel. President Xian Yu? The secretary watched her leave and shook her head. She just regained control of the company, and now she's acting like this. TSK. Imperial City Hotel, Banquet Hall, 8th floor. Su Honghai, Su Mingho, and the other core members of the Su family were in high spirits. Everyone, eat, drink, and enjoy yourselves. Don't hold back. The Su family owes today's success to all of you. In just one day since the new product launch, the Su family had secured billions in deposits. With this capital, they could open 10 new production lines within 2 months. Combined with the Snow Beauty ointment formula gifted by Mr. Lei, their business was set to explode. Those production lines would practically be money-printing machines. Many influential figures who had once been beyond Su Honghai and Su Mingho's reach now addressed them respectfully as President Su. Su Honghai knew exactly why. It was all because of Yi Fan. Even though Yi Fan was still in a mentally impaired state, Mr. Lei had hinted that he might recover. If Yi Fan ever awakened and returned to his former genius self, the Su family would soar alongside the Yi family. Among the crowd, some distributors watched Su Honghai's smug demeanor with resentment. Look at how pleased he is with himself. What can you do? It's not like you have a beautiful daughter to offer. Don't say that unless you want to end up like the Zhao family. But have you noticed something strange? After everything that happened to the Su family today, there's not a single negative report online. The police arrests, the frozen accounts, none of it leaked. A quick search on their phones confirmed it. Only high-profile coverage of the Su Group's product launch and the apology video from Yunqing's Huachi Bank appeared. No trace of the earlier scandals remained. This isn't right. It's too unnatural. If the Yi family's enemies targeted the Su Group, why wouldn't they let the negative news spread? Exactly. If I were them, I'd make sure everyone saw the consequences of helping the Yi family. Meanwhile, on a plane preparing for takeoff in the northwest, Chu Feng, lone wolf, glared at his phone in fury. What the hell is going on? Why haven't the media outlets we control posted a single negative story about the Su family? This was supposed to be his three-step plan. 1. Freeze the Su family's accounts. 2. Arrest their core members. 3. Crush the Su Group's reputation with a media storm to warn anyone else who dared support the Yi family. Then he'd use the same tactics against Yu Linglong, Shinmange, and the others. But now, before the first step could even begin, everything had fallen apart. Captain Chu, it's not that they aren't posting. It's that all our media channels are being monitored and suppressed. Any negative news about the Su Group gets deleted within seconds, or outright blocked from upload. It must be the Jojo Group's doing. The Jojo Group is that powerful? Chu Feng's frown deepened. He had underestimated them. Despite Elder Zhang's warnings, Chu Feng had still wanted to test Pang Hai's Jojo Group before leaving. Now he was having second thoughts. After a moment of deliberation, he made a decision. Forget about that for now. Focus on eliminating Yi Fan and the Su family, immediately. If the Su and Yi families were allowed to grow bolder, all of Elder Zhang's carefully laid plans would be ruined. Neutral factions might side with the Yi family, even some of their current allies could defect. Understood. Also, has the Lu family from the provincial capital made their move yet? We've nurtured them for years. It's time they contributed. A cold smirk crossed Chu Feng's face. Lu Ran is useless. Once I'm done in Yunqing, I'll deal with him personally. Captain, the Lu family has sent their eldest son, Lu Qingyang. He's already on his way. Good. This time, even if Yi Fan pretends to be a fool, he won't live to see another day. Previously, there had been hesitation about whether to spare Yi Fan. After all, he was just a brain-damaged cripple. But now that Lei Qianjue had hinted at Yi Fan's possible recovery, he had to die. Otherwise, the Yi family supporters would never lose hope. Imperial City Hotel. At a table with Guali, Wang Fugue, and others, Yi Fan watched the lively celebrations with a slight frown. Though the Su family had won this battle, he knew greater challenges lay ahead. His task was clear: crush every obstacle before they could take root. As he pondered, a familiar figure appeared at the entrance. Xian Yufei? What's she doing here again? Chapter 59. Keep your distance. I don't want my wife to get jealous. Yi Fan, come hold my hand. Xian Yufei called out coyly as she walked toward Yi Fan, her eyes brimming with anticipation. In the past, whether Yi Fan had been lucid or later when he became mentally impaired, he had always obeyed Xian Yufei without question. A mere wave of her hand was enough to make him comply, earning him the unflattering label of a simp in others' eyes. Though her voice wasn't loud, many nearby overheard, and their gazes instantly turned toward them. Everyone was well aware of what had happened just days earlier. The Xian family had publicly called off the engagement with Yi Fan on the very day the Yi family faced crisis. Isn't that Yi Fan's ex-fiancée? What's she doing here? Seriously, how does she even have the nerve to show up? Now that the Su family has won with the Yi family's support, she's suddenly jealous, isn't she? The crowd's disdain was palpable. The Xian family's swift betrayal had left a sour taste in everyone's mouth, and Xian Yufei received nothing but cold stares. At Yi Fan's table, Wang Fugue, Guali, Xia Hao, and the others all turned to look at him upon hearing Xian Yufei's call. Seeing Xian Yufei dressed so provocatively, Yi Fan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly before shaking his head. No thanks, Miss Xian. I don't want my wife Ishue to get jealous. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward Su Ishue. On the other side, Su Ishue, having just finished toasting with a few guests, noticed Xian Yufei and quickly made her way over. She wrapped her arm possessively around Yi Fan's neck and raised her glass in a subtle challenge. Miss Xian, welcome to my celebration. Here, my husband and I would like to toast you. In a way, I should really thank you. She picked up 2 glasses of champagne and raised them toward Xian Yufei. Pain. Excruciating pain. The words, "I don't want my wife Ishua to get jealous," felt like a steel needle piercing Xian Yufei's heart, hollowing out a part of her soul. Something precious had slipped away, something she could never reclaim. Congratulations, Xian Yufei forced out, clinking her glass weakly against theirs. Her face was pale, but inside, she was screaming. That should have been mine.
Mine.
It's all second uncle's fault for publicly calling off the engagement. Now look what's happened. Her Yifan, her Fanji, was gone forever. Yet she refused to give up. Fanji, thank you for accompanying me to Li Yunyang's engagement yesterday. Could I treat you to a meal sometime? Maybe if they spent time alone together, reminiscing about the past, he'd remember something and stop pushing her away? Yifan saw right through her. But the wounds she'd inflicted that day weren't so easily healed. I already have a wife. See? My first wife is right here, and I've got 6 more waiting in line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yifan counted on his fingers with exaggerated seriousness. Dinner with you? Maybe later. Though his tone was playful, his logic was airtight. After all, Xian Yufei had broken off the engagement, only for 7 stunning women to immediately declare they'd marry Yifan instead. 1 fiancé traded for 7 wives? That was a deal anyone would take. Thud. Xian Yufei's heart took another brutal hit. 7th in line? Have I really hurt him this deeply? Biting back tears, she steeled herself. No, I can't give up. As long as I keep trying, there's still hope. Fine. I'll ask again another time. She shot Su Ishue a meaningful look. Miss Su, I'm entrusting Fanji to you. Take good care of him, because I will be back. Her words were solemn. Less a plea, more a declaration of war. The room fell silent as everyone watched the standoff between Su Ishue, Xian Yufei, and the approaching Yu Linglong. This was a battlefield of hearts. Xian Yufei regretted her choices, and now she wanted Yifan back. Some onlookers were baffled. Why fight over a fool? Is he really worth it? But those in the know, like Guali and Xia Hao, understood the truth. Yifan had awakened. His strength had already surpassed the martial venerable realm and was nearing the martial emperor level. A prodigy reborn, surpassing his former peak. A man like that was a treasure beyond measure. Xian Yufei's appearance was but a fleeting disturbance. The celebration resumed, glasses clinking and laughter ringing through the hall. Upstairs in a private room, old Master Yi Chongfeng observed the scene with a sigh. Ah! Second brother Xian misjudged the situation, and now he's paying the price. He turned to his guard captain, Lung Feng. But we must investigate. Why is Jojo Group helping us so much? We've had no prior dealings with them. And what's going on with the Xuanwu military region? A major stepping in to arrest those officers means they're acting on behalf of the region. Does this mean Xuanwu now supports the Yi family? During the Yi family's funeral, many major powers had only sent silent condolences. Yet overnight, the tides had shifted, suddenly favoring the Yi family. What exactly is happening? His sharp eyes swept across the banquet hall below before narrowing. Wait, where's Su Jian? As acting CEO of Yi Corporation, shouldn't he be here? In fact, I haven't seen him since last night. At this, Lung Feng's expression tightened. He pulled out a file. Sir, we've just received word. Su Dong was allegedly killed by the Wang family last night at Yunqing's Middle Bridge, accused of kidnapping and murdering Wang Chao. Wang Zhong is now hunting Su Jian across the city. He's likely in hiding. What?
Su Dong kidnapped Wang Chao?
And Wang Chao is dead. Yi Chongfeng's brows shot up. Wasn't Wang Chao the one who hired Wu Laolang to assassinate Ishue? Correct. The pieces were falling into place. The Zhao family, who had repeatedly targeted Su Ishue, had been wiped out overnight. The Wang family, who had ordered her assassination, had lost Wang Chao, with the blame pinned on Su Dong. And Su Dong and Su Jian? They'd been scheming against the Yi family all along. Then there was Yunqing's Li family. Li Yunyang, arranged by Xian Zhanghua to marry Xian Yufei, had not only seen his engagement ruined by Yi Fan but had also dropped dead on the spot. Today, at Su Corporation's product launch, Li Zhong and Qin Tao's public sentencing had sealed the Li family's fate. Connecting the dots led to one shocking conclusion. In less than 3 days, every family hostile to the Yi family had been annihilated. And every incident was inextricably linked to Yi Fan. Where was Yi Fan last night? Yi Chongfeng's heart pounded. Could my grandson have awakened? But if so, why hasn't he told me? Chapter 60. The Wang and Su families perished together. Old Master Yi, our surveillance team, reported that he was at the Su family villa all day yesterday. The men even overheard some inappropriate noises that didn't stop until past 11. Lung Feng spoke with a faint smirk. But according to our brothers, Xia Hao's car from the provincial Xia family was spotted outside the Su villa twice. Young Master Yi might be a bit lacking in intelligence now, but his combat prowess is still impressive. At this rate, old Master Yi might soon be holding a great-grandchild. He stayed at the Su residence the whole time? Lung Feng, is it possible that Yi Fan has already awakened? Yi Chongfeng seized on a critical detail. Why would Xia Hao be lurking outside the Su villa so late? Perhaps he was there to assist Yi Fan in some operation? But our men had the entire perimeter under surveillance, including cameras. If young Master Yi had left, they would have noticed. Lung Feng was skeptical but couldn't make sense of it. Humph. The men you assigned are just one Grandmaster and a few control-level fighters. Remember, Yi Fan was already at the Grandmaster realm 5 years ago. If he wanted to slip away unnoticed, do you really think your team could stop him?
Ye Changfeng sighed deeply.
Investigate again, and keep everything confidential. If Yi Fan has awakened but hasn't revealed himself, there must be a reason. Yes, sir. A glint of determination flashed in Lung Feng's eyes. If the young master had truly awakened, with his monstrous talent, the blood debt of the Yi family would surely be avenged. Southern suburbs, Yun City. Su Jian had a long-established secret manor here. After receiving the anonymous video last night, he immediately gathered his most trusted men and relocated. Dad, save me. Please. The Wang family is killing me. Dej, Sobi. In the living room, Su Jian rewatched the footage of his son Su Dong being hacked to death by Wang Zhong. Furious, he slammed his fist on the table. The Wang family has gone too far. Su Dong had once considered collaborating with the Wang, Zhao, and Li families to seize the Yi family's assets. But now, Wang Zhong had murdered Su Jian's only son. This was a feud of life and death. Boss, our scouts report that Wang Zhong has tracked us here. He's leading a team to attack. What's our move? A scarred man beside Su Jian spoke, his aura thick with killing intent. Outside, over 100 burly men, mostly martial artists, were gathered. These were Su Jian's privately trained assassins, originally meant to challenge the Yi family. But with his son dead and the Wang family coming for him, Su Jian had no choice but to play his final card. An all-out war. Tell the men to prepare. Stick to the plan. Let's make sure none of them leave alive. Su Jian's eyes gleamed with ruthlessness. Though he'd once coveted the Yi family's wealth, his grief had driven him mad. Now he cared only about destroying the Wang family. What he hadn't told his men was that during the manor's construction, he'd secretly buried tons of explosives beneath it, enough to level a 1-kilometer radius. If the battle turned against him, Su Jian was ready to drag Wang Zhong to hell with him. But boss, the Wang family's forces outnumber us. Their strength is several times ours. This won't be easy, the scarred man warned.
Su Yang smiled.
What's there to fear? You've followed me for years. Your families have already been paid. Even if you die, they'll be taken care of. Besides, we have traps here. Numbers mean nothing. Even now, Su Jian was brainwashing his men. Royal Grand Hotel. The banquet was in full swing when Guoli's phone buzzed with an anonymous message. Intel confirms a martial arts expert from the Northwest, at least martial sovereign level, is targeting the Su family. Additionally, provincial young master Lu Qingyang has arrived in Yun City with the same goal. Stay alert. Though unsigned, Guoli knew it was a warning from Yi Fan's earlier phone call. He discreetly showed the message to Yi Fan, who smirked. Good. Let them come. The more they act, the easier it'll be to trace the mastermind. The near annihilation of the Yi family and the coordinated attacks across 6 military regions couldn't have been orchestrated by small fry. The current players were just pawns, tools to lure out the true puppeteer. Yi Fan's feigned stupidity was deliberate. If he awakened too suddenly, the mastermind might go into hiding, cutting off all leads. After all, a prodigy who'd reached the Grandmaster realm at 15 would shake the entire nation. The Yi family's resurgence was inevitable. As Guoli and Yi Fan whispered, the banquet hall screen suddenly switched to a news broadcast. Breaking news. A massive explosion just occurred at a manor in Yun City's southern suburbs. Preliminary investigations suggest it was a clash between the Wang family and Su Jian, acting CEO of the Yi Corporation. Both sides perished in the blast, including Wang family head Wang Zhong, core member Wang Tao, and Yi Corporation executive Lu Quan. The room erupted in chaos. Last night, Wang Chao, the rumored backer of the failed attack on Su Yixue, had been kidnapped and killed. Now, the entire Wang family had been wiped out in a mutual massacre with Su Jian? What the hell? Upstairs, Yi Changfeng nearly choked on his drink. This was too coincidental. A classic case of using one enemy to destroy another? The Wang family had targeted Su Yixue. Su Jian had schemed to seize the Yi Corporation. And now, both threats had eliminated each other? No sane person would believe this was mere chance. Was Wang Chao really killed by Su Dong? I don't buy it. Yi Changfeng narrowed his eyes at Yi Fan below, a knowing smile forming. Yi Fan, you fooled even your grandfather. The Yi family's revival rests on you now. Chapter 61. Lu Qingyang insults face-to-face? Not taking his nonsense. The simultaneous downfall of the Wang and Su families sent shockwaves through the crowd. All eyes turned to Yi Fan's table. Even Su Yixue frowned and glanced at him. The Wang family had just hunted her down last night. Yet today, they faced merciless retaliation and were wiped out completely. Recalling the fates of the Li and Zhao families, it was impossible for Su Yixue not to connect these events to Yi Fan. But while others might not know the truth, Su Yixue was certain. When the Zhao family and Wang Chao had been eliminated, Yi Fan had supposedly been lying beside her in bed. With both the Su and Yi family's bodyguards surrounding the villa, there was no way he could have acted personally. Had he instructed Xia Hao and the others to handle it? This incident solidified one belief among the distributors at the scene. The Yi family might have suffered heavy losses, but they were far from defeated. Once they caught their breath, Yi Fan would strike back with vengeance. Those who sided with the Yi family, the Su Corporation, Yu Linglong, Shin Mange, Ling Yanqiu, and others, would reap unimaginable benefits in the future. And the distributors who had partnered with the Su Corporation at this critical moment, their rewards would be just as enormous. Thank goodness we got in early. Yeah, the Su family's accounts were frozen, yet unlocked in just 10 minutes. That's insane. As murmurs of amazement spread, sudden applause erupted at the venue's entrance. Congratulations, Miss Su. A young man in a pink suit strode in clapping, his smirk oozing arrogance. Quite the successful launch event. Hope you don't mind an uninvited guest. Lu Qingyang, you got here fast. Guoli, a provincial capital elite, recognized him immediately. Lu Qingyang, heir to the Lu family, was infamous for his ruthlessness, rumored to have murdered his half-brother's mother when he was barely a teen. Lu Qingyang's brows twitched at Guoli's words. Did Guoli somehow know I was coming to Yunqing? He had only received Team Leader Chu's call 2 hours prior before hastily setting off. Was Guoli's intelligence network this terrifying? Lu Qingyang, I'd advise you against sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. Guoli smirked. Unless you want the Lu family to end up like Yunqing's Zhao, Li, and Wang families. Their extermination was no secret. Lu Qingyang had already seen the news en route. The Wang and Su families had wiped each other out in a bloody clash. 3 of the Yi family's sworn enemies, suddenly turning on each other? It defied logic. There had to be an unseen variable manipulating events. And the biggest beneficiary? The Yi family. But how? Yi Changfeng, the only remaining heir, was frail and sickly. Could he have orchestrated this despite the family's devastation? If not him, then who? That brain-dead fool, Yifan? Lu Qingyang's gaze locked onto Yifan. The man still wore that vacant smile, leaning against Su Yixue while clutching Yu Linglong's hand. Damn it! Su Yixue and Yu Linglong, both goddess-tier beauties, were now obsessed with a vegetable like him? 7 fiancés in total, 5 of whom had publicly pledged to marry him. What kind of cosmic karma did this bastard have? Lu Qingyang scrutinized Yifan, but detected 0 fluctuations of martial energy. His dull, lifeless eyes showed no hint of awakening. Was team leader Chu overthinking this? If neither Yifan nor Yi Changfeng was responsible, then it had to be Guoli and Xia Hao pulling the strings. Aside from crushing the Su family, they'd need to deal with the Gua and Xia families too. Otherwise, with their interference, plus the 9 provinces group lurking in the shadows, things would get messy. Guali, worry about yourself first. Lu Qingyang's smirk turned icy. You wouldn't want unexpected accidents at home, would you? His veiled threat was unmistakable. The same goes for Patriarch Xia. There's still time to back out. What he didn't know, Guoli and Xia Hao were the only 2 fully aware of Yifan's awakening. That demonic genius had returned, stronger than before. With brawn, Wang Fugue, brains, Guoli, and the unfathomable backing of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion, who could stop him? Guoli and Xia Hao exchanged amused glances. Lu Qingyang, however, had come under Chu Feng's orders to probe Yifan. Grinning viciously, he raised a glass toward Yifan. What a shame, young Master Yi. Look at you. A drooling moron. He jeered, pointing blatantly. 2 stunning wives. Yet can you even use them at night? The insult couldn't have been more direct. If you need lessons, I'd be happy to demonstrate. Lu Qingyang licked his lips. I guarantee your wives would never forget it. Crash. Before he finished, Yifan grabbed a boiling hot soup bowl and smashed it onto Lu Qingyang's head. Stupid. Bad. Yifan yelled like a child. Wifey said only I can sleep with her nightly. You. Go sleep with your mom. Ah, my face. Scalding broth seared Lu Qingyang's skin as he howled in agony. Despite being a peak martial master, rumored near Grandmaster strength, he couldn't dodge in time. For a split second, doubt flashed in his mind. Was Yifan truly an idiot? Or the greatest actor alive? That reaction speed was unnatural. You're dead. Enraged, he roared and lunged with a killing fist. Linglong. Scary. Yifan trembled exaggeratedly, ducking behind Yu Linglong like a frightened bunny. His terror looked painfully genuine. Guoli barely stifled a laugh. Life's a stage and Yifan's winning Oscars. Behind Yu Linglong's back, Yifan winked, just for Guoli to see. Nice one, boss. How dare you? Yu Linglong's aura exploded like a tsunami. Touch my man, and I'll feed you your own teeth. Simultaneously, Guoli, Wang Fugue, and another expert stepped forward, 3 Grandmaster-level fighters forming a death triangle around Lu Qingyang. Suffocating pressure choked the air from his lungs. How? Why did a worthless retard have so many powerhouses backing him? Realizing immediate retaliation was impossible, Lu Qingyang seethed internally. Fine. I'll wait until he's alone. His glare promised vengeance as he stormed off, face still steaming. Chapter 62. Provoking on the edge of death. You're ruthless. You can protect him for now, but can you shield him forever? Lu Qingyang took a step back, smirking at Yu Linglong and the others. Soon enough, Yifan's corpse will be rotting in the wilderness. By then, you'll all be genuine widows. Ha! Or do you plan to remarry that old fool from the Yi family? Lu Qingyang laughed wildly, his taunts so infuriating that even Yi Fan couldn't suppress the murderous aura surging within him. As he passed by Yi Fan, Lu Qingyang leaned in and whispered, "You idiot! You know what? Your second brother died horribly. I stabbed him over a dozen times, severed every tendon in his body. In the end, that pathetic wretch even begged me on his knees to spare you. Too bad. You'll be joining him soon enough." In an instant, Yi Fan's pupils contracted violently. Had the true mastermind behind the Yi family's massacre finally revealed himself? Yi Fan never expected the Lu family from the provincial capital to be involved. Even within the Southwest Vermilion Bird War Zone, the Lius had participated in killing his second brother, Yi Lingjun. "You're courting death." Unable to contain his fury any longer, Yi Fan suddenly grabbed Lu Qingyang by the collar. Lu Qingyang sneered at him. "What? You want to hit me? Even if I told you the truth, what could you possibly do?" With Captain Chu Feng leading this operation, even if Lu Qingyang couldn't handle Yi Fan himself, Chu Feng could easily crush him. Yi Fan knew Lu Qingyang's goal was to provoke him into exposing himself. If he lost control now, the shadowy figures behind the Yi family's downfall would either move to eliminate him at all costs, or vanish without a trace. So, with a flick of his wrist, Yi Fan drove a silver needle into Lu Qingyang's body, infusing it with a colorless, odorless poison. Staying hidden didn't mean he was powerless. Just as he had silently killed Li Yunyang at the Li family's engagement banquet, he could do the same to Lu Qingyang. But Yi Fan had no intention of letting him die quickly. He wanted him to suffer a living hell. "Ah! What the hell are you doing?" Lu Qingyang flinched at the sudden sting. Though it was merely a prick on the skin, the pain felt as if it had seared into his bones and scorched his soul. At the same time, an imperceptible energy began circulating through his meridians, merging with his own. What is this? Though something felt off, Lu Qingyang couldn't detect anything else amiss after a quick self-check. Glaring at Yi Fan, he quickly retreated from the scene. The Su family's banquet lasted until the afternoon before the guests finally dispersed. Yu Linglong bid her farewells. The Southeast War Zone was under increasing harassment from Eastern invaders, with more elite forces being deployed. She needed to return and take command. Su Ishue headed back to the Su Corporation to oversee the expansion of pharmaceutical production. With Guoli and Wang Fugue accompanying Yi Fan, everyone else felt at ease. "Big bro, what's our next move?" Guoli and Wang Fugue walked ahead, while Xia Hao, Li Hu, and the others followed behind. Elder Pang's intel had revealed that a major player from the northwest had been dispatched, and Lu Qingyang from the provincial capital had also arrived in Yunqing to act. That scream from Lu Qingyang earlier might have confused others, but Guoli and Xia Hao knew. Yi Fan had definitely done something to him. Now they were waiting for Yi Fan's plan. Just as Yi Fan was about to speak, Old Master Yi Changfeng and Lung Feng stepped out of a nearby car and hurried toward him. "Master Yi!" Guoli and the others greeted the elder respectfully. Yi Changfeng, the legendary Northern Domain King, had guarded the northern borders for decades. Yi Changfeng was pleased to see these loyal companions standing by Yi Fan. "You've all done well. Guoli and Fugue aside, Mr. Xia, if you encounter any obstacles in your provincial business, call this number. Jiang Cheng, the provincial defense chief, is my student. Mention my name." As he spoke, Yi Changfeng handed Xia Hao a business card. "Ah, thank you, Master Yi." Xia Hao accepted it with reverence, his heart pounding. He instinctively glanced at Yi Fan. The benefits of following Yi Fan had already been immense. Precious pills, boundless potential. Even without further rewards, Xia Hao would have given his all. Only after seeing Yi Fan's subtle nod did Xia Hao tuck the card away. Though just a piece of paper, its implications were staggering. Jiang Cheng, the third most powerful figure in Tiannan province, could shield the Xia family from virtually any threat. This was a royal decree, a tangible weapon. Xia Hao's glance at Yi Fan had been fleeting, but Yi Changfeng noticed. A mere business card, and he still sought Yi Fan's approval? Now Yi Changfeng was 80% certain Yi Fan had likely awakened, and Xia Hao was probably in the know. Over the past days, Xia Hao had been at Yi Fan's side through every critical moment. rescuing Su Yixue with Li Hu, dismantling the Li family, manipulating the Wangs and Su Jian's father-son duo into mutual destruction. Everything made sense now. To outsiders, Yi Fan still played the fool. But executing plans required capable hands, and Xia Hao was the perfect cover. Now that Guo Li, the former strategist, had returned, he too fit the role. So, Guo Li and Xia Hao must know the truth. As for Wang Fugue, the lovable oaf was strong but loose-lipped, undoubtedly kept in the dark. Piecing it all together, Yi Changfeng finally understood how Xia Hao had orchestrated the Su Corporation's flawless press conference. Yi Fan had always been a prodigy, a genius in both talent and strategy. This was the only explanation. With Su Jian and his father dead, the Yi Corporation's substantial assets need management. Mr. Xia, Guo Li, I'll hand the reins to Yi Fan and appoint you both as vice presidents. Any objections? Guo Li remained unfazed. Titles meant little to him. Even if Yi Fan were fully awake, he'd likely dump the company on him anyway. But Xia Hao was stunned. As an outsider, just the head of a provincial family with mere billions in assets, he paled in comparison to the Yi Empire. Yet old Master Yi had just made him a vice president overnight. This was an unimaginable show of trust. This, Master Yi, it's too much. Xia Hao had come to repay a debt. But in just days, the rewards had surpassed his wildest dreams. He glanced at Yi Fan again, seeking guidance, but Guo Li cut him off. President Xia, if Master Yi insists, we obey. Once young Master Yi awakens, we can always resign. Chapter 63. Please, young Master Yi, help me kill my eldest brother and my own father. Xia Hao's loyalty is admirable, perhaps too admirable. If he keeps seeking instructions from his elder brother like this, Wang Fugue and others might not notice. But how could old Master Yi, a man of sharp discernment, overlook it? A single glance and he'd be exposed. So, Guo Li directly cut off Xia Hao's further questioning. Beside them, Yi Changfeng smiled faintly. It seemed there was a reason Guo Li served as Yi Fan's strategist. Though Guo Li's innate talent paled slightly compared to Yi Fan's, in terms of wit, he was at least capable of keeping pace. You all go to the company first. I'll greet a few old friends and join you shortly. On the other side, Lei Qianjue had already gathered those old comrades. The enemies of the Yi family had gone too far, nearly wiping them out, yet still refusing to relent. They even sought to kill Lei Qianjue, fearing he might succeed in reviving Yi Fan. Now it was time to stop waiting passively. Initially, Yi Changfeng hadn't been particularly enthusiastic about Lei Qianjue's plans. But after recent events, realizing that his beloved grandson might have already awakened, Yi Changfeng grew deeply invested. The Yi family could finally see hope again. Moreover, with the northern heavenly dragon army of 1,000,000 soldiers, as long as he drew breath, the Yi banner would never fall. Once the army was smoothly handed over to Yi Fan, the Yi family would stand unshaken. The time for counterattack had come. No sooner had Yi Changfeng left than a young man in a floral shirt rushed over. Thud! Without hesitation, the man knelt before Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, I beg you, help me kill Lu Qingyang and destroy the Lu family. If you succeed, I, Lu Wuyang, will pledge my life to you, serving you in any way. Yi Fan frowned at the young man before him. The resemblance was uncanny. Though dressed differently from the Lu Qingyang who had stormed the venue earlier, this man shared an 80% likeness. And with the same surname, was this Lu Wuyang a member of the Lu family? A Lu family member asking him to destroy his own family? What was this about? Beside them, Guo Li stared at Lu Wuyang in astonishment. The second young master of the Lu family? Weren't you busy chasing women and making headlines with starlets? What's the meaning of this? Don't you know my brother is still in a vegetative state? The Lu family of the provincial capital had once been embroiled in a scandal well known among the upper echelons of Huadu. Lu Qingyang's father, Lu Zijian, had slept with a girl at a nightclub, Lu Wuyang's mother. But the Lu family never acknowledged her status, later even considering her existence a disgrace. Eventually, under Lu Zijian's tacit approval, Lu Qingyang brutally murdered Lu Wuyang's mother, right before the 8-year-old Lu Wuyang, who had hidden under the bed. From that moment, Lu Wuyang vowed to survive, to grow strong enough to kill his eldest brother and his monstrous father, to bring ruin upon the Lu family. For years, the child endured inhuman treatment, forced to drink urine, eat dog food, until a kind-hearted housekeeper took pity and helped him grow up. Whether out of guilt or some other reason, Lu Zijian spared his life and sent him to school. Long ostracized, Lu Wuyang had voluntarily exiled himself to Yunqing years ago. On the surface, he lived lavishly, drowning in scandals with starlets. But in secret, over the years, he had used his genius for business to quietly build several companies worth billions each, amassing assets totaling hundreds of billions. Though still far from matching the provincial Lu family's might, thriving in such adversity was no small feat. Young Master Gua, I trust my judgment. I'm certain young Master Yi will awaken someday. Even if this is a gamble, I'm all in, betting that he'll help me. Please. As he spoke, Lu Wuyang handed Gua Li a dossier and a contract. Young Master Yi, if you sign this, all my assets will be yours. Gua Li took the documents, his pupils dilating at the sight of the 8 listed companies. As the eldest son of the provincial Gua family, Gua Li's talent and business acumen were already top tier. But while he excelled in strategy, in pure financial management, he was utterly outclassed by Lu Wuyang. All these years, the womanizing was just a front. Those starlets were artists from your entertainment company. The scandals were free publicity to boost their fame. Young Master Lu, I underestimated you. And that recently emerged My Finance. That was your doing too? You're a financial prodigy. My Finance, a microlending company that had exploded across the Southwest, used P2P models to assist small businesses, leveraging big data for credit assessments and partnering with banks to scale rapidly into a 100 billion enterprise. Everyone had wondered who the mastermind behind it was, never imagining it was the Lu family's exiled second son. Clearly, Lu Wuyang was preparing for a comeback. But he knew his strength alone was insufficient. He needed a patron. When the Yi family was nearly wiped out in Yunqing, Lu Wuyang, like everyone else, assumed their downfall was inevitable, even after Yi Fan's 7 sisters-in-law announced their marriages to him. Yet within days, the Zhao, Wang, and Li families, all covert attackers, met gruesome ends. The Xuanwu military district openly declared support, Zhuzhou Group intervened, and Yi Fan's own actions suggested none of this was coincidence. Putting it all together, Lu Wuyang concluded that Yi Fan, the Yi family's once genius, now supposedly brain-damaged heir, had awakened. He was the patron Lu Wuyang sought. So the moment his elder brother clashed with Yi Fan, Lu Wuyang seized the opportunity. Beyond his assets, he had another offering, one sure to persuade Yi Fan to act. As Gua Li reviewed the documents, Yi Fan studied them as well. When he saw Lu Wuyang's Pinduoduo plan, a scheme to create a shopping platform where users could slash prices by recruiting friends, his eyes widened. This man was indeed a commercial genius. Exploiting human psychology, the slash mechanic would turn customers into advertisers, achieving maximum exposure at minimal cost. If Yi Fan intended to restore the Yi family's glory, he'd need more than Gua Li's strategies and Wang Fugui's martial prowess. He'd need a financial mastermind to manage commerce and logistics. And Lu Wuyang seemed the perfect candidate. Slashing is good. You're a good person. Come, let's go to the Yi residence. Yi Fan spoke with his usual simpleton's tone, but the glance he exchanged with Gua Li conveyed his intent. His brother was giving Lu Wuyang a chance. For Yi Fan, the Lu family was an enemy to be crushed. If internal strife could weaken them, he wouldn't refuse. Lu Wuyang's face lit up. Gaining entry to the Yi group meant his plan was halfway to success. And if nothing went wrong, his idiot elder brother was likely already there. After sensing something amiss, Su Jian and his son Su Dong had sought out the provincial Lu family, using the Yi group's official seal to sign a secret acquisition agreement, notarized and legally binding. The Su family's motive was clear. If they couldn't have it, neither would the Yi family. Chapter 64. Su Jian's despicable final move. Inside the Yi Corporation's boardroom, The directors were stunned when Old Master Yi suddenly announced that Su Jian and his son had perished alongside the Wang family. Most of the company's senior executives were well aware of the schemes Su Jian and his son had orchestrated over the years. However, since Old Master Yi had remained silent, everyone assumed the situation was under control. Thus, they had stayed calm until now. Had Su Jian not signed that secret contract with the Lu family before his death, the Yi Corporation would still be standing firm. Those two ungrateful snakes, Su Jian and his son, got what they deserved. Exactly. This is their fate. Old Master Yi took them in out of kindness, yet they greedily conspired with outsiders to seize control of the Yi Corporation. Disgusting. But now that Su Jian and his son are gone, Old Master Yi has appointed Guoli and Xia Hao as vice presidents. What's the meaning behind this? Is he preparing to elevate the young master? But the young master is still Sai. While most directors supported Old Master Ye's decision, a few were puzzled. Only a handful of Su Jian's loyalists listened to the murmurs around them with cold sneers. Still dreaming of taking over the Yi Corporation? Too late. The contract Su Jian arranged before his death was about to take effect. Soon, the entire Yi Corporation, worth hundreds of billions, would no longer belong to the Yi family. It would bear the Lu name. When Yi Fan, Guoli, Wang Fugue, Xia Hao, and Lu Wuyang arrived at the Yi Corporation's conference hall, they were met with an unexpected sight. Lu Qingyang was already there. Everyone, here's the situation. Mr. Su Jian, the acting CEO of Yi Corporation, signed a contract with the Lu Group a day ago, selling Yi Corporation to me for 30 million. This document has been notarized by a major public notary office and is legally binding. Additionally, Deputy Minister Zhu from the Legal Department and Manager Yu from Procurement were present during the signing. You can verify the authenticity of this contract, can't you? These two, Deputy Minister Zhu and Manager Yu, were the last thorns Su Jian had planted within the Yi Corporation. When pursued by the Wang family, Su Jian hadn't understood why they had suddenly targeted him. But he wasn't stupid. He quickly deduced that the Yi family was behind it, and thus he had set this final trap. Of course, we accompanied CEO Su and witnessed the Lu Group's acquisition of Yi Corporation firsthand. 30 million. That's correct. Hiss. As Manager Yu and Deputy Minister Zhu confirmed the news, the room erupted in shock. What the hell? This is a joke. Yi Corporation is worth at least 500 billion. Selling it for 30 million? Even cabbages aren't sold that cheaply. This is practically giving it away. Damn it. Su Jian was pure evil. Dying was too easy for him. Spit. The contract is invalid. Most of Yi Corporation's high-ranking executives had already been pulled away by Su Jian to fight the Wang family. The remaining ones were no longer a significant force. The room's sentiment clearly favored the Yi family. However, the contract was now in Lu Qingyang's hands, notarized and legally enforceable. Your shouting means nothing. This is the law, protected by the state. Lu Qingyang waved the contract copy triumphantly. Now that Yi Corporation belongs to the Lu family, you'd better start handing things over, especially the Special Research Division. Lu Qingyang's rush to seize control wasn't just about the company. Rumor had it that the Yi family possessed a legendary treasure map, detailing the location of a divine ruin. Deciphering it could grant unimaginable power, even immortality. Many suspected that the Yi family's rise, producing countless grandmasters who dominated half of the Great Xia's military, was tied to secrets uncovered from that ruin. The Yi family's massacre wasn't just about eliminating a threat. It was also about seizing that map. The pursuit of immortality was a dream every martial artist would kill for. Standing at the conference room entrance, Yi Fan frowned at the chaos inside. His heart ached. He was the last remaining core descendant of the Yi family, and he was still pretending to be mentally impaired. He couldn't reveal his true state yet. Without hope in the Yi family's future, the remaining members would scatter like dust. We must unite them quickly, restore their faith. Before arriving, Yi Fan had investigated Manager Yu and Deputy Minister Zhu. He hadn't expected to use the information so soon, But since they were still loyal to Su Jian even after his death, he had no choice but to expose them. "You're all so noisy. What wild dogs dare bark in the Yi family's territory?" Yi Fan strode in, dragging a chair behind him. His sharp gaze locked onto Lu Qingyang. "What, wasn't the banquet enough? Should I test my skills on you again?" Lu Qingyang flinched and took a step back. With Guali and Wang Fugue, two Grandmaster-level bodyguards, by Yi Fan's side, Lu Qingyang knew he stood no chance. He could only swallow his anger. "Yi Fan, don't you dare act recklessly. The Yi Corporation is now mine. This place no longer belongs to the Yi family. You and your lackeys better get out. This is a legal business transaction. Killing me won't change anything." Lu Qingyang quickly added the last part, fearing Yi Fan might actually snap and kill him. Being murdered by a madman would mean his death was in vain. "I get it now. You two traitors sold the company for peanuts to line your own pockets, right? Manager Yu, I saw you secretly take millions in bribes. And Deputy Minister Zhu, I know you keep 3 mistresses. 5 years ago, you drove a girl to suicide after sleeping with her. You're both vile. Grandpa told me not to say anything back then, but now I'm exposing you." Yi Fan's words were shockingly coherent, far from the ramblings of a mentally impaired person. The hundreds of shareholders and executives in the room stared in disbelief. Had the young master finally recovered after 5 years of illness? News had spread that the great Xia's divine physician, Lei Qianjue, had arrived in Yunqing and declared Yi Fan's condition treatable. Was this the result? If so, the Yi Corporation might still have a chance. "Yi Fan, don't slander us. When did I ever take bribes?" "Yeah, what suicide? That has nothing to do with me." Manager Yu and Deputy Minister Zhu paled, their hearts pounding. Accepting millions in bribes could land them a decade in prison. And if the murder accusation was proven, Yi Fan's revelations meant Old Master Yi had known all along. He just hadn't acted yet. Now it was time to pay. Chapter 65. Defection at the critical moment, undermining the enemy's plans. "You'd better have proof for your accusations. Yi Fan, Minister Zhu, and Manager Yu are all high-ranking executives of the Yi Group. They've fought for so many benefits for the company, and yet you suspect their loyalty? Your behavior is utterly disheartening." Lu Qingyang, while playing the mediator, subtly twisted the knife by casting doubt on Yi Fan's intentions, making the crowd question his motives. Though the Yi Group was a family business, years of expansion had introduced external shareholders, and internal unity was no longer absolute. Lu Qingyang's words had an effect. Some in the room frowned at Yi Fan. 5 years ago, Yi Fan had been a prodigy, unmatched in both cultivation and strategy. Now that he was awakening and taking over the Yi Group, there should have been no issue unless his methods alienated support. "Proof? I happen to have some materials to share." As he spoke, Yi Fan handed a USB drive to Guoli. "Old Gua, my friend says there's something interesting in here. Mind checking it out?" Guoli stared at Yi Fan in surprise. Had his sworn brother really just woken up 2 days ago? How had he already gathered such detailed intel on the Yi Group's executives? In truth, Yi Fan had begun investigating while using Wang Chao's death to deal with Su Dong. A confrontation with Su Jian and his son was inevitable. He just hadn't expected things to escalate so quickly. The first video played on the screen. "Manager Yu, here's 3 million. The steel plant project is in your hands. Another 5 million upon completion." "No problem. Manager Yu, our supply channel's approval is stuck. Could you smooth things over? Here's 2 million for your trouble." The footage was crystal clear. Manager Yu had accepted 5 million in bribes, enough to land him behind bars for life under the law. Stop the playback." Pale-faced, Manager Yu slumped into his chair, trembling. He'd been so careful. How had he been caught on camera? And how did Yi Fan, the supposed fool, have such damning evidence? "No need to panic, Manager Yu. My friend says there's plenty more to come." Yi Fan smiled faintly, then turned to Minister Zhu. "Minister Zhu, you're next, though your footage might be a little spicy. Care to showcase your well-developed pectorals and glutes?" Minister Zhu froze. Pectorals and glutes? He knew exactly what that meant. His affairs had been exposed. If Yi Fan had evidence against Manager Yu, his own secrets were undoubtedly laid bare. Was Yi Fan really an idiot? Or had he partially regained his senses under divine physician Lei Chenjua's care? With just a single move, Yi Fan had them cornered. If he fully awakened and struck decisively, the Yi family's enemies would be doomed. Regret gnawed at Minister Zhu. Had he known the young master might recover, he'd never have boarded Su Jian's sinking ship. But it was too late for remorse. Young Master Yi, what do you want? Minister Zhu knew Yi Fan hadn't handed the evidence to the police yet. He must have demands. A smart man like you shouldn't need me to spell it out. Yi Fan's lips curled into a sly smirk. Wang Fugue noticed nothing amiss, but Lu Wuyang, observing Yi Fan's expression, rejoiced inwardly. He'd bet correctly. The Yi family's prodigal young master had likely been awake all along, feigning idiocy to deceive everyone, biding his time until the Yi family's glorious resurgence. Minister Zhu deduced Yi Fan had partially awakened, and the sharper minds in the room soon caught on. The young master isn't stuttering anymore. Is he recovering? Did you see how decisive his actions were? Most CEOs couldn't pull that off. Divine Physician Lei is a miracle worker. Saving the young master means saving the entire Yi group. While most celebrated, a few middle-aged men in the crowd scowled and muttered, "This is bad. Those fools couldn't even stop Lei Chenjue. Now we're in trouble." Yi Fan's monstrous talent had once terrified the world. After 5 years of apparent stupor, who knew how far he'd progressed? Yi Fan left Minister Zhu to his thoughts. The minister exchanged a glance with Manager Yu and sighed. "Unless you want to spend your life in prison, stand down." Yi Fan's demand was clear: abandon Lu Qingyang. With Su Jian's 2 biggest pawns neutralized, dealing with Lu Qingyang would be easier. Manager Yu, no fool, quickly grasped the situation. "Shareholders of the Yi Group, we misspoke earlier. While we did accompany President Su to meet Lu Qingyang, no contract was signed. Lu Qingyang's document is forged. There was never any acquisition of the Yi Group." Uncertain of Yi Fan's next move, their only option was to deny Lu Qingyang's claims and side with Yi Fan. "Have you lost your minds?" Lu Qingyang's face darkened with rage. "You were there as witnesses. Do you think retracting your statements changes anything? Look, this contract bears Su Jian's signature, fingerprint, the Yi Group seal, and notarization. Your denials are meaningless." He waved a copy of the contract, and the room fell silent again. The document was legally binding. Even if Manager Yu and Minister Zhu defected, the outcome seemed unchangeable. All eyes turned to Yi Fan, who frowned, pondering his next move, until Lu Wuyang suddenly stepped forward. "Elder brother Lu, that's just a photocopy, isn't it? How do we know it's not fabricated?" Lu Wuyang. A chill ran down Lu Qingyang's spine. Since childhood, he'd bullied this younger brother, yet Lu Wuyang never cried, only glared at him with venomous eyes. Even after exiling him to Yunqing, Lu Qingyang remained uneasy. This trip, he'd even considered eliminating Lu Wuyang to sleep soundly again. "What nonsense! I brought the original. Guards, fetch the safe." Lu Wuyang smirked. "Elder brother, funny thing, I also have a safe here. Which one do you think holds the real contract?" Chapter 66. He still has treasure on him. Huh? When Lu Qingyang saw Lu Wuyang produce an identical briefcase, an overwhelming sense of foreboding surged in his heart. His instincts screamed that his younger brother must have been secretly building his strength in Yunqing all this time. If left unchecked, Lu Qingyang might very well fall victim to his own brother's schemes. "Quick! Open it!" Lu Qingyang's voice was urgent. Fearing unforeseen complications today, he had ordered his bodyguard captain to keep the briefcase close at all times. Inside should have been the acquisition contract. But when the bodyguard opened it, there was no contract, only a crimson burial shroud. "What the hell? Where's the contract? Where the fuck is my contract?" Lu Qingyang stumbled back in shock, his face twisting in fury as he glared at Lu Wuyang. Lu Wuyang, was this your doing? Lu Wuyang responded coldly, 2 years ago, you killed my mother. Consider this a gift. One you'll soon have use for. As he spoke, he opened his own briefcase, revealing 3 signed copies of the acquisition contract inside. Su Jian had indeed signed the contracts with Lu Qingyang. But Lu Wuyang had long since bribed his elder brother's bodyguard captain to swap them out, a classic case of pulling the rug from under one's feet. Young Master Yi, here are all the contracts. They're yours to handle. Lu Wuyang bowed respectfully as he handed the briefcase to Yi Fan.
No.
Lu Wuyang, you goddamn fool. That's hundreds of billions in assets. You! Lu Qingyang was on the verge of losing his mind. He had boasted to Captain Chu that today would mark the financial collapse of the Yi Corporation. Yet at the final moment, his own brother had stabbed him in the back. How could he show his face now? Hundreds of billions? Worthless trash. No amount of money can buy your life, Lu Qingyang. Lu Wuyang's icy tone dripped with venom. Go apologize to my mother in hell. Lu Wuyang had the manpower and influence to arrange his brother's killing, but doing so would leave him exposed. Yi Fan, however, had the backing of the Yi family, the Guos and the Wangs, enough to weather any retaliatory storm. Taking the contracts from the briefcase, Yi Fan glanced through them. All 3 originals, complete with official notary stamps. Young Master Lu, with these in hand, whose name do you think the Yi Corporation bears now? Yi Fan's lips curled into a wicked smirk as he stared down Lu Qingyang. You! Lu Qingyang's glare could have burned holes into Lu Wuyang. Fine. You win this round. Losing control of the Yi Corporation was infuriating. But what enraged him more was realizing how much his younger brother, whom he'd exiled to Yunqing, had grown beyond his reach. Lu Qingyang was starting to regret that decision. Let's go. With the originals gone, the acquisition plan was dead in the water. Staying served no purpose. But just as he turned to leave, Halt! Did I say you could leave? Yi Fan's chilling voice froze him in his tracks. My wife always says, those who wrong me must pay a price. You caused trouble at her celebration banquet. And now it's time to settle accounts. Yi Fan had no intention of letting him walk away unscathed. Lu Qingyang's expression darkened. He hadn't even retaliated yet, and here Yi Fan was, making the first move? What more do you want? A sliver of unease crept into Lu Qingyang's voice. Yu Linglong wasn't present, but Yi Fan still had Gui Li and Wang Fugue, 2 Grandmaster-level fighters, alongside other Yi family guards. Worse, Yi Fan's intellect seemed temporarily restored. Had his martial prowess returned as well? So, Lu Qingyang was in deep trouble. Young Master Yi, Lu Wuyang cut in smoothly. He carries a translucent bone on him, one that emits an ancient aura. They say it greatly aids cultivation. Why not make him surrender it? Before Yi Fan could respond, Lu Wuyang had already exposed his brother's most prized secret. Lu Wuyang, have you lost your mind? That's a family heirloom. Priceless. And you just blurted it out. Clutching his chest in panic, Lu Qingyang seethed. That bone was the reason he'd reached Grandmaster-level strength before turning 35. His lucky charm, about to be stolen. It may be the Lu family's treasure, Lu Wuyang sneered. But what does that matter to me?
Yi Fan smirked.
This guy really did despise his family to the core. Without needing orders, Wang Fugue and Guoli sprang into action, pinning Lu Qingyang between them while their oppressive martial energies locked him down. Hand it over, young Master Lu. You! This is robbery. Lu Qingyang's face turned ashen as he tried to muster his strength. But the moment his energy stirred, he realized something horrifying. His martial power was gone. Worse, his physical strength was draining rapidly. Ever since Yi Fan had pricked him with that needle at Su Ishua's banquet, a strange force seemed to be eating away at his organs. Now, the slightest exertion left him limp as a ragdoll. What the hell is happening? Terror gripped Lu Qingyang as he stared at Yi Fan. Had the genius truly awakened? The methods of a prodigy were beyond comprehension. Yeah, we're robbing you. So what? You stole from the Yi Corporation. Why can't we steal from you? Wang Fugui, never one for patience, tore open Lu Qingyang's robes and yanked out the translucent bone from its hidden pouch. Big bro, check this out. When Yi Fan took it, his pupils contracted sharply. An undying bone? His mind reeled. From the records in the Dragon Seal Ring, he knew this. Legends spoke of supreme masters who transcended martial limits. Upon death, their bones crystallized into these translucent relics, imbued with their accumulated wisdom, techniques, and battle experience. Ordinary martial artists could wear them to enhance their cultivation. But if one absorbed the energy within, the rewards would be immeasurable. And coincidentally, the Dragon Seal Ring's notes detailed exactly how to do so. Thanks for the gift, young Master Lu. Yi Fan chuckled, pocketing the bone before reverting to his usual dopey grin. Old Gua, old Wang, let him go. Our guest came all this way to deliver presents. Be polite. Slapping a friendly arm around Lu Qingyang's shoulders, Yi Fan playfully escorted him out. To anyone else, it looked like Yi Fan had slipped back into idiocy. But Guo Li, Xia Hao, and the others knew better. Yi Fan had something else in mind. Chapter 67. Feeling tough again. Are we? PFFFFFFT. Lu Qingyang felt as if his heart had been shattered. Stabbed over and over again, each slash more brutal than the last. Kill the man, destroy his spirit. He had come today to seize the Yi Corporation, only to end up nearly stripped bare himself. What the hell was this? Big bro, I'll go with you to see him off. Wang Fugui stood up quickly when he saw that Yi Fan intended to escort Lu Qingyang alone. Guo Li immediately stopped him. Old Wang, we still need you here to keep things in order. Let Xia Hao accompany them instead. At the victory banquet, Lu Qingyang had exposed himself as one of the masterminds behind the assassination attempt on the Yi family. If Yi Fan confronted him alone, he must intend to extract the truth. If Wang Fugui went along, complications would arise. Xia Hao caught on immediately. Li Hu, bring some men. We'll escort young Master Lu. Yi Fan smiled faintly, then waved at Lu Wuyang as he left the conference room. Second young Master Lu, walk with me. At the Su family's victory banquet, Yi Fan hadn't been able to take action. But now, Lu Qingyang had delivered himself straight to the Yi Corporation's doorstep. Yi Fan had no intention of letting him leave, and more importantly, he saw potential in Lu Wuyang. He planned to grant him a favor, winning Lu Wuyang's allegiance to manage finances for him, freeing Yi Fan to focus on other matters. Yes. Lu Qingyang's pupils dilated when he realized Yi Fan had dismissed Wang Fugui and Guo Li, opting to take only him downstairs. With those two martial grandmasters guarding him, Lu Qingyang hadn't dared to strike. But alone with Yi Fan, even if his strength had weakened, there had to be an opening. As for Xia Hao and Lu Wuyang, Lu Qingyang didn't even consider them threats. After all, his men were waiting in the underground parking lot. With their combined forces, how could Yi Fan escape?
Yi Fan.
The road to heaven is wide open, yet you insist on barging into hell. When the group reached the garage, Lu Qingyang didn't wait for Yi Fan to speak. You idiot. Since you're here, you're not leaving alive. Snap. As Lu Qingyang flicked his fingers, elite martial artists burst from a dozen nearby vehicles, surrounding Yi Fan, Xia Hao, Li Hu, and Lu Wuyang. Yi Fan, I don't know if you're truly stupid or just pretending. If you'd stayed with Guo Li and Wang Fugui, I might have hesitated. But you walked straight into the slaughterhouse. Lu Qingyang sneered. Don't bother hoping they'll save you. Even if they rush down now, it'll take minutes. I can kill you 10 times before then. Lu Qingyang had mobilized his family's best fighters. As the circle tightened, even Lu Wuyang grew tense. Young Master Lu, Xia Hao said coldly. Our young master was kind enough to escort you out. Since you insist on throwing yourself at the blade, don't blame him for being merciless. This idiot really didn't get it. Bringing Lu Wuyang along was obviously a setup. Yet instead of fleeing, Lu Qingyang actually thought he could turn the tables? Merciless? Ha! A half-wit and you, Xia Hao. Lu Qingyang scoffed. I'll call you Master Xia out of respect, but otherwise you're just Xia the dog. Don't worry. Once the Yi family is crushed, your turn will come soon. The higher-ups had made it clear. Any family allied with the Yi clan would be purged. Li, who stood guard beside Xia Hao, ready for sudden movements. Boom! Lu Qingyang was still gloating when Yi Fan struck. His foot slammed into the ground, unleashing a shockwave that shattered the pavement. Stone fragments shot out like bullets, perfectly aimed at Lu Qingyang's men. Thunk! 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 The sheer force obliterated every last bodyguard. Before Lu Qingyang could even blink, his entire entourage lay dead. One moment, he had the advantage with dozens of fighters. The next, he was standing alone. Lu Qingyang's pupils trembled in horror as realization dawned. Yi Fan, you were pretending? You fooled us all? You're already awake, aren't you? Only Xia Hao, Lu Wuyang, and Lu Qingyang remained conscious. Yi Fan had deliberately incapacitated Li Hu and his men. Even if the underground lord could keep secrets, Yi Fan wasn't ready to expose himself fully. Xia Hao already knew. Lu Wuyang, as a future key subordinate, would inevitably learn the truth. And Lu Qingyang? Dead men don't talk. Finally figured it out? Too late. Yi Fan stepped forward, his voice icy. Answer my questions truthfully, and I'll spare you the suffering. Aye. Lu Qingyang shuddered under the weight of Yi Fan's aura, far beyond a martial grandmaster's strength. Had he reached martial sovereign? But according to Captain Chu Feng's intel, Yi Fan's peak was only grandmaster level. If that was wrong, even Chu Feng's operations could fail catastrophically. Worse, their entire strategy relied on Yi Fan still being comatose. If news got out that he had awakened, given his monstrous genius and the lingering influence of the old Master Yi, the balance of power could flip overnight. I have to warn them. Lu Qingyang's hand crept toward his phone. Crack. Yi Fan didn't even move. A surge of energy blasted from him, reducing the phone to debris in Lu Qingyang's pocket. Do you really think I'd let you send word? The unseen force pinned Lu Qingyang against the car hood. Talk. Who's backing the Lu family? Young Master Zhou from the capital? Or Lone Wolf? And who else besides your family was involved in the ambush at the Xuanwu battle zone against my second brother?